If you ever feel like it's also Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and
What's going on, everybody?
I only make a dime.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from relatively sunny, maybe partially sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another Monday. That was Haas Pilled by Cam Kardashian. That is the intro. The intro song was Haas Pilled by Cam Kardashian. It's Monday, November 27th, 2023. And it is 11:14 a.m. and I am right on time, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Hope everyone's having a great one. We are going to be talking about a bunch of different things here because it's Monday. But before we get to the Monday NEWSDAY informational overload for many of you, so you can get develop a deeper understanding of what's happening in the fucking universe. Before we get to all that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. In the world of HasanAbi Piker. That's right. In the Hasaniverse. I told you that Nathan Fielder bit my shit. Like, straight up. That wasn't a joke. That was not a joke at all. That was deadly serious. He bit my shit. He bit my steez. 100p. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I've been, and I hate to admit this, I've been thinking about the Roman Empire quite a bit. That's right. Why have I been thinking about the Roman Empire? Because oftentimes there are, it's really hard to find a show that you can watch with your mom, with your dad, with your brother. Okay? And I've thought about the Ottoman Empire quite a bit. Matter of fact, that's all I've ever thought about, right? Pretty much, that's all I've ever known. That's all I've ever thought about. That's what I've learned in school. However, having said that, I don't really consider or read about the Roman Empire that much. And, this has been a big trend. Why am I talking about all this? Well, it's because I've been watching Rome on HBO. That's right. I'm watching Rome on HBO. Why am I watching it? Because I'm going to go to Rome for the first time ever. I've never been to Italy. For the first time ever, I will be taking a little break with my family for like a couple days. I'm probably going to be streaming from Rome regardless. I will be going to Italy at the end of the year. And before that, I was like, you know what? In order to get into the mood, in order to truly appreciate the bounties of Rome, I should probably get a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on. I'm in the process still reading Rashid Khalidi, but also wanted to, read a little bit on Rome as well. How does this thing work? Oh, this is how it works, I think. Japonya Avustralya'ya ne oldu? Yeah, oh. Question. Bro, there's so many fucking things on this jacket. I never wear it because it's like a little too big. It's like bigger than I thought. I only wear the pants. Fucking jacket. And it's like, I don't know how the hell to. Wish there was a way to just like make it sit normal. Only like this. Do you know about the Roman emperor who was trans? One of the first times gender reassignment surgery. I heard about that too. Is this right? I don't think this is right. Won't friends come too or only family? No, only family. You can't button the collar back. It's wrong. I don't think you can do that. Oh. This is how you do it. Jagged 1 Hasan 0? Yeah, literally. It's my fat man cosplay. Anyway. Tom looks like a toddler who needs help buttoning his jacket because it's true. That is how I am currently. Why are you making fun of me? Anyway. Wasn't that the last time you did that when you went to Barcelona, like in 2018, 2019? Glad you're taking some time off. God damn, Little Bear, the fucking lore master, knows my family vacations better than me. Yeah, it was in 2019, not 2018. I think it was in 2019. Or was it in 2018? Fuck. I don't even know. Let's see. Let's go back. Anne, Barcelona'ya biz ne zaman gittik? 2019 mu 2018 mi? Oh shit. I guess we went to Barcelona in 2018, not 2019. When we went, Sagra de Familia was not even finished. It is now, apparently. That's what she's saying. She's like, we got to go back. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Anyway. Fuck. I just remember seeing an only clip you were in Sagrada Familia. Yeah, I also met a fan. A toxic raid, by the way. What do you mean? Did I get raided? Who raided me? I didn't see it. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. Oh, raid by Toxic SJW. Oh, thank you, Toxic SJW, for the raid. Yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. And yesterday I took a day off and I feel fucking awesome. It was good. Normally when I take a day off, I don't have any like idea of what to do, but on Sundays I at least like have some kind of a regimen. I ended the broadcast on Saturday night after malding because I couldn't play Alan Woke. I could not play Alan Woke because my PlayStation 5 was busted for some reason because it's the most expensive paperweight of all time. But then afterwards, after that, what did I do on Saturday night? I watched Rome. That's it, with the family. Woke up on Sunday. I played basketball. I took Kai to the dog park away from the other dogs because we are afraid. We're very afraid of the doggy coronavirus that's going around. But she had a wonderful time. I played some basketball. It was great. After that, I took my dad to the Turkish, to the like, it's not a Turkish market, but it's like a Middle Eastern market. And then I had a big day. I had a busy day. Puppy pandemic scaring me so bad. Yeah, I'm more fucking scared of the puppy pandemic than I am of COVID at this point. So, took my dad to a Middle Eastern market. It was great. Took Kaya to the Middle Eastern market as well. I just spent like the whole day with Kaya. Everything is fun when I do it with Kaya. You know what I mean? Where like normally if I'm going to get groceries, that's boring. But if I go to get groceries with Kaya, then in my mind, this is how stupid of a person I am. This is how much of a child brain I have, okay? In my mind, I think like when I go somewhere with Kaya, it's like I'm a hunter-gatherer and that's my lion. You know what I mean? I'm like Craven and that's my lion that my pet lion that I bring everywhere with me. So like it could be like the dumbest thing and I'll just LARP in my head. You know what I mean? It's the dumbest thing. Like my mom will be like, can you go downstairs and grab this bag that I forgot to get from downstairs? And I'll be like, all right, Kai, we got to go on a mission. You know what I mean? It's like a little quest that, you know, me and my companion go on. That's the way I see it. It's just like more fun that way. I don't know. Most sane dog owner, by the way. I mean, ironically, thinking about all of that as a quest and having your dog as your quest companion is unironically where the whole quest companionship concept came from. So it's really funny that you're saying that. Also, you can't do that with your cat, so suck me, okay? Cat owners, literally, you cannot do that with your cat. So guess what? Dogs are on top. Just think about that. Your cat will not go on fucking quests with you 100%. Imagine, yeah, dude, going to the fucking grocery store with your cat. You can't do that. What do you think about Finland after we joined NATO? After we joined because of Russian aggression, we just wanted to live our lives without Russian influence, says Finland. Finland, thank you for the $3 dono. What do I think about it? What do I think about it? It's Vladimir Putin is literally the fucking worst leader of all time because he's literally failed his own standards. Like, he so sloppily took over Ukraine that he basically demonstrated to the rest of the world that, like, one, he is a threat because he's wilding out and he will fucking come to your country. But two, he will simultaneously do it in a way where he will get owned. So, you know, there is no fear if you're Finland in joining NATO any longer, because what are they going to do? Fucking try to take over your country? Well, they can't even take over Ukraine. So maybe not of all time, but like he's up there. He's very bad. He's just bad in general. I'm not even saying this from like a moral point of view. Obviously he's, you know, a monster for sure. But like, he's not even good at pushing Z. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm a Russian ultranationalist right now, I'm thinking like, the fuck are you doing, dog? Like, what are you doing? You failed to push the Z. Straight up. Unironically, he's not he gift wrapped NATO. He gift wrapped NATO solidifying its power, making it completely permanent by offering them a real justification for joining NATO, 100%, while also showing that he does not have the capacity to you know, actually invade countries. Worst of both worlds type situation. You know what I mean? Anyway, personal news wise though. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Personal news wise, yeah, I shot an episode of The Yard. I went on The Yard yesterday, finally, for the first time ever. It was great. Lots of fun. And also, wasn't Ukraine losing hard? Fuck Putin, by the way. I mean, it's always going to be a fucking chaotic situation where hundreds of thousands of people die, regardless when a massive military does a ground invasion on your country. Like, yes, Ukraine technically lost more land than it had before in this circumstance, but it ultimately leads to a massive stalemate, which is an L for both parties, but it's not like it's Ukraine's fucking fault. You know what I mean? Not. Weren't you one of the first Yard guests? No, I've never been on The Yard. So yeah, I did The Yard, and then I also had Aiden and Ludwig on the Fear End podcast, which I think was a banger episode. It was a great episode. We didn't have Cutie. We did not have Will or Cutie. They both died through a self-suck, obviously, as you guys know. Very sad. But having said that, I don't know if you actually believe it's a stalemate right now. Then you've really been buying all your biased media stories hard. Wait, what? What is it? First of all, I will be the first to admit that I haven't really kept up with what's going on in Ukraine. But as far as I understand, American intelligence and the American State Department has openly stated that it's a stalemate, which is a big L in general for the counteroffensive that was supposed to happen. So that's like, overall, stalemate is a more, as far as I understand it, stalemate is a nicer way to put it. Having said that, of course, it's still awful that, I mean, it's entirely Russia's fault, but I don't really get what you mean by this. This is a really interesting predicament because, like, I think there are people on both sides of this situation that will just like greatly overestimate the power of their own side, where they're like people will be like, no, you don't understand, like another counteroffensive is going to happen actually, and this time it'll be different. Like, there's some people saying that, not many. And then on the other side, people are saying like, no, you don't get it. Russia fucking owned, dude. It was sick. You don't understand. Like, Russia literally is owning. and it's not. I would not say 500,000 casualties across the board is an ownage of any sort, unless you're some fucking Malthusian freak who believes that we should cleanse the world across the board of we really need to limit population density or some shit. Nobody won in that situation. Anyway. Russia made gays, but they haven't for a while, and it's not stopping Ukrainian independence. Yeah, I guess we could think. We could talk about the Ukraine stuff a little bit, but I mean, considering they hold more land right now, isn't it a W for Putin? Fuck no, it is not a fucking W for Putin, because here's why it's not a W for Putin. Because the Russian military has been greatly fucking atrophied. Number one, NATO has basically gotten larger. NATO nations have gotten larger contracts ever since. Every single fucking Western European country is now like gearing towards accelerating their military industrial complex across the board. It's a big L for the entire world. NATO has never been better received. Can we not talk about Ukraine right now? Your blind hatred of Russian clouds your analysis of the conflict. I don't have a blind hatred for Russia. Now, what is it? Am I fucking a Putin simp, or do I blindly hate Russia? What's happening? It's such an odd perspective, dude. Like, I will never win with anybody because everybody wants like black and white. And there are certainly black and white parts of this. Yeah, black and white. Unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. That's the morality on that is clear. I've been saying that literally since day one. Completely and utterly immoral, unjustifiable, cruel, straight up, major L. And then even beyond that, it's just a terrible. People are crazy confrontational with you, don't know how to handle it. I took a day off, so I'm actually feeling great. I don't really give a shit. What should have Russia done about NATO expansion? Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that Ukraine was joining NATO. I don't. Like, I don't. I don't think that was happening. If anything, it would have, yeah, they're not, we'll see what happens, but I think Ukraine has now been, the parts that remain Ukrainian and not under, annexed Russia now, that is completely occupied, hopefully not permanently, will forever be Western sphere of influence, for the record. It's just, it's Jover. There's no better way to there's no way to no better way to make that permanent. What Ukraine will look like politically in the future, who knows? What that will look like, who knows? I don't know. But I think once you have a pretty balanced take. If anything, I think you should look into Crimea and the Tatars and how fucked up it is. No, I know. Russia Russified Crimea under the USSR. That is, I know that. But anything outside of like relocating Tatars into Crimea, okay, anything outside of that is like a silly conversation to have. That's it. Russia's, one of USSR's, in my opinion, biggest policy failures was the consistent Russification of different parts that had strategic importance. It was like resettlements and ethnic displacement internally. Straight up. That was a major issue. The difference, however, is that, talking about it as being Ukrainian territory is very different. than, you know, than it being Russian. Was Ukrainianization also a failure? Yes. I mean, it was an objectively bigger failure. All right. Anyway, I have not finished Pluto yet. I have like one episode remaining. Did you see the leak from the Ukraine about peace deal? Yes. I think people are making larger points about the Ukrainian peace deal. We can talk about that as well. I think that, I mean, it's yeah, we'll talk about it too. Sure, why not? Cover progress. Anyway, how the fuck are we in how are we talking about all this shit? Oh, my progress. Here, I'll show you guys that in a second. Yeah, this morning I worked out and I actually hit a big PR. I hit 405, which is 4 plates, for those of you who don't know, for 12. And I could have actually gone higher than that. I could have done probably more than that as well. And we'll talk about the Young Thug RICO trial as well. Anyway, but yeah, let's get started. CEASFIRE updates. Elon in Israel. Yeah, deadlift. Yes. No, I can't do 4 or 5 for 12 on anything else. That'd be fucking nuts. That would be cool, but that's just not how that works. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you in a second. Hold up. Israel Hamas truce extends as aid reaches Gaza. We're going to be talking about the 3 Palestinian students that were shot. Pleads not guilty. The Vermont shooter, as far as I have seen his accounts and stuff, is like the meme. I mean, this is like a super serious story, obviously, about Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment and how normalized it is, and how like hate crimes against like Arabs are you know, very. It's not necessarily commonplace, but it's just that like anti-Islam sentiment, anti-Arab sentiment is so fucking normal that, you know, you got Obama administration foreign policy apparatus members saying horrifyingly Islamophobic shit without a care, because they feel like it's perfectly valid to say it, right? And of course, there's going to be extreme versions of that when you got like an absolute fucking psycho following through on it. But you know, there's something to talk about there as well. Okay, ceasefire updates. Elon in Israel, 3 Palestinian American shooter shot. V2 shooter pleads not guilty. You look shredded on the fear and thumbnail. Thank you. Do I? I haven't seen myself in the thumbo. I never look at the thumbo. Oh, I do look kind of yacked, huh? Ending homophobia with Ludwig and Aiden. Yeah, this is the gay episode, many are saying. We did a gay episode finally. Those first few tweets you do when you wake up, is that while you're pooping? Please let me know ASAP. I'm working on my parasocialism PhD essay on as due in the first 2 hours. No, it's just like as soon as I wake up. Derek Chauvin shanked in prison and more. Get in now. Heard you're going to be Cindy Lou Who. I don't know what the fuck that is. Tesla is suing the Swedish state. Nice. Get wrecked, Tesla. Hopefully. Yeah. Speaking of gay episodes, I don't know if you saw, but you were mentioned in the beginning of the Jubilee vid that came out last week. Really? Did you watch the Joe Rogan interview with Dave Smith? He totally baptized Joe and the dumb shit was taught about Israel and Palestine. David's a Jew as well. He's totally based, in my opinion, after this. Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting, like Dave Smith is isn't Dave Smith he's like a libertarian, right? There are always like some very weird guys that out of nowhere will just have like this is a very interesting, Israel-Palestine is like a very interesting circumstance because like there's so many different through lines here. Like there's so many different fault lines in this conversation that, some people do legitimately take like anti-Semitic positions and then will criticize Israel because they're like, they think it's a good way to promote anti-Semitic conspiracies. But then there's like other people who just weirdly, this is their one issue where they're like, no, actually, unironically, this is unacceptable. They might have like bad politics and everything else, okay? But then they might have bad politics on everything else, but then for some weird reason, this is like their one issue. It's like that cop with the Blue Lives Matter flag at the Chicago Palestine protests who just like is weirdly anti-Zionist out of nowhere, and you're like, dude, every part of your politics agrees with Israel. What is happening? You're literally a fucking cop. And then he's just like very good on Israel for some reason. It's because he randomly went to the fucking West Bank or something, and Palestinians were very nice to him. So he's now like, I've seen it, and it's unacceptable. You know? One of my friends is a very Trump chud dad and says Israel's in the wrong. But it's really interesting, though, because it's like you see Bradley Cooper look like he's wearing a mashup of 5 of your fits. Oh, come on, dog. You're killing me with this. He's got literally the Travis Scotts on, which those are fire. I think this is maybe Kith. Is this Kith? I can't tell. I don't know what the other stuff is, but yeah, this is sad. I would wear a lot of these pieces individually. Alperem Sengun finally reviews his free throw routine on the podcast B show. Sengun apparently talks nice to his basketball. Alperem Sengun brings a tear to my eye.
Give me the game right to it.
He brings a tear to my eye. He is. I have tried to fucking link up with him. I would love to link up with him. I'm so proud of him. He fucking makes me feel very patriotic about Turkey.
I got to ask you, man. Look, I know people.
He also kind of reminds me of Tadic a little bit as well. He also has a Zoomer fuckboy cut.
Love sports.
He's everything NS content wasn't. Yeah, I wouldn't even put NS content in the same fucking zip code as him, okay?
Love basketball.
I love him.
Please tell me what the hell.
They're calling him the Turkish Jokic.
What the hell you be doing at the free throw line with the basketball? Because you be like this, man.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, bro.
And then you shoot the ball.
I'm just nice to be ball, and it can be help me in the free throw, you know. I'm just that routine is started like a couple of years ago.
From where?
I know. I was talking to all the time.
Can you show me what you do?
No, don't touch that now. He just kissed it.
No, I didn't.
You're right.
Show
You're
me-
right.
No, show me what you do. Show me what you do, man.
Bro.
Because they need to have the lights off when you shoot your free throws. It's like.
Listen, there's a lot of people who have played in the NBA, and like in Turkey, we consider them legends unconditionally. Because like if you're a Turkish guy and you get to play in the NBA, with the exception of Enes Kanter, you got Hidayet Türkoğlu, you have Mehmet Okur, right? And then you have who fucking sucks, right? And everybody hates him. You have Furkan Korkmaz is another one, I think. But then you have this guy. I love this guy. Alperem Sengun, fucking love this guy, okay? Furkan Korkmaz, who was on the Sixers, is called the Turkish LeBron. Cedi Osman. Damn, there's a lot of fucking Turks, man. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of wild how many fucking Turks there are, dude. What is happening? I mean, Cedi Osman isn't technically, he's from like Macedonia. I mean, he's what is happening? Kaya, place, lady. What the hell? Place. That was crazy. Anyway, it just makes me really happy. You don't even know really anything about Enes Kanter beyond the fact that he changed his surname. You don't even need to know anything. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I despise Enes Kanter so much. He makes me ashamed. Okay. Water. It's okay. Go drink your water. Pick her up. I can't. She's too big.
Real sex appeal.
I'm not gonna,
It's like, show me what you do.
I'm not gonna tell the world, but it's just a secret for me. It's like, I'm not telling anybody, but I'm just talking to ball nicely and spinning like this, and then doing this,
giving her a little
one
love.
variable and shut, yeah. But if it's not
Turkish people
getting
love
in, I'm
basketball,
talking to
dude.
another
Like, this is a thing. This is a thing.
out the
I'm talking shit next time.
Where did it come from? Did you just have a stretch of just not shooting well from the free throw line, and it was like, you know what? Let me get a little positive juju on this basketball.
Like when I was playing in Turkey last year, it was like my free throw person was like 85, 86, something was like that. And then, I just didn't want to change it. It was really good. Right now he's not doing well that much, like 65 or something, but I just don't want to change it.
So you mad at her right now?
I'm talking bad right now.
Talking
Yeah.
bad smack to her.
And are you consistently saying the same things, or
Yeah, generally yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love him. I love him. I fucking love him. I want to link up with him so bad. I think he's awesome. He's great. That'd be sick. It would be sick to have him on the stream, I think. Wait, what the fuck? I sent him a DM a long ass time ago, but it shows up as though it's not there. I don't know what it is. I don't know what happened. Anyway. HasanAbi? No, not at all, dude. It's not like that at all. Are you kidding me? This is literally fucking... This is like... He don't know you, little bro? No, he literally don't know me, little bro. It's true. He actually don't know me. I mean, I hope he don't know me. Because if he do know me and he doesn't reply, that means like he fucking... That would be worse. Did that make him not be able to go back to Turkey? Nah, that's fine. It don't work like that. Listen. Here's the thing, okay? My criticism of the Erdogan administration is totally separate. That's like, we wouldn't talk about that anyway if he came on.
Lightweight.
It is lightweight.
Yeah, baby.
This is 405 for 12, boys.
Come on. 7. Come on. 8. Come on. 9. Come on. Oh, we're fucking hitting 12 at 405 today? Fucking.
I got Toei here. Look, that's why I stopped it, but I could literally pump out 15 for 405, I think. Like, pretty easily. It's crazy how fucking easy it came to me for, but...
Yeah, do more of that.
Monster. But yeah. I mean, it's... Dude, you guys have to remember, like, a year and a half ago, this is what I busted my back on. I blew up my back on the trap bar, too. I blew up my back on the trap bar a year and a half ago. and it was because I was slamming it, and I was trying to fucking lift way more weight than I actually can, and at the time I couldn't. It was, I think, around like 320 pounds that I fucked my back on, and it actually destroyed me. It destroyed my confidence. I was so fearful of deadlifting. It basically fucked me up for a while. It took so long to like recover, to slowly but surely strengthen all of the muscles around. What's your squat PR out of curiosity? My squats are not great because I have always been a low bar back squatter. I've always been a low bar back squatter, and I recently subbed it to high bar because my knees were getting punished on the low bar and I couldn't get enough depth on the low bar. So I ended up doing basically good mornings with like 380 pounds, and that is really bad for your lower back, even though my lower back is like pretty strong. Hasan skipping leg day. I never skip leg day. And so I recently swapped it to high bar back squatting, which doesn't allow you to lift as much, for sure. Like low bar back squatting is oftentimes used by power lifters, but I am working on it. Like I can rep, I don't know what I can rep right now. Probably like 300 max. Also, you're tall, so depth while squatting is really hard. No, it doesn't matter. I used to be way better at squatting. There's videos out there. You can find them. Like my older squatting videos, I would get like perfect depth. And since I started working out again, it's been not as good. And I'm working on it though. Do you remember your lifts at 25? I'm just trying to compare where I am to you. I don't know. I don't know what my lifts are at 25. I don't know. Stop sending me a Tumblr link. Guys, it's a journey. It's a slow process. It's not going to be overnight. Just, work at it. Compare yourself only to your past self. And don't get discouraged. Do you use a belt? I used to use a belt because I used to have no confidence on my deadlifts. Like when I would hit my top set, which was way lower weight than 405, I would literally need a belt. And honestly, there might even be a time when I might need a belt in the future. But overall, I think it's belts don't reduce risk of injury much. I think belts are more so for your mentality. I think like packing all of that shit in makes me feel much more confident when I'm lifting. What grip do you use? Well, currently I'm doing neutral grip because I'm on the trap bar, as you can see here. This is a neutral grip bar. But normally when I'm doing a conventional deadlift with a regular bar, at that point I use a reverse grip. Especially once I get to higher weight. But yeah, why no normal bar? Well, why no normal bar? Because the trap bar is actually a little bit easier. It is more quad reliant, so it distributes the weight. It distributes the weight a little bit better to your quads and your lower back. So it makes the lift overall more comfortable. I do, however, prefer conventional deadlifts. Like that's what I've done my whole life. But it's supposed to. The conventional deadlifts trap bar deadlifts are supposed to be easier on your lower back because there's better weight distribution to your quads, which makes it safer. However, that's when I blew my back out because I was slamming them. I was slamming the weight on the ground, and it was like higher weight than I was able to put up. So you put more of your weight on your toes, by the way, just an observation. Yes, you're right. My feet were not perfectly planted, but also part of that is because the ground I was weightlifting on, as you can see here, is not great. Like, it's a little wobbly. I think there's like a hole there or something, which is definitely not great. Slamming the weight down bad. Why? Slamming the weight down is not good because you're using the force. You're using the weight. You're using the you're using the force that and the bounce in order to like put up the weight. That's why some people will do stop and go. Anyway. Do you not feel the need to use a weight belt? No. Anyway, that's it. So that's what I got. 5x5? What do you mean? No, this was my top set. I did 12. I did see, look how toey the last one was. Like, I lost balance there. It's kind of crazy though, because it's a testament to how fucking how strong I've gotten, in my opinion, because that I can like literally do a calf raise basically with 4 plates. That's nuts. You're treating your spine like a fucking rubber band. All that tension with a quick release is not good for all or any part of your body, chatter. Controlling your also helps work out important secondary support muscles and help prevent future injuries. Yes. Are you 260 though? No, I'm not. Luckily, I'm not. I'm 245 right now. Overall, though, aside from the last one being kind of toey, this is perfect form in my opinion. Like, look, bar path is pretty stable. Bar path stable. Look at that. Back is like all of the support muscles that you would normally need to activate for stability is working. I'm not like look, perfectly straight spine. 245 doing 400 mash, not bad at all. I mean, I think I could do better, but this is definitely a good high point for me. This is definitely a PR at this gym. I think it might literally be a lifetime PR. I mean, not a lifetime PR because like I used to rep 405s on the conventional. So once I can do this on the conventional with the same level of ease, then I'll see if I've actually passed my lifetime PR. Why don't you train like a bodybuilder? I do different programs. So I do, sometimes I have like strength training, sometimes I'm doing bodybuilding programs. It just changes. So yeah. But on Mondays I do upper body push pull. Then I do lower body push pull, which is the worst. Oh my god. Lower body push pull is the worst day of the fucking week. I hate that shit. I haven't tried dunking. I don't know if I can. All right, let's get it fucking twisted. Let's get started. That's all I got for my personal news, which we went into for quite a bit. Would you fight Bradley Martin 260, brother? No, because not only am I also not like a professional fighter at all, I have very little fight training. So does he, but he's much stronger than me, so he would cook me. Yeah, so at that point, his strength would, because neither of us are like trained fighters, his strength would overpower me easily. Bradley will destroy Hasan, and Bradley isn't even that strong. Wait, Bradley Martin isn't even that strong? That form will destroy your back. You have to put your butt as close to the ground while your knees should be apart, and your squat form should be immediately released as soon as you lift the weight. Oh my God, this guy's... Honestly, this form is pretty bad in my opinion. You should bend the knee all the way down to your butt on the floor and your knees apart. Because your form is pretty bad, work on the form. Okay, dude. Yeah, you're right. Bradley Martin, who literally bench presses like 3 plates with ease, is actually not that strong. Thank you. Typical bodybuilding form dumbass over here. Jesus Christ. Brother, you can say many things about Bradley Martin. One thing you can't say about Bradley Martin is that he's not strong. He 100% is strong. He is incredibly strong. He's done so much he's done an insane amount of steroids, okay?
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning, everyone.
I don't know why this is like broken my brain. SNL's broken my brain. When I hear this song, I think it's like a parody always. All right, we're going to talk about how Israel and Hamas have agreed to extend the truce by 2 days.
Coming on the air with breaking news in the Middle East, where we just learned an agreement has been reached to extend the temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas for 2 days. This news comes as we wait for a 4th group of hostages that is expected to be released today. The extension also comes just hours before the truce was supposed to expire at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I want to go right now to NBC's Richard Engel. Richard, a lot we don't know here. Tell us what we do know at this point.
So, Lester, today is day 4 of an agreed upon 4-day truce. And every day since Friday, the Israelis have been releasing Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Hamas releasing hostages, women and children on both sides. And that deal was supposed to expire. It is being brokered by Qatar and Egypt with a lot of support from the United States. And just a short while ago, Hamas made an announcement, also an Egyptian official and a Qatari official, all saying that they had agreed to 2 more days. So that could potentially allow Hamas to free more hostages who are currently held in Gaza. They still have more women and children to free, and allow the Israelis to release more Palestinian prisoners, also women and minors. The larger picture is that this is a sign of progress. It shows that this 4-day truce, and the idea was once it ended, the hostilities would resume immediately, and that Israel's offensive would immediately resume. Now it does seem that this 4-day truce, which seems to be becoming a 6-day truce, that is the most encouraging sign, or among the most encouraging signs we've seen since this conflict began.
Yeah, Richard, do we know what the holdup is, though, with the releases today, the part of the original agreement, the truce agreement?
Every day, there has been negotiations going right down to the wire, because a list will be put out. There will be disagreements on the...
Both are captives is bullshit about hostage versus prisoner. I know. We have talked about this quite a bit on the broadcast, but it bears repeating that fundamentally, I know that Israel and Zionists get very upset and believe that a conflation between the hostages on the Hamas side versus the prisoners on the Israeli side is anti-Semitic and dangerous or whatever. But the reality is that, yes, while one is a functional state recognized by the international authorities, it doesn't necessarily mean that Israel follows through on all of the international law that they are supposedly supposed to follow. And yes, many of the Palestinians that Israel apprehends and places under indefinite detention is placed under that indefinite detention under circumstances that you would never actually consider to be valid and just. No due process whatsoever, oftentimes using what is called secret evidence, very little legal recourse. conducted under a military tribunal, a military court rather than a civil court, where there is a 99.7% clearance rate, 99.7% conviction rate. These people don't get a real trial. They get a sham trial. And oftentimes, well, oh my God, the fucking, the landscapers are going nutty outside my window. Hold on one second.
The list, the Israelis are accusing Hamas justifiably of releasing some people, separating families, not releasing the people they had agreed upon. So there are a lot of terms and names that are being disputed, and the modalities of how these people are supposed to be transported. One time they were transported generally they've been transported out of Egypt. One time, because one of the hostages was sick, they went straight from Gaza to Israel. It is still early enough, so it is in the day, so it is possible we could still see before the end of tonight another release of prisoners, as had been expected. So it is not guaranteed that today there will not be another release, but the fact that the two sides, according to Hamas and two Arab diplomats, have agreed to a 2-day extension does take off some of the pressure.
Yeah. Is trading hostages the only way for innocent Palestinians to be freed from Israeli prisons? I mean, kind of. Yeah. Which is a very dangerous precedent to set that basically goads the Palestinian side to be like, yeah, you have to kidnap more people so that we'll release some of these people in our prisons. But the difference, however, is that on the Israeli side, there's a narrative you must uphold, okay? There is a narrative you have to uphold, and that narrative is every single person that was actually imprisoned by Israel is imprisoned under good reason. Now, there's obviously varying degrees of quote-unquote crimes that you could consider that Palestinians are imprisoned for. However, given the fact that there is no real due process, given the fact that this is like completely slanted against the Palestinians because there's an occupying force utilizing a military court and throwing habeas corpus out the fucking door and covering an incredibly broad array of things that they consider dangerous crimes of terrorism, from a child throwing a rock at a military checkpoint or a tank, all the way to like going on a fucking stabbing spree. It is very difficult to make assessments on whether or not these people deserve to be locked up indefinitely. As a matter of fact, if we're talking about it from my perspective, as far as like morality goes, I don't think anyone is deserving of being locked up indefinitely, of course. But considering that across the board, not a single Palestinian ever, especially if they're in the West Bank, not a single Palestinian ever gets like a regular court structure and regular due process, then all of those prisoners, no matter what their crime is, and it could be like a real crime, okay? It could be like an actual real crime, are still considered kidnapped, okay? Perfectly valid to say that these are people who are kidnapped. Because guess what? If you, for example, have a family member that was killed, okay? Someone killed a family member of yours. If you as a civilian, after the act is done, go up to that person, find them, hunt them down, and fucking apprehend them as a civilian, you would be technically kidnapping them. Okay? There's a reason why we have laws. There's a reason why we have rules, right? There's a reason why we have due process, innocent until proven guilty. These are concepts that, you know, I know a lot of people don't truly believe in, but the reality is we must uphold them. Okay? So the reality of the circumstance is that most Palestinians, if not almost all Palestinians, regardless of whether they've done a severe injustice, a severe crime or not, are technically still being unlawfully kept under indefinite detention. Now, of course, the overwhelming majority of Palestinians that are, especially like the minors and whatnot, are not actually under indefinite detention for good reason, right? It's just like rock throwing, or, and this is one of the worst aspects of this this conversation, they're oftentimes accused of committing a crime that they haven't actually committed, and even if the Israeli courts find them not guilty of the crime that they were originally suspected of committing, the narrative builds up beyond it. Anne! Şu camı kapatın ne olur. Lütfen şu living room'daki camı kapatın. Camı da kapat, camı da kapat. Tamam. I read a personal account of a Palestinian where an IOF soldier tried to get one kid to say another thing, was taking him to a protest and rat him out. The soldier would just shoot his mother. Shit is insane. Yes. There are just like really, really incredibly awful things that the Israeli occupying force has done. It's fine. We don't hear that loud. I hear it, though. I can't even fucking hear myself think. Okay. What do I mean by this? This is really important for everyone to understand. Like, for example, I have brought up the example before of Ahmed Manasrah, a 13-year-old boy that was apprehended, okay? A 13-year-old boy alongside his 15-year-old cousin went on went on a spree, right? They had knives. They were running around with knives. The 15-year-old cousin actually stabbed a 20-year-old security person who was running away from them. They found a 13-year-old kid at a 13-year-old child, right? And they stabbed the child. Luckily, neither of them were killed, right? Neither the 13-year-old child or the 20-year-old security person wasn't killed. Okay? Now, this is a crime. Of course it's a crime. Perfectly, this is understandable to say that this is a crime. You can't just go and fucking stab people, okay? Doesn't matter. Obviously, because they're 15 and 13, it's important to recognize what conditions have led to these people, these children, behaving this way. However, the 15-year-old cousin was killed on the spot. The 13-year-old did not stab anyone. There was no blood on his knife whatsoever. The Israeli courts themselves found that he had not stabbed anyone, right? And yet, he was apprehended after this 13-year-old was run over by a car by settlers and jeered at and fucking yelled at, and he's like in need of medical attention immediately. Obviously, it is inhumane not to offer your prisoner medical attention, especially when they're 13 years old. Okay. However, this footage came out of the 13-year-old being fucking yelled at while he's like holding his head and very clearly in distress, very clearly in mental distress. Okay? He's 13 years old, and this dude is like interrogating him under torturous circumstances. Like a blood-boiling fucking injustice, right? Absolutely, absolutely unimaginable cruelty in this circumstance. 13 years old. This is a child. It doesn't matter what the child has done, okay? You have to abide by the same standards, okay? Like, this is probably one of the most edge cases that you can arrive at, okay? Where the 13-year-old participated in a stabbing. He did not actually do the stabbing himself, but he's 13 years old. He has a knife in his hands. Security footage shows that he has a knife in his hands when they're running around. And immediately the assumption was, oh, this 13-year-old is actually a terrorist criminal that went on a fucking stabbing spree. And the narrative around this remained to this day. To this day, people still, 8 years later, this person's fucking entire life is gone. It's done. Kept in solitary confinement, developed schizophrenia as a consequence of the torturous conditions that he was subjected to as a fucking child, ripped away from their fucking parents, okay? And placed under torturous conditions, interrogated without a fucking lawyer present, interrogated without his parents present. These are completely not allowed, right? Completely not allowed. Ridiculous, immoral, monstrous shit that you could do to a child, okay? However, people still go with, well, that was a 13-year-old terrorist who went on a fucking stabbing spree. Why are you defending him? Why are you defending him? The reality is, a 13-year-old white child, 13-year-old black child, they have this exact same situation in America. If the American authorities treated them like this, I would be just as fucking outraged. Okay? Just as outraged. It is completely immoral. You cannot just slap on the sticker of like, well, that's a terrorist, so It doesn't matter. You can do whatever the fuck you want with him. When you when you do that, you become the monster. When you do that, when you do not believe that normal morality applies in the situation, that like a 13-year-old is now no longer considered a child, a malleable, impressionable child, but instead a terrorist that should be tried as an adult and subjected under torturous conditions that you would consider torturous for adults. That's unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. That's not allowed. Okay? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because it is considered the most, like, this is one of the edge cases that every single person yelled at me on Twitter over, where they were like, dude, really? Really? You think this is like, you want to defend a fucking guy who went on a stabbing spree? Ahmad and his cousin went on a stabbing spree in East Jerusalem. And it's like, dude, you're doing this thing that you claim I'm doing. Like, you are relying on people not knowing the actual story. You're relying on people not knowing the actual fucking story to build a narrative that this kid went on and fucking stabbed and killed like a bunch of people. And even in that circumstance, even if he had done that as a 13-year-old, that is not how you treat a 13-year-old. You can't do that. You cannot do that. He didn't stab anyone. His cousin did. His 15-year-old cousin did. His 15-year-old cousin was shot and killed on the spot. The 13-year-old, Ahmed Manasrah. Here, this is from Ahmed Manasrah was arrested in 2015 in relation to the stabbing and injury of two Israelis aged 20 and 13 in occupied East Jerusalem. Although Israeli courts found that Ahmad did not participate in the stabbings, he is serving a 9.5-year sentence for attempted murder. Okay? There's another one, Isra Jabis, which we can talk about as well. The idea is Ahmad's 15-year-old cousin, Hasan, was shot dead at the scene of the stabbings in 2015, and Ahmad sustained serious head injuries when he was hit by a car. As he lay bleeding on the ground, large crowds gathered to jeer and shout abuse at him. Were they together? They would be charged together in the United States. Sounds like the justice system in the U.S. First of all, the justice system in the United States is also fucking dog shit. Okay? But even within the confines of the justice system in the United States, there are legal standards for a 13-year-old. You cannot treat a 13-year-old this way. That's my point. Does that make sense? Like, a 13-year-old being an accessory to a crime still doesn't mean you can torture them, consider them a fucking terrorist, actually change the law specifically so you can keep them under indefinite detention, and then literally actually use the new law that you created specifically for this case to fit the indefinite detention, like the permanent detention on this person. The Israeli Supreme Court changed the fucking law so that you could consider 13-year-olds to also be terrorists. Like, they lowered the age of the standard. Okay? They lowered the age of what is considered a terrorist and then applied it to this case after they had changed the law. They lowered it from 14 to 12. Literally wrote a paper about this for law school classes. You cannot torture anyone in America while in police custody, which is a low bar. You know your criminal justice system is fucked when America is so much better than yours. Exactly. Okay? Exactly. You can't do that. You cannot do that to an adult. And you certainly cannot do that to a 13-year-old child. No parent present, no lawyer present, in need of medical attention, and you're fucking screaming at them. That's unacceptable. You can't fucking turn around and go, of all the teens you're going to defend in the world, you choose to defend the one who tried to stab a 13-year-old Jew. Ridiculous. It's the fucking standard that matters here. Okay? Here's the problem. Here is the problem. If Israel actually had a normal criminal process, a normal civil trial that you could go through, where there were legal standards applied to the Israeli children that also applied to the Palestinian children, where there was no occupation, this would be an entirely different conversation, okay? The very fact that Israel does not do that for Palestinians, no matter what age, changes the dynamic and turns it into, unironically, a kidnapping. You can get mad at that all day, every day. You can get mad at the fucking language being utilized there, but that is the truth. Because it is an apartheid regime. So if you want that standard to be applied, you have to fucking apply that standard back. If you want people to be normal and not correctly call kidnapping, then you have to apply legal standards. That's it. You can't do that. I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, Ahmed Manasrah deserved no treatment or no care or consideration under the criminal justice system. Certainly, if you're 13 years old, even if you're an accessory to a fucking stabbing, something has gone very wrong in that situation. But ultimately, there will be a level of detention, a level of apprehension, some kind of trial. The difference is, if you don't do that, if you don't do the proper ways of, if you don't go through the proper measures, then yeah, you're just kidnapping a 13-year-old. That's it. Doesn't matter. That's not how the law works. Okay? As you've said in the past, it is the responsibility of the state government to uphold the standard of care and justice when dealing with people accused and convicted of crimes across the board. Exactly. Exactly. Anyway, so why am I talking about this? Because every single person immediately ran with, dude, guess what? He was stabbing people. He was stabbing people. First of all, he was not. He was not. He was not stabbing people. Okay? You are just saying that because you want to justify it. Okay? That's all this is. You want to justify the unjustifiable circumstances by going, that's a terrorist, over and over again. So school shooters shouldn't be considered dangerous if they're under 14. You have to frame it correctly to make the argument. Wait, I never said that someone who was an accessory to a crime, no matter what age they are, is not going to present a level of danger. Of course they do. And the same thing goes for school shooters, except he wasn't a school shooter, okay? He's not a school shooter in the United States of America that is going to their school with a fucking automatic, or not an automatic weapon, sorry. Oh my God. I've gotten so used to making fun of gun guys, gun perverts, that I forgot. Just like I forgot the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. If you no longer want to see them, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free. I was about to say automatic rifle 15. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? Anyway, what is this? Doctor, oh no, you can't think of anything because autism, right? Where are they? What is this? Globalist doctor says, so school shooters should be considered. I straight up said there has to be a level of course, apprehension, detention in a situation like this. Okay? But yes, even a school shooter gets a fair trial in the United States of America. If they're injured, they have to get the proper medical care. That is how this works. That's what we talk about when we talk about how civilized we are and how not like different, how civilized we are and how we don't act in barbaric ways, even though our system, especially our criminal justice system, is still incredibly barbaric in comparison to many other contemporaries, many other OECD nations. But, you know, across the board, the criminal justice system in even those nations is usually engaging in things that are completely barbaric. But putting a child in fucking solitary confinement, refusing to give them proper medical care, screaming at them without a fucking lawyer or their parents present, these are all abject violations of international humanitarian law. You can't fucking do that. You just can't. You know? Yeah, even Nazi school shooters will get a fucking fair trial, and that is supposed to be that way, okay? No matter what your fifis say on the matter, I am a firm believer that, yes, the law should apply evenly. Okay? That is ridiculous. So if your immediate perspective is why we should destroy habeas corpus, because I believe this person is a 13-year-old terror baby, okay? You have to rethink your entire framework, your entire moral framework. What is leading you to feel like this? Because that anger and that resentment is causing you to behave in an irrational, illogical fashion. That is the entire purpose behind what international law requires you to get kids a lawyer. What international law requires you get kids a lawyer? International laws absolutely dictate what kind of apprehension you can engage with when it comes to children. Hold on, here I'll show you specifically. I mean, even if you don't have the international law, by the way, which there is clear-cut international laws surrounding this, which Israel violates regularly, I hope you understand, morality-wise, you're completely fucked. Very rarely do you ever have a perfect situation where a country is in its regular maintenance of an apartheid regime, both in violation of morality and also laws, international laws in general. Yeah. Ahmed Manasrah deserved due process in the United States. Ahmad's conduct almost certainly would have constituted at least assault with a deadly weapon, attempted assault with a deadly weapon. He also would have likely been sentenced as a juvenile and received a very light punishment in comparison to the nearly 10 years punishment he got. Regarding his schizophrenia, his lawyers would have tried their hardest to get him in a facility. They can't even do that in Israel. Exactly. It's fucking ridiculous. This is such a weird moment because it's like, we are currently in the pocket here of like me talking about criminal justice reform, which already triggers a lot of people and they lose their minds immediately. Even when we're talking about Americans in America, right? Because we are very draconian overall here in the United States of America. So the irony, of course, is that this is like perfectly Ameribrained. This is a perfectly Ameribrained story where like Americans would be absolutely on board with like torturing a fucking 13-year-old. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, what about if they killed your parents? Like, what about if they stabbed your friend? That's like the automatic response. And it's like, that's not how criminal justice works, man. You can't do that. Here, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the children's version from UNICEF. A child is any person under the age of 18, no discrimination, best interest of the child, making rights real, family guidance, hold on, where is it? Protection from sexual abuse, prevention of sale and trafficking, protection from exploitation, children in detention. Children who are accused of breaking the law should not be killed, tortured, treated cruelly, put in prison forever, or put in prison with adults. Prison should always be the last choice and only for the shortest possible time. Children in prison should have legal help and be able to stay in contact with their family. According to Universal Declaration of Human Rights, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. Similarly, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights asserts, everyone has the right to liberty and security of person. No one shall be subjected to the arbitrary arrest or detention. This general prohibition against arbitrary detention applies to children as well as adults. According to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, no child shall be deprived of his or her liberty unlawfully or arbitrarily. Furthermore, the convention states that children must be protected against all forms of discrimination or punishment on the basis of the status, activities, expressed opinions, or beliefs of their parents, legal guardians, or family members. In the context of child migration, the Committee on Rights of the Child has found, and this is like, then we get into migration. But America violates this regularly as well. The child detention was like literally a policy that all of these fucking liberals who now forget that were angry about. They were upset about that. That's one form of the same fucking principle. Yeah. Last resort and shortest possible time are why the U.S. is in violation of the CRC with regards to minor migrant detention and family separation. All of the fucking same liberals who have demonstrated that they have no fucking moral compass on the matter completely lost their minds. They've yelled at Donald Trump when he did it. They don't really care about it when Joe Biden does it. And They certainly do not give a shit and unironically defend it when it's Israel. It's ironic because a lot of people will accuse me of not having like a stable moral compass and like my guiding principle is just America bad. And that's just pure copium from haters because no, it's not necessarily just that America is bad. I have reasons as to why I say it. Okay? And in this circumstance, I'm applying the same exact principles that I apply in the United States of America. But because you can't fucking find out that there is like any inconsistency in my talking points and my point of view, you literally are demonstrating your own inconsistency, but you don't want to fucking recognize it in your brain. So you have to justify it by saying, well, he's a terrorist. So there's a different standard. Okay? America is how you earn income, lol. Yeah, dude, you're right. If I was in fucking Norway, I would not be able to do the same stream in Norway that I'm doing in the United States of America. Thank you. You're right. What a silly fucking argument. Also, I'm an American citizen. Suck my dick, okay? It is my God-given, legally protected right to say whatever the fuck I want about the United States of America, okay? I'm sick and tired of this fucking racist bullshit. I know it's like so completely seen as like normal to just go up to a dude and be like, if you don't like it, leave. Suck my dick, okay? Because I like it, I stay, okay? I'm not going to fucking tuck tail and leave. I think that America holds great promise. This is a consistent thing that I've talked about since day one. It is because I do love the promise of America that I believe that America could at least get out of the way of the rest of the world. America has all the wealth and prosperity to be able to treat its own citizens in a better way. Many of you that like when I talk about that sort of stuff don't like it when I talk about foreign policy because you don't want to apply that same standard to the rest of the world. It's ridiculous to say like, why don't you fucking leave? Like, you deserve, like, you owe America everything. It's like, yeah, dude, guess what? You're demonstrating once again that you fucking despise free speech personally. You just like it when it's defending the things that you care about, like hate speech or whatever. Okay? Who the fuck? What is the whole point of the First Amendment if I can't fucking sit here and criticize my goddamn government for its actions? When you say, oh, try that shit in a fucking different place, try that shit in a small town, try that shit in China, you are unironically saying you don't really like free speech. You don't really care for it. Okay? Go try that in China. It's like, I know I can't do that in China, dumbass. I know that. It's something that I'm heavily critical on. It's something that I actually do appreciate about the United States of America, as a matter of fact. I know that from firsthand experience. I'm from Turkey, after all. I've seen what no free speech does. Okay? You can, Lamau? No, I mean, there's obviously different... Guys, come on. There's different standards in different countries with respect to free speech. Okay? Just like in the United States of America, there have always been free speech restrictions that are purely political, okay? Shut the fuck up about the China bashing. No, it's not. It's not like a... This is just like a normal... This is totally a fucking normal take. Come on. America, in comparison to the rest of the world, even including the rest of the Western nations, has probably the broadest coverage of free speech protections, okay? Unfortunately, however, it has, time and time again, violated the First Amendment rights. The ironic part of this, of course, is like anti-BDS laws in 36 states. That is a clear-cut violation of the First Amendment rights. It is directly unconstitutional. America has violated First Amendment rights with its anti-communist acts from time to time. McCarthyism and the Red Scare was directly a violation of the First Amendment, but it didn't matter because it was against our ideological enemy and enemies, suspected ideological enemies. Okay? Whistleblowers, obviously, is another reason why it's fucking bullshit. But having said that, even in most circumstances, America's application of the First Amendment is definitely broader than many other nations. Certainly many other nations, including ones like Turkey that I am from. Okay? You never condemned the Chinese government? Yes, I have. What do you mean? I talked about fucking Xinjiang and the fucking cultural erasure, cultural genocide of Uyghurs. Like, what do you mean? This is you fucking literally listening to dumb Reddit perverts and thinking that I've never criticized China. One thing that I regularly talk about with respect to China is their lack of freedom of speech in comparison to a country like the United States of America, even though the United States of America also has like obvious violations of that same principle. Okay? Ridiculous. Oh, anyway, most people have a one-track mind. They can't fucking comprehend things that are more nuanced, okay? That's why so many people lose their fucking minds over like what I'm saying about China. When like I talk about good things that China has done as far as like even development goes, people lose their minds over it because they're like, no, you must say China is bad across the board. No, they're good things that every fucking government does, okay? Anyway. Ironic because I've also talked about America's one good thing in comparison to its European counterparts. Free speech. At least a broader application of free speech principles, despite many violations of those clear-cut free speech principles as well. How funny. If you look to Germany right now, you can't even say fucking from the river to the sea without getting arrested, okay? There was a lady that got fucking arrested. Bammy, you cowardly debate loser. Dude, that is so sad. my man, I love you, okay? I hope you get better. I hope you get better. Yes, I know, China, you can fucking criticize your local officials and shit. Shut up. It's not the same. I know that there's a complaint structure. The Chinese governance is actually really interesting, and I think we should probably do a whole day on that at one point. I do find it very, like, it's almost like the technocracy that I think a lot of liberals would actually come over if they could just, like, override their xenophobic tendencies. They would probably love, like, if they knew the operation at the local levels, especially at the municipalities in China, they would probably, like, all the orange-pilled fucking weirdos would probably be the biggest China simps on the planet. Like, I'm not even joking. Because they have like a very weird, they have like the most liberal social democracy, technocracy style of governance where they have like unironic efficiency metrics. Orange pilled is like all the sock them European social democrats. Yeah, it's so funny to think about. But, you know, obviously you can't have that fucking conversation. China is the most YIMBY country of all time. 100%. That is also true. Anyway. Those motherfuckers love their bureaucracy, okay? Holy shit, they love it. And they've figured out the most technocratic measures for efficiency. There is actual processes where you can like file complaints that do get heard. There's also like a voting mechanism. There's a voting process, like a voting mechanism that unironically that regularly, as far as I understand it. Artık koyabilirsin sokağa. Anyway, but when I talk about this stuff, people think like, "Oh, Hasan is dick riding China again." Here he is, dick riding China. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you what it looks like. Obviously, there's still, many faults and many failures in that structure as well. You know what blows people's minds when you tell them the average citizen in China has more representation? Every single group is guaranteed a rep. That's why you see those videos of 1,000 people at government buildings. No one in the West can imagine having pretty positive support for your government. So the people supporting their government in China is actually mind blowing. I know. There's a reason for that. People literally will go, that's a lie. And you must ask yourself where that comes from. Why do you immediately go, oh, according to a Harvard study conducted on the Chinese population, they demonstrably show better, more confidence in their fucking government than we do here in the United States of America. Americans look at that and go, that's literally because they're brainwashed. That's brainwashed. Like 1 billion people brainwashed, all of them. Okay? They're all brainwashed and they're all under an authoritarian rule, and that's why they can't say anything that deviates away from that. Except the real reason is because many of the older population has personally seen Chinese prosperity in action, so of course they're going to fucking feel very confident about it. What do you think is more likely? Billions of people being fucking brainwashed and fearful of their government, and that's why they lie to, pollsters. Okay? Or do you think, like, especially older populations have directly seen a major development happen over the course of the past fucking multiple decades, and their economic circumstances went from dire or abject poverty to actually fucking awesome and a competing world power? My roommates knew about Tiananmen. They just said it was shameful. Anyway, so however, having said all this, there are certain things that you can't say. And if you talk to, like, unironically, if you talk to Chinese people from China, they will tell you. That's the funniest part about it, is that, like, most people, for some weird reason, despite being one of the most populous nations on the fucking planet that literally travel to the United States regularly, no average American has ever, like, talked to a Chinese person, it seems, because they just have, like, this very weird attitude. It's like, bro, you can literally go there and see it. Okay, you can go there and see it. You could talk to a Chinese person and they will fucking tell you, yeah, there are certain things that you can't say. Okay, that's true. And I disagree with that form of governance. I don't think that that is appropriate. But it's not fucking North Korea. You can't just, like, lie about what's going on in China. And then when someone actually tells you what's going on in China, motherfuckers go, wow, you must be getting paid by the CCP. It's like, fucking holy shit. Yes, Theory, I know they suck. Did a good video visiting Chinese Paris and talking with a bunch of residents. Ludwig was saying that they were talking about the failure of Chinese Paris or something. China is incredible, dude. Not to mention, a lot of people will openly talk about shit in public. The online space is much more heavily regulated. To be fair, I was there in 2017. Anyway. Yeah. The same reason why people claim Cuban elections are rigged. 90% support a constitution that enshrines civil rights. That's impossible by U.S. duopoly standards. Anyway, going to a boarding school, the Chinese students did complain about online censorship, but nothing else. The U.S. pushes as a communist prop. Yeah, online censorship is very real in China. No one will tell you that that's not the case, okay? It is very, very, very real. And that is also incredibly damaging. I know this from my own fucking personal perspective of online censorship in Turkey, okay? It sucks. And it is something that we here in the West take for granted, okay? When you are a part of the imperial core, especially when you're in the United States of America, you 100% take that shit for granted. It's something as, like, stupid as not being able to fucking access porn immediately, okay? Like, something as stupid as that will genuinely, like, change your perspective, change your worldview, okay? I know I'm joking as, like, porn, but there's plenty more that is censored, obviously, in China. And that shit sucks. That shit sucks. And that's why I'm very fearful whenever, like, On the one hand, I understand that, like, you know, TikTok is worse than opium in the sense that, like, you can also engage in, like, a psyop if you wanted to. Okay? But also simultaneously, I do feel like Chris Murphy and the like talking about banning TikTok because they think that, like, people are too pro-Hamas or whatever the fuck they're saying is terrifying. And then there's shit like this, okay? Trisha's dad and brother are held on an exit ban in China. I mean, this is completely unacceptable. Like, this is what I mean. This is the type of shit. This is the type of shit that is just completely unacceptable. And they do it all. This is the type of stuff that happens all the time as well. The difference, of course, is that, like, criticizing this should be perfectly valid, perfectly appropriate. You should be able to criticize it. That's average government stuff? No, but it's like, it's shitty when we do it as well, guys. Come on. That's my point. To be fair, that almost happened to me and Shira in Australia. We were held up forever because of a weird middle name thing. I know, it's just, it's still bad. You know what I mean? All right. Yeah, but to think it's only a Chinese problem, it's not, as the American standard? Yes, 100%. All right. To be fair, you do have some China dick rider takes. One example, freely visit Tibet. No, foreigners need a permit and a minder, much like North Korea. Wait, what? We're lucky China isn't taking advantage of the Hamas attack. No, China doesn't have the military capacity to invade Taiwan. Blockade, yes. Invade, no. 3, diminishing language of the Uyghurs, re-education or genocide. Re-education or genocide. I've said what China did to the Uyghur population under the auspices of anti-terror activities, anti-separatist terror activities, was directly cultural genocide and Disneyfying their entire fucking, Disneyfying their entire culture, and putting them under mass surveillance around the clock. Completely unacceptable. As far as, like, freely visit Tibet goes, Tibet had been, even under the KMT rule, de facto under Chinese, like, governance, okay, as an autonomous region. The idea that, like, the Chinese Maoist militias did a bad thing is not something that I will ever. I'm not going to criticize that. You know what I mean? Yes, I think ending feudalism in Tibet was good. Straight up. It was. Especially if, like, the alternative was the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan feudalism continuing under British interests or under the KMT. What do you mean? As far as the Uyghur cultural genocide goes, I've talked about that quite a lot. I don't know what you mean by this. I don't know why you're saying this. I'm not saying Tibet was great before, but the cure in some ways isn't great either. I think every group of people legitimately have the right to self-governance, to have autonomy. I believe that fundamentally. It's a fundamental principle I believe in, okay? Why not end feudalism and also give them autonomy, though? Oh my. Okay. It's up to the Tibetan people, not the Dalai Lama, the Tibetan people in general. Okay? That's it. Tibet was never independent. They were always a Chinese vassal. If Tibet is an autonomous region, if Tibet is an autonomous region, I'd much rather have it not have feudalism and slavery. I think you have to compare where they were and they are now, and they're better off regardless of the legitimate criticism of how China governs the autonomous region. Sure. The other part of this conversation, that also like falls apart is when people come to me and they're like, dude, what are you going to do about Tibet? Okay. Like, what am I supposed to do about Tibet? I can't even do shit about America. I think it's pure copium to fucking cry and complain about like China's governance over Tibet without even understanding like the historical background of it. Call me an imperialist, but I think feudalism is bad. Yeah, I think it's like ridiculous. What do you want me to do? Fucking join the CIA and like liberate Tibet? Even the CIA gave up on liberating Tibet. What the fuck are you talking about? They literally I think it was under Richard Nixon, when Chinese normalization happened, they literally dropped the fucking operation. They left it hanging. And normally, as far as I've seen throughout American history, they usually don't necessarily care about the interests of the people in all of the countries that they end up meddling in the affairs of. Look at fucking Indonesia. Okay? So if the alternative is like, oppressive Chinese rule versus whatever fucking American fascist movement is, or whatever Western-backed fascist movement and militias are going to seize power, then yeah, I think like the situation comparatively is better overall. As far as personal autonomy goes, as far as like self-governance and personal autonomy goes, yeah, no, I think that people in Tibet deserve it. And if China doesn't do a good enough job of economically developing Tibet, then they 100% would revolt and should. Funny how none of these Reddit dudes bring up Hong Kong anymore. Kind of weird. I mean, yeah. Chatter is right. Your CIA arc is here. Just accept it. Yeah, I'm joining the CIA, boys, so that all of the fucking neoliberal NATO-backed dandies will stop chirping at me. Okay. What are your thoughts then on the South? The South wanted to break away and reform the Confederacy. It would be a form of self-governance then? No, obviously, I have talked about... listen to me. I'm not talking about like whether it was historically appropriate or not to fucking go into Tibet, because I do think it was appropriate, which is why a lot of people have fucking yelled at me over it. And I am the one who made the Confederacy argument. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're literally using my argument against me now. I'm the one who said Chinese liberation of Tibet from serfdom and feudalism and slavery was unironically similar to invading the South, if not even more than that, because like they literally were fighting alongside like the Chinese army at that point. The Maoist army at that point was unironically comprised of also Tibetan serfs as well. It wasn't just like they came in and fucking killed people. Anyway. I don't think the feudalism is clear cut. It might be Chinese propaganda. Okay, we're done talking about Tibet and China. We're done. No, we're not. We're not doing this. No. Stop. You're gonna link the like once we start getting to the fucking skinning of the slave practice was like abandoned, and it was actually substituted for like a less brutal practice in like 19 whatever the fuck. When you get to that point, you're like, that's, we have to stop. We have to stop with this. Getting tired equals owned. Yes, dude, I'm getting owned because I said that, because I'm not going to engage in apologia for and whitewashing of slavery and feudalism. Oh, debate did work. It's killing me. It's actually slowly rotting my core. We're done. Okay, we're moving on. I can't believe we got here from talking about Israel-Palestine, specifically talking about Israel-Palestine and the differences between like Palestinian hostages not being treated as hostages, even though they're technically kidnapped because they don't get due fucking process.
If we don't see a release in the next several hours, or if the release is not as satisfactory to the two sides as it could have been.
All right, Richard, I'll ask you to stand by. Let me go to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. What is the read right now from the White House, Monica?
Well, Lester, I can tell you a White House official confirms that this agreement has been reached to extend the truce between Israel and Hamas by at least these 2 days. This is something that the Biden administration had been working on actively, with the president making calls all weekend long. We know he spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, and they specifically discussed this possibility, with the U.S. pushing for this extension.
Oh, my God. Hey, man, I'm pretty sure I agree with you on this, but isn't this whole they had cruel slavery and barbarous shit, so we got to invade what's used for a lot of colonial justification stuff? Oh, my God. Okay. The post hoc rationalizations of invading, like, the Aztecs or whatever, invading in Latin American countries before they were Latin American countries, and the Western colonialist arguments are not applicable in a circumstance where you are literally ending slavery and then not reinstituting it. Okay, the issue with what the Western colonialist powers did, the issue was they went in, they said that there were barbaric practices, okay, like cannibalism, for example, but that was a post hoc rationalization. They didn't give a fuck about that anyway. Okay, there was never a reason to care about that. They care about the land and they care about enslaving a population. And also, on top of that, they engaged in way worse systematized practices of slavery. Okay? That's the difference. There is a difference between good things and bad things. Okay? There is a difference. You can look at a situation and go, well, honestly, if we're going to be analyzing this evenly, yes, ending the wholesale institution of slavery and feudalism and then not re-implementing it in a different structure is a good thing, okay? Claiming that you are going in post hoc, by the way, not even like the direct rationalization, to tame the barbaric monsters that are doing cannibalism, so that you can tame them by what? Cutting their fucking hands, raping all the population, and basically extracting all of their natural resources, and then reinstituting caste structures and like brutal social hierarchies. You should kill yourself. Okay, thanks, man. That's it. This is what will cause me to do it. Check out this diagram of your stun lock. Hasan talking about kidnapped children of the West Bank. It's against international law. Law even applies in the USA. USA can be bad. China have some bad, but some good. Chatter brings up Tibet. Chatter defends Tibetan feudalism. Hasan gets back on the rails. Swoogity bird derails again. Back in derailment. I know. The only thing that will get me out of this is the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Literally just Google what King Leopold II did at Congo. Exactly. There's a reason why nobody wants to compare it to the abolition of slavery and the Civil War. because that is a much better comparison that you can make, but people don't want to make that comparison because that's a good comparison that favors, the Chinese side technically, because it's truthful. So everybody always immediately goes, well, what if it was totally different and they were like, colonial subjects themselves? What if the Chinese form of governance in Tibet also reinstituted slavery, even though it didn't? Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. The Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. All right, let's continue.
With the hopes of getting more hostages released. Of course, that first American, the dual is...
Thank you, the man from the ether, for the 10 gifted subs. Hellbender for the 5 gifted subs. The Raging Hoppa for the 10 gifted subs as well.
Israeli-American citizen released yesterday. That 4-year-old girl, Abigail Adan, who turned 4 in captivity on Friday after her parents were murdered by Hamas, and she was taken hostage for 50 days before being released yesterday back to some of her family members in Israel. That is the first American to be released and returned. It is unclear whether there will be more Americans released on a potential list today. That is something the White House is still tracking very closely, monitoring to see if it will be possible. But now, given this extension, they will likely also point to the fact that that could now happen tomorrow or in the coming days. But they have talked about this in such a fluid and active manner. They don't want to get ahead of any of these very fragile negotiations because they don't want to derail anything, because the slightest hiccup can do that before getting back on track. But the president said very clearly yesterday that he will not rest until all of the hostages can be released, including, again, something like 9 more Americans potentially. But there are questions, Lester, about whether all of those Americans are being held by Hamas or potentially by other groups and how that could work to release them. But we know behind the scenes here, White House officials have been a very active part of the negotiations. They continue really hour by hour to be a part of these discussions to see how long this extension can go. The U.S. hope is that it can continue beyond the 2 days.
Members of my distant family were kidnapped by Hamas were released this weekend. I'm so happy. Congratulations, Chatter. I'm glad that you're distant.
But they really have told me they're going to take this one day at a time.
Thanks for watching.
So there is like some misinfo going around. Like, listen, guys, calling balls and strikes here. I don't know how much emphasis I'm going to place on a personally handwritten letter by a kidnapped, a kidnapped person. I'm going to wait for more clarification. Okay. I know that a lot of people immediately rush to situations like this to be like, well, this is like humanizing Hamas militants. There are certain circumstances where like that's perfectly valid, but I don't know what the I don't know what the validity of this is. Okay, we can read it, but it doesn't matter what you say. The haters are fuming. Yeah, I know that regardless of my assessment of this, people will probably still say that I'm like 100% lapping this up, but yeah, this is more important in my opinion than the actual the letters. No need for leftists to jump on it. If it may be wrong, we have plenty of evidence and truth supporting our side. Yes. Anyway, where was I? What were we talking about? Oh, the clip chimps are going to have a field day with his reading. I mean, it doesn't matter. Fuck those guys. Okay. Hamas official says truth extension is good news, urges end of war. So there is some misinformation going around, which I will clarify. But as far as the misrepresentation of like the prisoners on the Israeli side versus the hostages on the Hamas side, okay, to wrap that part of the conversation up, I will bring back, what was it? The Israeli account like posted this saying that this woman was a mass stabber or something. Let me see if I can find the fucking tweet. Like, this person, what was their crime? Being Jewish. This person, what was their crime? Stabbing people, and that's why we had to apprehend them. Okay? You realize it's going to end badly no matter who thinks who's right? What? Yes, I do. I do think that. And also the regular maintenance of the apartheid is also bad across the board regardless. I hope you understand that. Hold on. It's bad already. 14,000 people dead. More than 14,000. Where the fuck is the Israeli post? Does anyone know? Does anyone have that post? Can you guys find it? No, not the suicide bomber one. I saw it this morning. It was like the official Israeli account. No, not that one. Mirisha, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh, here, this is the one, right? Fatima Shaheen. No, this is not the one. That's not even the one. They've been posting this like nonstop. This is like what they've been doing. They've been posting nonstop. Saying that like one's a stabber. No, not this one. The one with like where they compare the lady to a baby. Like, oh, here, this one. Marapa here. Her crime, stabbing. Raz and Aviv Asher, their only crime, being Jewish. And it's like, they keep doing this for every single person, right? And then they posted this as well. Here's a breakdown of all the crimes committed by the Palestinian prisoners who will be released as a part of the agreement to bring our hostages. 62.8% terror attacks, including shooting, stabbing, explosives, and more. 14.4 terror attempts. 11.1 terrorist contact. 11.7 others. This is a fucking disgusting way to cover this shit. This is not true. The reason why I talked about Ahmed Manasrah, which is an edge case, certainly, okay, the tip of the fucking iceberg in many instances, is because what is factored in as like terror attacks is literally throwing a fucking rock as a child. What is factored in as terrorist contact is unironically suspicion that you are talking to someone that has been branded as a terrorist by the Israeli government. Okay? That is fucking insane. This is why you cannot look at a fucking apartheid regime and their unlawful misconduct upon an entire population of people that they occupy and the military tribunal structure that they have where there's a 99% conviction rate and go, yeah, this is totally valid. I can't believe how many fucking terrorists Israel is releasing. If you are in any way, shape, or form a believer in these numbers, you are the biggest dupe of all time. Okay? It's also ridiculous because, like, look at this. There's terror attempts, too. You will lose your mind if you continue to argue their delusional logic and lies. I mean, the way that all of this works, ironically, is no different than how anti-Semitism works. It's just Islamophobia. It's a different bigotry, right? So, yeah, if you are hopped up on bigotry, on like maximal levels of bigotry, you are going to agree with this. You'll be like, yeah, they're Arab, they're scary. Yeah, I think so. Okay? Yeah, I think it's perfectly valid. Yeah, no, I think they are all terrorists. Okay? Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. I don't know if their data includes administrative holding of Palestinians law. No, it does. You do administrative detention on all of these people. I don't know how Israel's so bad at PR, man. Like, how can you pose like a 4chan user as a whole ass country? Justifying holding kids for their whole childhood is insane. How can Zionists feel that it's justifiable is insane. It is because you have to have a steady maintenance of racist agitprop against Arabs, against Palestinians, against Muslims in general, which America has certainly fucking played a role in its own population's continued interest in advocating for the war on terror that was a unjustifiable failure that was massively devastating to the entire region of the Middle East, to the entire Islamic world in general. Okay? So that is the reason, that is why so many people immediately go, dude, these guys are fucking villains, dude. They're all terrorists. They're all terrorists. They're all terrorists. No habeas corpus. They're all terrorists. It's fucked up. It's completely fucked up. If you want people to look at your national security concerns seriously, then don't fucking maintain an apartheid structure. Okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. Why the fuck would I ever take what you're saying seriously if you lie all the fucking time and you also are like repeating incredibly racist fucking narratives? Now here it is. There's no equivalence. Israeli babies and children, grandmother are kidnapped from their homes. Palestinian female terrorists stabbed innocent civilians attempting to murder Israelis. Is Maraba here like a different one? I think it might be a different one. Oh yeah, no, it is the one. It is the fucking one where she was stabbed, or she was shot 12 times in the fucking arm. She's the one who got shot up at a bus stop. She never stabbed anyone. They found a fucking knife in her bag, which is understandable to have a fucking knife in your bag, dude. What do you mean? That's like a universal thing. It's a universal thing to have as a woman. The fuck? Why would a woman ever have a knife in their bag? Like, oh, they must have wanted to go on a fucking stabbing spree. Yeah, she was 16 years old. This fucking gross, disgusting, perverted ass, fucking stupid ass, 4chan Nazi ass, goddamn official state account. Razan Aviv Shahir, Asher, their only crime being Jewish. Marah Bahir, her crime, stabbing. Ridiculous. This is true. Their crime is not being Jewish, but yes, they are apprehended and held hostage by militants for nothing that they did, okay? They're babies. That's ridiculous, okay? Totally ridiculous. But to turn around and say, this is totally fucking valid, look at this terrorist, is insane. She was 16 years old at a bus stop when a settler accused her of wanting to stab people, okay? That's all it took for the Israeli occupying force to shoot her 12 times in the fucking arm, permanently damaging her arm. They apprehended her. They stripped her naked. They humiliated her. And now the Israeli government still says, oh, she stabbed innocent civilians. Yeah. It's ridiculous, dude. It's so nasty. It's so fucking nasty. And if you do not have the framework to understand how insanely racist this country is across the board with its occupation, with its apartheid, if you don't want to fucking believe that it's an apartheid to begin with, okay, then yeah. That's what you're going to do. You're going to look at the situation and go, yeah, no, totally. I think it's valid. This is a terrorist. They're brown after all. You know, she's brown. She's Muslim. Dude, there's a video from the incident in the CCTV that shows the soldiers throwing the knife next to her. Wait, what? I thought she had a knife in her bag. I've never seen that video. It doesn't matter. Even if she had a knife in her bag, it doesn't matter. It's like fucking ridiculous to be like, oh, she's going to do a knife attack. That's why we had to shoot her 12 times as a 16-year-old, strip her naked, not find a fucking knife at all. Her hands are completely, she puts her hands up and she still gets shot 10 to 12 times. Survives it and then is placed in fucking jail for 8 years. You think that's valid? That's a fucking kidnapping. And yeah, I will say this much. The structure in which this person was kidnapped for the crime of being Palestinian in occupied territory that she has every right to be there, for the illegal occupation, the belligerent occupation has no right to be there, and the mistreatment of her through this supposedly legal structure is literally worse. It's worse than anything that the Hamas guys have done to their hostages. This does not make the hostage taking of children appropriate. It does not. But Israel cannot even abide by standards that you would put towards a fucking militant faction that is violently resisting against an occupation and sometimes engages in acts of terror. That's insane. There's no moral equivalence here in this structure, but even if you were to apply moral equivalence, Israel loses. That's crazy to me. That's what's crazy. So in order to justify this, you have to literally in your mind just be like, no, they're terrorists, dog. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. Oh my God, they're terrorists. Please, please, please just always assume they're terrorists. They're terrorists. I promise, bro. I promise, bro. They're terrorists, bro. Okay? Please, bro, believe me, bro. Believe me, they're terrorists. Anyway. Now, here is the testimony of Israeli hostages that have begun to emerge. They literally fucking apologize the way that they cover the Yoshaved Lifshitz story, I think, in this one. They entered a very long tunnel, many kilometers, some of them on bikes with Hamas men, others on foot. And this probably towards the area of Khan Yunis Hospital. And there, most of the time, were held together. They were said they were not harmed, they were not tortured, there was not much food. We saw they lost some weight. Hamas tried to provide their needed medications every day. Some days medications could not be provided, but Hamas tried to provide the medications every day. But couldn't always succeed at that. They said most of them were held together, holding meetings and lectures, telling each other stories, doing activities, and because they were all held together, this gave them the strength to keep going underground. Some of them heard on the radio inside the tunnels about their relatives who died on Saturday. על קרובי משפחה שלהם שנרצחו בשבת השחורה. חלקן לא ידעו וקיבלו את הבשורה אתמול בערב. Others were told yesterday that some of their family members died on that day. They didn't know their family members had died. מהמשפחה נרצח בשבת הזאת, אבל רוב הקהילה הזאת עברה למקום אחד, ובסך הכל הם מתארות תנאים סבירים שהם קיבלו שם מבחינת אנשי החמאס, אוכל תרופות ולא יחס אלים או התעללות כזו או אחרת. Of the interesting facts you told us, they were from the kibbutz. They kept their daily routine even there. There were lectures and joint activities. And this helped them stay strong because they were all together. Oh God, I can't wait for him to fucking chime in. Oh dude, he is about to say the most racist shit. Every time I see a fucking clip of this dude, he is saying the most insane shit, okay? Wait, and here we should say that many of us... Oh, no, not him. And here we should say that many of us that attacked Yoshaved Lifshitz, she exactly said the same things, but received very bad treatment from us. They accused her of causing a PR disaster. They accused her of lying for the sake of her husband. They accused of her being brainwashed by Hamas. Yet every word she said was the truth. And the released hostages now say the same thing. because they were all held together. Now, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me, okay? Saying the truth in this situation doesn't change the reality, okay? It's still fucked up. I mean, yeah, obviously. Obviously, it's fucked up to hold people hostage, okay? And I've talked about this already quite a bit. Elon News says, I mentioned this yesterday, but I don't get why some people online are somehow surprised by the treatment and others are using this as propaganda to suggest are somehow Hamas are humanitarians. If they died, it would negate the whole point of them being hostages. Did people expect them to be tortured? Yes, they did. They did expect them to be tortured and raped. You want to know why? Because that is the fucking propaganda from Israel. The dad that was literally like, it's so much better that my daughter died. I'm so happy that my fucking daughter died. Because if she would have been held by Hamas, she'd be fucking raped and tortured every fucking day. Turns out she's alive, by the way. But the point is, yes, that is how propaganda works. Because yes, you have to say that like Hamas has no rational principle. They're just operating on pure virile anti-Semitism. They don't even have like any sort of emancipatory need. People yelled at me when I said, guys, like this is an act of terror, okay? An act of terror, certainly. The majority of the people that were killed on October 7th were civilians. And yes, that was in the hands of Palestinian militants, okay? I said all of that. But then I would turn around and say, what was the goal? Well, the goal from their perspective, we only have their perspective to rely on in this situation, was to get as many hostages as possible, take down IDF positions, take a bunch of hostages and run back into fucking Gaza so they can do a hostage swap. And when I mentioned that, oh, did I say virile? Virulent. Sorry. Not virile. That's so funny. I said virile. Yeah. Okay. And people yelled at me. They were like, no, Hasan, it's pure anti-Semitism. It's pure anti-Semitism. That's the reason why they're operating like this. Okay? But that is the problem of being misinformed. If you're fucking misinformed and the way that you are operating on 100%, like your motivations rely exclusively on people not behaving in a rational manner, but instead in an irrational manner where they're just like hopped up on hatred. Okay? Then yeah, you're going to be like shocked in this situation. And I had to defend it over and over again as to what the reasons why they were treating the hostages, with the utmost care. I brought it up. I told you why. Why the fuck wouldn't they? You think it's easy to just like go in and do a military operation? Yeah, people don't understand. Al-Qassam, in their eyes, acts as a rational actor. Exactly. Of course. Their methods are what is at fault here. Maybe their own personal like worldview beyond that. But the fucking idea that these guys are not like a militant faction that literally trained for this exact opportunity from their perspective and went in and literally took hostages specifically so they could fucking rape them is like psychotic. You're so stupid. It also doesn't correspond to what they did on October 7th inside of Israel, where they killed a lot of civilians. You know what I mean? Like they did do that. They killed majority civilians in Israel proper. Okay? That's what they did. So why the fuck did they also take the time out to take hostages? Like that's insane. Here's the one Israeli leftist slash kind of HasanAbi head. She's in the chat every now and then talking about the situation. I don't know why anyone's surprised about the Israeli hostages thank you letter or thought the videos were scripted. The vast majority of people from that Hamas took from the kibbutzim are leftists, don't hate Palestinians, and on top of that would do anything to make Bibi look bad. I wrote a little thread on why torturing hostages is a tactic used by organizations with more power than sense, and why Hamas is the Hamas's MO is the opposite, given their material conditions, ideology, and the fact that they never beat up Gilad Shalit once in 5 years, despite him being an IDF soldier. Okay? I don't know if this letter is correct or accurate, but of course Hamas didn't fucking mistreat the hostages. They literally held them to a higher standard than the Palestinian civilians at that point, because they are a bargaining chip. So if you literally thought this entire time that, like, these guys 100% were going to, like, they stole these people so they can rape them, you're fucking psycho. Why the fuck would they do that? Like, you're a psycho. You're insane. This doesn't mean what they did is appropriate, permissible, morally just, or anything like that. But why the fuck would they ever take hostages and then kill them? This is why I talked about it over and over again. Like, that is, in my opinion, kind of projection from the Israeli side too, or even from the American onlookers. That, like, because we are the power players in that circumstance, we do kidnap people and fucking torture them. So obviously, the other party on the other side would do such a thing as well. They must. No, man, they know what they're working with. They know. Why would they fucking kill the hostages when the hostages are their bargaining chip to release Palestinians held under indefinite detention? So Israel, in my opinion, created the fucking groundwork here to look like gigantic assholes again, to look like they're lying again by consistently attributing malice, like, across the board, just ridiculous hatred and anti-Semitism, calling Hamas ISIS over and over and over again, and now they have to negotiate with ISIS. Now they're successfully facilitating a negotiation with ISIS, with Hamas. So what happened? Are they negotiating with ISIS? Which, by the way, al-Nusra, Israel has no problem with, for the record. Just want to point that out. So if they were Salafists, maybe they would have a better time with the IDF, okay? Hamas is ISIS. Hamas is ISIS. Of course it's not ISIS. You don't know anything if you think Hamas is ISIS. Don't act like it's just optics. So many mistells today. Is your brain good right now? Yes, it's good. Hamas is asses. Doesn't ISIS hate Hamas, Hezbollah, and Ansarallah? Yes, they do. Yes, of course. Hamas and ISIS have fought one another. ISIS's goals are entirely different. Anyone that makes that comparison is relying on most people being just fucking insanely racist, okay? That's it. That's it. Hamas would never exist if there was no need for resistance, okay? ISIS's interests in the region have never been to resist against Western imperialism. After all, they were manufactured through Western imperialism. They were funded and facilitated through Western imperialist vassal states, okay? The idea that they are not like a destabilizing force that the CIA wanted in that area and like fucking moves from place to place, as a matter of fact, regularly, is ridiculous. That comparison is so stupid, and it immediately demonstrates your lack of knowledge. However, when you make that comparison between a violent fundamentalist Islamist and sometimes violent militia force that was built out of a resistance to an occupation that has gone on for 75 fucking years, making that conflation between that and a fucking CIA operation overall in the region that only has like colonial interest, even though they are a militia force, so it's very different than a Salafist colonialist movement, okay, is ridiculous. Question mark sometimes? Yes, I say sometimes because Hamas also has civil governance duties, okay? People don't want to compare it to the IRA because they're Muslim. Exactly. I'll tell you a very simple answer. Are you ready? Not everything that Hamas militants, even Al-Qassam, for example, does is an act of terror. You want to know why? For example, right now. Right now, what Hamas is doing when they are in a defensive position inside of Gaza against an occupying force is not an act of terror. You can fucking cry about it all day. Okay? You can cry about it all day. You could say they're terrorists, they're terrorists, they're terrorists. No, they're not. Not when they're inside of Gaza. Not when they're fighting against an occupying force that is indiscriminately bombing. Not when they're fighting against a belligerent occupier. Not only are they no longer engaging in acts of terror, they are unironically doing something that is legally permissible. Okay? 100%. You might not want to agree with that, but that is absolutely correct. Yes. They are a spontaneous militia that is organized on the boundaries of defense against an occupying force. ISIS are Kharijiites, not Salafis. Okay, sorry. So we yapping now. Yeah, we're yapping, dude. It's Yap Central. I'm speaking Japanese fluently. So, wait, so Hamas's first terror attack was October 7th, 2002 suicide bombing attacks? Wait, what? When did I say this first thing? When did I ever say that? Did I ever say that? Why did you act like I said that? Not once did I ever say that. Of course, suicide bombing attacks against civilian positions is an act of terror. What do you mean? I would never in a million years say that that's not the case. Of course it is. Why did you make that up, though? Why is it that you find yourself unironically shadowboxing against things that I didn't say instead of listening to what I have to say? Are you too afraid of like legitimately agreeing with me? It sounded like you were saying they weren't a terror organization. I said Hamas is an Islamist fundamentalist, violent resistance movement that would not exist if Israel's occupation did not persist. Israel is a belligerent occupier, and Hamas and its prominence that has only increased over the course of many, many years has not been out of the hatred, the anti-Semitism that people hold in their hearts and whatever the fuck people claim it is, especially if you understand Palestinian history at all, okay? If you understand Palestinian history at all, if you understand the peace process, the quote-unquote peace process, and what violent movements in the past have done and how they've changed their structure, changed their strategies, and actually tried to negotiate with Israel and what they got as a consequence of that negotiation and how that created a more violent militia force that actually started gaining more prominence. Still never as popular as like the PLO was or Yasser Arafat was in the beginning of the peace process, which demonstrates that obviously Palestinians have historically always been on board with peace, especially since 1967, I would say. The idea that these guys or the Palestinian population as a whole has not been moved towards the arms of Hamas's actions, okay, or any kind of violent resistance against Israel over the course of the past 3 decades, okay, and how that is entirely up to Israel is just objectively the truth, okay? Palestinians, and even now, Hamas is still nowhere near as broadly popular and has ever had a governing mandate that the PLO did the first time around, the first elections. But even then, Israel fucked it up because they were arrogant and because their interests were to consistently expand to the West Bank, to make the occupation worse and worse for Palestinians. Okay? That is how Israel propped up Hamas. That is how Israel propped up. Don't call it Hamas. Call it anything else. Any kind of violent resistance, any kind of reactionary movement that says we are going to violently resist against the Israeli occupation is, of course, going to gain prominence if there's no other avenues, if there's no other alternatives. When there's no other way to... Wait, what is this? Someone said, bro, chat is crazy. I usually have the time to watch some of the YouTube vids, but whenever I tune into the live stream, I'm dumbfounded by some people in the chat. Well, understand that this is a much longer and much more convoluted process when I'm live streaming. And that's why we cut it down so that it's like the juiciest parts and the best parts, really. Here.
We went to the Jenin refugee camp to speak to...
Someone said this guy was Al-Qassam, but I told you guys this guy was a Jenin brigade guy. And I was wrong. He's not, and I believed you guys when you said he's Al-Qassam, but he's a Jenin brigade guy.
Resistance fighters like him were the main target of Israel's recent military assault on
This is the guy that, this is the bodybuilder who was crying.
It's biggest in the occupied West Bank for 20 years.
هو فشلوا انهم بدهم يعملوا اقتحام واسع ويعتقلوا اكبر عدد من المطاردين ويتم قتل اللي هو اللي راح يواجههم اللي هو اكبر عدد برضه من المطاردين. هذا الشيء فشلوا 100%.
He says he used to be a gym trainer, but life under Israeli occupation made him change course.
اكثر شغله اثرت فيه اللي هو استشهاد صاحبي. من ناس تاريخ استشهاده بجزء 2013 استشهد. اثر فيه كثير يعني. احنا اللي عايشين مع اسرائيل واحنا بنقدر نقدر شو هي اسرائيل شو بدها. اسرائيل بدها كل فلسطين وبدها تقتل الشعب الفلسطيني وتشرده وبدها ايانا نبقى عبيد عندها. احنا نقاوم الاحتلال. مستحيل اسرائيل تعمل لنا حل ثاني غير المقاومه، انه حل سياسي او انه في هدنه او سلام. مستحيل. هسه لو تجيبي كل السلام اللي بالعالم تحطيه بدولة اسرائيل راح تلاقيهم ثاني يوم بيعملوا مستوطنات، ثاني يوم بقتلوا، ثاني يوم بيأسروا. يعني بيأسروا نسوان وبنات صغار وشباب صغار اشبال. ما هو احنا اللي بتطلب منا الشعب كله يكون ضد اسرائيل مش بس السلطه.
He says his dream is to see Palestine free so he can lead a regular life.
أعيش حياتي الطبيعية وبطش وبروح على البحر وبعمل كل اللي أنا نفسي فيه، كل اللي أنا بدي إياه. إذا ولا طبيعة فلسطين بتجنن يعني، وأنا من الناس اللي بحب أروح وأواجه على الطبيعة، على الجبال وعلى البحر.
Okay, so my question.
Okay. Oh my God. His badge says Qassam, not Jenin. But the badge he says Al-Qassam. So why is Al Jazeera saying they're Jenin, a member of the Jenin brigades? What is this? Who's not being who's saying some dumb shit? Aren't the Jenin brigades multiple groups like the Lions then? Yeah. There are, I mean, I didn't know personally that the Al-Qassam operated inside of the Jenin brigades as well. I thought that there's the what is the Fatah one? I think, is that the Lions one? There's a unity of all resistance. Literally all the groups collaborate. The PFLP army, the PFLP gets arms from Iran. Yeah. Oh, here, this is another thing I was going to talk about. What dumbassery exposed? Where is it? I want to know what the fucking guy said. Anyway, this is while 2 women were arrested in the UK for holding a sign in Arabic. The cops asked them to translate the sign. They did. The cops couldn't verify because they didn't have a translator, so they arrested them. Is this real?
2 women were pulled over by officers and asked to translate their banners.
The best translation would be, who will roll up the sleeves for heaven?
But without an independent interpreter on the ground, police asked the women to wait.
This is...
I don't know if they know this, but like you have Google Translate as an application on your phone, you dumb fuck. God damn it. Police are so stupid, dude. Across the board, fucking baboons, dude. Oh my God.
An example of the difficult balancing act police have, allowing free speech, but not allowing anything that incites hatred or promotes terrorism. After several minutes of confusion, they arrested them.
You're under arrest on suspicion in section 4A religious...
You're under arrest for suspicion of inciting hatred because it's Arabic, yeah? Islamic law, yeah?
Section 4A, aggravated public order.
How can you arrest us?
Why would writing something in Arabic cause a suspicion of supporting terrorism?
Something you don't know what it means, though.
They were taken to a police station for questioning. Back on the main march, demonstrators said protests will continue until there's a permanent ceasefire, not just a temporary halt to the fighting.
It's a pause, it's not a ceasefire. We want Israel to stop bombing.
That's insane, brother. I thought I didn't watch this. I only saw the tweet. I didn't realize it was like a full-blown news broadcast, for the record. I did not realize that that's what the fuck they were on right now, okay? Oh, also, yeah, speaking of translations or mistranslations rather, the BBC went fucking nutty with it. I don't know what happened there. Does anyone have the actual video, the original video of the BBC with their off the cuff translation? Because Response Christ Translation reported a released Palestinian prisoner in Arabic that Israel says that Israel held him in cold without electricity, sprayed us with pepper spray, left us to die. She never mentioned Hamas or a word like it, yet BBC translated to, no one helped us, only Hamas cared. We love them very much. For the record, I just want to point something out here. There is certainly a Palestinian woman, if I'm not mistaken, that did unironically say those words, okay? That like, yes, I want to thank Hamas for I want to thank Hamas for releasing us, right? It is fucking nutty, however, that the BBC just straight up slapped this insane mistranslation. The Israelis came at 10 in the morning and told us there was a deal. We were suffering from difficult circumstances and tear gas was fired at us. We were wearing head covers all the time. The situation was humiliating and included psychological torture. In addition to cutting off the electricity for the prisoners, we were suffering from the cold without the electricity, and no one helped us. Only Hamas cared. By the way, she's not even saying Hamas anywhere here.
ما حدا بورك ولا حدا صاروا مسكر علينا قطفوا علينا الكهرباء جميع حكونا نموت برد في لما اجت الشتويه رشونا بالفلفل وهربوا وخلونا نموت هناك جوا السجن اجوا على العصر الصبح. The BBC respondent said it was an editing error. So for the record, the original translation was inaccurate due to the editing. It is now updated a longer version of the video, which does include references to Hamas. So I don't know if this was the lady. That said, but I did see a video of someone saying, "Thank God for Hamas," or saying like, "Thank God for everyone that fucking worked hard to get us out of prison when we were under indefinite detention. Here's the actual translation. This is so insane how BBC manipulated the narrative. I mean, we saw that. We saw the actual translation. Nobody helps or supports. They've imprisoned us for a month. As winter came, they cut off the electricity. We almost died from the cold weather. And then BBC translation is, and no one helped us. Only Hamas cared. Those who felt our suffering and thank them very much. The correct translation, after she says, they sprayed us with pepper spray and left us dying in prison, and we love them very much. For the record, there's nothing wrong with, from her perspective of like, saying these are the people that got me out. It's important to understand for many of you here in the Western world how Hamas gains more power and more prominence, okay? And what their actions look like to Palestinian people. I think it's important. Anyway, okay, so something very strange has happened here. The BBC took down a video of the released prisoner Sarah El-Suwaisa due to an incorrect translation that falsely claims she expressed gratitude to Hamas. You could say that there was an error in the editing process. This translation by Respond Crisis shows a difference in what was said and what was translated. It's a huge difference that points out a really serious mistranslation. The quote on Hamas helped is still on the BBC website. However, what makes it weirder, Sarah did actually say she was proud of Hamas and loved them to a video on Al Jazeera. The video is here. Oh, this is the video I saw. Yes, I did see this video. Yeah, she does. I've seen this video. I thought this was a different woman. Okay. I have seen this video where she literally says, I thank the resistance. She says something along the lines of like, I'm thanking Hamas for taking me out of prison. Even if the extended version is real, the BBC only wanted to showcase thanking Hamas part and leave out the torture part. But it's fucking nutty. This girl is from my hometown. Really? Wait, really? I can't tell if you're joking. Brother, I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. If I'm in perma jail under an occupying force that has like probably killed my fucking family members, I don't give a fuck who takes me out of that prison, okay? After however many years that I've been there, under indefinite detention for no fucking real valid reason. Are you joking, dude? Oh my God. 1,000,000%. I'm gonna be like, whoever took me out of here, I love you, okay? I love you. You're fucking great. What do you mean? What do you think? I'm gonna fucking tone police a person who has been held as a prisoner indefinitely? I don't know what she did personally, but we already described this. We already described this to you, okay? 10,000 people are currently held in 10,000 Palestinians are currently held under indefinite detention in Israeli prison systems, okay? They do not get due process. Very rarely do they get due process. If they commit crimes, obviously, in Israel proper, then there is like a civil governance aspect to it. But other than that, they're apprehended by an occupying force. There's no like real habeas corpus being applied to them. They are denied their human rights. And they're placed under indefinite detention, under suspicion or with secret evidence, with no legal recourse. And half of these people are fucking teenagers too. Get the hell out of here, dude. In that situation, whoever the fuck takes me out of there, I'm like, yeah, that's great. I might not agree with you all the time, but I agree with you here. Thank you. Ridiculous. Yeah, I would be sucking their dicks, dude. I'd be literally fucking out there being like, listen, thank you. Like, I've thought about this before. Like, this is such a stupid thing to say, but like, and it most likely would not happen, but let's say I go to fucking prison, okay? Let's say I get arrested when I'm in a foreign country. Let's say I go to Turkey and I'm thrown in Silivri for all of the egregious things that I've said about Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Okay, I finally go there. And then the American government under Donald Trump or under Joe Brandon takes me out of that prison. I'm throating him, okay? I'm throating him. I'm the throat goat. I'm going to be like, Mr. Orange Man, I love you, okay? Orange Man bad? How about Orange Man good? Thank you for taking me out of fucking prison, dog. That's awesome, okay? I don't give a shit. What, are you kidding me? I might not agree with anything else you've done, but this I agree with. Okay? I would suck Brandon's dick so fucking hard, he would die from the pleasure, okay? Chelsea, I have zero bad things to say about Obama. Interesting. Yeah, I would fucking give him the Nancy Reagan. You know what I mean? Get ready to go viral on Twitter for that. I'm just saying, dude. If I'm fucking unlawfully thrown in jail, by the Turkish government, and then Joe Brandon takes me out of prison, dude, I am literally auto blowing him. Okay, automatic blowjob. Yet another circumstance where, hey, guess what, dude? You don't want fucking Hamas to gain prominence, dude? Well, how about no occupation? It all goes back to the same thing. I repeat over and over and over and over again every single goddamn day here because it's the truth. Anyway, so somehow the BBC appeared to have taken the sentiment and some of the words from the Al Jazeera video and inserted it into their video, unless there was a longer unedited video of the BBC where Sarah said it too. So TLDR, Sarah did thank Hamas, and she's proud of them, but not in the BBC video they posted, which was translated incorrectly for some unknown reason, but one they appear to claim was an editing issue. Anyway, so I didn't realize it was the same person, but I have seen both of these videos, and I talked about it when it first came out, where I was like, I think it was on Saturday when I was live. I talked about how, like, yeah, some of the people are fucking hugging and kissing and praising fucking Hamas, being like, Al-Qassam, you are the best brigade of all time. Yeah, of course they're saying that. Why the fuck wouldn't they say that? They just got freedom. What do you mean? Yeah, that's normal. Okay? Finally, even normies are coming to this conclusion. Was watching Asma's stream and he surprisingly has similar takes? Yeah. Anyway, pro-Israel propagandists who haven't lived under decades of brutal apartheid and occupation seem to think thanking Hamas is some sort of wild revelation. Of course, they will use it to try and underscore the argument made even by the German press that all Palestinian prisoners, captives are terrorists versus all Israeli hostages are innocent civilians, a dangerous and dehumanizing narrative. Yeah. Yeah, they're like, they run with this and they go, well, they said praise Hamas. Like, tone policing victims of colonial violence, dude. Colonial subjugation. Like, 17th century shit, okay? Things that back then, we praise motherfuckers, our ancestors, for, like, chopping off the heads of you know, monarchs and shit. All of a sudden, when it's like, in 2023, we look at that and we go, I can't believe these guys literally are violently begging to resist against the fucking apartheid regime. It's like, what are you fucking kidding me? Of course they are, dumbass. The fuck are you saying? Bad luck, sweaty. Guess my fucking conditional, my conditional defense of your emancipation and your freedom was on the boundaries of, like, who you end up saying is your salvation. Like, what's the argument? What is this? Like, oh, if 100% of Palestinians support Hamas, then all of a sudden it's totally valid to do the apartheid? What do you mean? How did so many people support Hamas to begin with? This is why I've talked so much about the history, about how in 1988 they were like a marginal fucking sliver. They were nothing. And then in 2023, they are the only game in town. How did that happen? So stupid. So stupid. It is far more disturbing that people would uncritically approve of the draconian sentencing of the military courts and an occupying force that tries minors for throwing stones than try to understand the words of someone subject to that system and occupation But hey, it's 2023. But that is precisely the reason why people are shocked oftentimes, and it has like this weird negative polarization that occurs when they see like Hamas not behaving like barbaric, monstrous villains, okay? but instead like rational actors, like their treatment of the fucking hostages. Yeah, Israel can do whatever the fuck they want as far as like torturous conditions that they subject these children to, okay? Because they are the occupying power. They get support from America. That's why they don't care about the fucking optics. Because many of you don't even look at the optics. Okay? You don't even care about what Israel does because you think, well, it's valid. It's the state actor. You're conditioned. You're primed into believing that, of course, in a situation where you have a violent militia of, scary Muslim guys versus a state, okay? A state in your mind that is comprised of people like your neighbors. You know what I mean? Like they're westernized. They're westernized. Many of them speak English. Some of them literally live in America from time to time or live in the Western world from time to time. So like in your mind, you think like Israel, just like me for real, Hamas, just like ISIS for real. It's that simple. So when you think about it and you don't ascribe any kind of fucking rationale to the way that a violent fundamentalist militancy operates under an apartheid regime, you are shocked and you end up finding yourself negatively polarized. That's how you get to the fucking maybe Osama bin Laden was right dumbassery on TikTok. Because, yeah, no, of course, like, the Arab world isn't comprised of fucking violent, barbaric monsters that are just bloodthirsty, okay? Yeah, no, there's rationale applied at every step of the way. That's why I talked about fucking the Nazis, too. The most violent contemporary example of, like, a system of death and destruction, okay? They had their reasons. They were not correct. The reasons were incorrect. They were made up, okay? They were made up, but they still had their reasons. So what the fuck? Are you going to be like, oh, maybe the Nazis were right? Like, you're not going to do that, right? You have to understand, are the reasons correct or not? And ultimately, when all is said and done, when it comes down to it, do you think an apartheid is appropriate or do you think an apartheid is not appropriate? That is the question you must ask yourself. I do not believe an apartheid regime is appropriate. I don't. Okay? I don't. I look to Israel's reasons for why they must maintain an apartheid regime. Their demographic fears about a right to return is a non-starter because demographically we would not be able to have a Jewish supremacist nation. Everybody else gets one. Why can't we? It's not a good enough reason to permanently destroy the lives of millions of people. You cannot do that. That is inappropriate. That is unjustifiable. It is not morally permissible. And the copium that you engage with is so funny when you go, Muslim countries are so welcoming and full of hospitality. First of all, they are, you dumb fuck. They are. They absolutely are, you stupid idiot. If you knew anything about Islam or if you knew anything about Muslim countries, you would never say such fucking stupid, barbaric, Islamophobic nonsense. Okay? They are. Dumbass. Oh, never mind. I thought you were fucking saying it sarcastically. I'm so primed into seeing Islamophobia in the chat that I thought you were fucking saying that sarcastically. My brain has been broken from all of the Islamophobia that I mainline, that I don't even assume that people fucking actually are saying it unironically anymore, especially when you're a gray name. I apologize for popping off on you. I am the stupid one. I thought you were being sarcastic. Anyway, listen. Listen to me, okay? Misfire, 1 day off, by the way. I mean, yeah, it's going to happen. So, having said that, okay, as far as what we were talking about, with respect to violent resistance against an occupation, when all is said and done, you have to look at what is morally appropriate and what is not morally appropriate. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Inappropriate. Now, of course, you have the methods to avoid said ad by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe. Adnan TTK, thank you for the 5. Get the subs allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Dude, I have an ingrown hair inside of my nose. Is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It's killing me slowly but surely. It's been like annoying me for like 3 days now, but I don't even know if it's an ingrown hair because it like made my entire nose red yesterday, and the other parts of my nose also hurt. So then I was thinking like maybe it's a bug bite inside of my nostril. Yeah, it is a pimple. What? Homospicious. Speaking of hospitality, thank you for hosting us today. And crew. What is this? I don't know what you're talking about. It's a gay pride speech in the 60s. Brain rot cuts both ways. Children and teens locked up as political prisoners. 2K in administrative detention. I don't know what that means. I tried to fucking pull it out with tweezers. I think I have one at like outside. I think I have one outside of my nose too. It's like weird. Anyway. Yeah, it's a vaccine injury. Okay. Have you ever done a collab with Majority Report? I have. I love Sam. And yes, I would love to do another collab with Majority Report. But yeah. Regarding the Houthi anti-ship ballistic missile attack yesterday on the Gulf of Aden. Oh yeah, I saw this shit. This is like, yeah. U.S. officials now assess that the target of the 2 Houthi ballistic missiles fired Sunday was more likely the MV Central Park, an Israeli-linked vessel, and less likely the USS Mason based on trajectory of the missiles. According to U.S. officials, only one of the 2 ballistic missiles splashed down in the ocean, 10 nautical miles from the USS Mason and 5 miles from the MV Central Park. The second ballistic missile blew up midair, according to 2 well-placed U.S. officials. Yesterday, they were saying that the Houthis were trying to fucking lob missiles at U.S. carriers, an act of severe escalation on the Houthi side, in my opinion. Turns out that was not the case. They are not at that level at this point. No. Or U.S. destroyer, not a carrier, sorry. I would not rule it out. I'm just saying these motherfuckers are crazy. They're crazy. They do get nutty with it. Okay? The Houthis, you can call them many things. But when they make a promise, they deliver on said promise. Might not agree with their actions. But they got really good music videos. And when they say they're going to do something, they do it. Okay? They are men of their word, for sure. Honestly though, I don't know how the fuck they did this. Like I've never seen a glow up. I've never seen a glow up going from being victims of genocide by the American-backed Saudi regime and blockade, subsequent blockade and relentless bombing campaign. The fact that they turned that around and literally started lobbing missiles at Israel, taking over fucking ships after saying that they were going to do that. I mean, it's wild. They bootstrapped themselves pretty fucking aggressively. You know? Some real underdog hours, in my opinion. The Houthis actually attacked this exact ship in 2016 with anti-ship cruise missiles. USS Mason fired 3 missiles to defend from Yemen cruise missiles attack. Correction. In previous posts, this was used used the incorrect name for one of the U.S. missiles used in the engagement on Sunday. The missile is the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile, not the Enhanced Sea Sparrow missile. Ugh, I hate it when they get that wrong. I mean, they did get funding from Iran, not full bootstrap. Brother, what do you mean? It doesn't matter. Yeah, of course, they got a backer in the field, certainly. Okay, but think about it. 250,000 dead, minimum, okay, by conservative estimates. They are literally under full blockade. They're starving. They're dying. There's a relentless bombing campaign happening with American weapons, okay? They're fucking lasering school buses and shit with our weapons. And they go 1 year out from that, they go from that to being like, we step on the American and Israeli flag. We shit on you. Okay? We shit on you. We will fight you tooth and nail. Don't matter. It's crazy. Anyway, just like a startup, they need investment capital. Exactly. Seed funding, dude. They went through seed funding. Oh, this was funny, too. This is another Yemen update. I mean, they got kids, dude. This is like literally more than 10,000 Yemeni troops marching along Yemen's northern border in solidarity with Palestine and the people of Gaza. Yemen is pressuring Saudi Arabia to allow its soldiers to pass through. I will say their fucking PR is out of control. And actually out of control. No shot the Saudis let him pass? Fuck no. Of course not, dude. Are you kidding me? First of all, that's also kind of stupid. What are they going to do? March through the entirety of Saudi Arabia to get to fucking Israel? That would be psychotic. Okay? I literally presented that as a joke originally. But to be fair, I also made fun of the Houthis quite a bit in the beginning, demonstrating my lack of knowledge over the grit that they demonstrate. I did not believe in Ansarullah. I did not believe in the Houthis. I said, what are they going to do, a six-front war with Yemen? Okay, what are they going to do, march through Saudi Arabia? Turns out they literally want to do that. That's insane. Sana'a to Tel Aviv is 821 hours walking. Bro, what is happening here? Was like they just got, I mean, their fucking military is like, sure, when you have your own country or an entire nation that you control, like you have some level of like air support, I guess. But god damn, look at their forces. They're so diminished, dude. The Taliban is more kitted up than these guys. Is wild. Well, especially after America pulled out. Holy shit. But like, but then you have these guys who are just like straight up just normies, you know?
They're off the good cot, the fucking thing that they chew on. This track is a banger. I want more foreign action movie stuff like RRR. So yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia's not gonna fucking allow them to cross through, obviously, and also them crossing through would be ridiculous in general. The kick in that track was so beefy, I kind of want to sample it. Anyway, they literally got nothing. So I don't know how the fuck they're doing what they're doing. Like I said, big glow up overall. Just a reminder, as fucking sick as their music videos and propaganda are, they are no doubt anti-Semitic. Their insignia / logo straight says "Cursed are the Jews." Yeah, that's like they need to do a little bit of optics for sure. I agree. Anti-Semitism in the region is synonymous with Israel, unfortunately. This is why I've talked about about the devastating impact of what anti-Semitism looks like in the Islamic world as a direct consequence of many people in a very anti-Semitic way thinking that like Israel is Jewish land and conflating Israel's actions with Jewish people across the board. They actually used a loophole in Yemeni law 15 years ago to allow free speech to use that anti-Semitic logo. Check their wiki page. Wait, what? Did you miss the parts where one of the hostages of Hamas fed them chickpeas and hummus with pita bread? Which is why saying Zionism associating with itself with Judaism is itself promoting anti-Semitism. Yeah. What would be an example of that similar realm of thinking, but in the West? The dynamic is greatly different, but I guess like it would be if Americans like hated all Islam due to Saudi Arabia, which is what they say, except when you are the oppressive force in the region, you have to, it's like Israel's Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment. It has to be learned because they are the occupying power. So they have to literally reinforce it over and over again, right? When you are the occupying power, when you're the dominant power, it's like white supremacist attitudes in America. You have to literally teach your next of kin white supremacist attitudes, right? You have to teach people to be Islamophobic. Because if you don't know what the fuck Islam is or what Muslims are, you're just like, yeah, they're brown. I don't really understand it, right? So it's never, in my opinion, it's never the same when you are in some way, shape, or form the oppressed group rather than the oppressor group. It's still unacceptable, but to defeat one is much easier than to defeat the other. This is very Western-centric. Yeah, kind of. I'm trying to directly compare it to the West. So here's how this works, right? There's this attitude in the Reconstruction era. There was this like fear that black people that were recently liberated would just like hate white people and want to kill them. That didn't actually end up happening. What ended up happening was those fears became super prominent. Those unjustifiable fears became super prominent and was weaponized in a way to reinforce the racial pecking order with terrorism, with acts of white supremacist terror, the Ku Klux Klan, right? That is why the racism of the dominant force or the Islamophobia of Israel is not the same as the anti-Semitism of
Palestinians, for example. Because you have to understand this from the perspective of solving the bigotry, right? Solving the bigotry is what is the major goal here. You don't want Palestinians to be anti-Semitic. You don't want Israelis to be anti-Islamophobic, Islamophobic or anti-Arab in general. In order to solve one is very different than the other. That's why the root cause of that hatred is very important. One's resistance manifests itself in anti-Semitism. Okay, not to say that they're like doing it as a form of resistance. Obviously, I'm saying that it's still immoral and wrong. But in order to understand where it comes from, you have to look to what the starting point is. You have to look to the historical reference points of anti-Semitism in the Muslim world in general. Right? And the reason why that distinction is the reason why that distinction changes things and is important to understand is because the solutions are different. I wonder if Mizrahi Jews are less hateful or more. Oh, brother, Mizrahi Jews in Israel are, not to say that all Mizrahi Jews are this way, but yes, they are. The Mizrahi Jews in Israel are, Itamar Ben Gvir is a Mizrahi Jew. They're Arab. They're Arab Jews. Yes, Arab Jews are way more reactionary in many instances. You give people way too much credit. Most people don't even know what they think. No shot you can change hate on a large scale. Yes, you can. You're wrong. Because if your hatred is born out of your material conditions that you're subjected to by an oppressive force that has put a Star of David on a flag and claims that they're doing this at the behest of Judaism, then once that oppressive entity no longer exists in the way that it has historically, then you have no reason. You have no reason to fucking hate. So yeah, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Okay? That's it. People always want to live peacefully alongside one another. The idea that our normal conditions are waging war is wrong. Look at Europe. These motherfuckers have killed each other while fucking each other's cousins for hundreds of years, and look at them now. Look at the free trade and open border structure that Europe has created under the European Union. You would never even think that these guys, for longer parts of their history, have fought one another and fucked each other's cousins and their own cousins at the same time. Okay? For far longer have European powers fought one another in gruesome territorial wars than they have actually collaborated with one another peacefully. But you don't even think about that. I mean, dude, World War II. That wasn't that long ago. Knowing a lot about the persecution of Jews globally throughout history is pretty enlightening in this regard. The West loves talking about how uniquely anti-Semitic the Middle East is, but it's because of global persecution of Jews, including in the West, that the state of Israel was sought out at the expense of Palestinian lives, and only after World War II did the West become mostly denazified themselves, and in some instances they didn't, like in Western Germany, they literally did not. So, and then very shortly after World War II, they renazified most of those places under NATO expansion in Western Europe as a cudgel, as a way to fight back against the more oppressive and scary force of communism, a specter that was haunting Europe. Anyway, and of course, when you don't properly denazify, when material conditions worsen, those reactionary forces will come back into power.
Recent news that the ceasefire has been extended for 2 days. Let's speak to Ghazi Hamid now.
I think it's actually quite similar to how Americans have become Islamophobic due to, in part, their war on terror, conflating a state enemy with the people that make up that enemy state. Yeah, except you have to understand, one is unjustifiable hatred that you must invoke upon a population, specifically so they justify further unjustifiable actions, like acts of war, like the war on terror. That's why I talk about like the quote unquote hatred that black people feel towards white people in America. Most black people don't feel hatred towards white people, but black people understandably hate white supremacy, right? The manifestation of that hatred might come across in maybe a black person every now and then calling a white person a honky or a cracker or whatever. But like ultimately, it's not the same as a white person hating a black person in the United States of America and calling them the N-word. Why is it not the same? Because we live under a white supremacist structure. And the hatred that black people feel towards white supremacist institutions and white supremacy in general is not learned through schooling like the way that the Republicans suggest it is, like CRT is the reason why black people learn to hate white people. That's not how that works. Black people learn to hate white supremacy by existing under a white supremacist structure, right? That's how they learn it. They learn it by existing in it. They learn it the first time a cop treats them like they're a full-blown adult when they're 13 years old. Okay? Treats them like a black man, as a matter of fact, not just an adult, but a black adult. That's when they learn it. They don't have to go to school to learn to hate white supremacy. They learn it by living in it, right? And the same structure exists in this circumstance for Palestinians. They learn to hate Israel. Some of the manifestations of that hatred might come across as anti-Semitic, and some of it is anti-Semitic, for the record, because Israel is also conflating these actions with Judaism, as though they're doing it at the behest of Judaism, when it's not. It's not at the behest of Judaism at all, right? But Palestinians don't need to go to UNRWA schools in the way that Israel claims to learn to hate Israel, okay? That is pure projection from the Israeli side, because Israelis do need to learn to hate the Palestinians, because if they don't, they're the occupying force. People are going to go, what the fuck are we doing here? Why are we treating these guys like this? Oh, we're treating them because they have to be ruthlessly slaughtered or at least subjugated, humiliated on a daily fucking basis, because if they don't, then they're going to take over our lands because they're barbarians. They're barbaric. They hate Jews, by the way. But the difference is, of course, like, obviously, Israel's demographics are very different. I'm not saying, like, Israel is white, okay? Because they're not. They have millions of Arab Jews that live inside of Israel. Whiteness, in this sense, is the political term of whiteness, the in-group with power, right? So, yes, the in-group with power in the Israeli situation are, of course, Israeli Jews. Anyway.
He's a member of the Hamas Political Bureau. A warm welcome to you. Firstly, let me start by asking you why Hamas has agreed to continue this ceasefire for a further 2 days. What was it about negotiations that led to this decision?
You know, this is not a new thing, because this was written in the document or the agreement. And it said that if Hamas give more hostages and more captives, there will be more days of the ceasefire. And now I think along the 4 days we have communication with...
Israel is a Jewish supremacist state, not a white one? Yes, I know that. Israel is a Jewish ethno-state founded on Jewish supremacist principles and maintains a Jewish supremacist apartheid regime 100%. That is literally that is the maintenance of the Israeli apartheid regime, 100%. It's not a white one. That's why I said whiteness in this concept is whiteness as a political tool, okay? That's the true definition of whiteness, by the way, and how it's applied in the United States of America either, because 50 years ago, many of the people that are classified as white, including Jews, as a matter of fact, Ashkenazi Jews, who are white, okay, would not be considered fucking white. Or not, maybe not 50, but like 100 years ago. 100 years ago. So when we talk about whiteness in this perspective, we're not talking about like how pale someone's skin is, okay? We're talking about whiteness as a political concept.
With the Qatari, with the Egyptians, and I think many countries are interested now to extend the ceasefire, different countries, and we have seen different statements that they support the achieving of the ceasefire. And I think now, maybe before an hour, I think we have agreed to give more hostages and to extend the ceasefire for 2 days. I think this is good news for our people and especially for people in Gaza. They will breathe more, they will rest more in Gaza Strip. They can return gradually to the normal life. I hope we can extend until we reach to the end of this war and aggression in our people in Gaza.
So you're suggesting that this could be the start of a continued ceasefire, at least, or a decision to hold off fighting indefinitely. Is that what you're suggesting here?
Yeah, I think we are working in this issue with different paths. We want to stop the war and the aggression on our people. But as I said, now we are in the temporary ceasefire. We are trying to extend it from time to time until we reach to the end of the war. I think there is big support from the Qatari government and the Egyptian government and even Western government. They want the ceasefire to stop and to allow for political solution and to end the aggression and to end this catastrophe in people in Gaza. I hope that there will be a will from the international community to continue to exert more pressure on Israel to end the occupation and to end this catastrophe on the Palestinians.
Mr. Hamid, what more assurances have you been given to enable you to potentially extend the ceasefire beyond these 2 days, to keep going incrementally?
I think now the position of Qatar and Egypt and even different paths, I think they will give good guarantees for and I can say that in the previous 4 days, I think we succeeded to implement the agreement. Maybe we are not so satisfied 100%, but because there is some violation from the Israeli side regarding the prisoners, regarding the assistance, regarding even some military activities in Gaza Strip. But I think we succeeded to move easily and to achieve the agreement or to implement agreement on the ground. I think we will see the same mechanism in the same way that for the exchange of the prisoner and hostages, and also to abide to the ceasefire on the ground, to stop all the military activities. So I think it will move maybe like in the last 4 days.
Can you give us a sense of who the remaining captives are? Are there more women? Are there more children to keep this exchange, to keep this transfer of captives going?
I think we are working now in preparing the lists of the hostages and the prisoners. We are working day and night on this. I think we have some good team who are working in this issue. I hope that maybe tonight we will finish everything.
Okay, Ghazi Hamid, a member of Hamas Political Bureau, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Today is the last full day of the 4-day temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, and we want to get you right up to date on the hostage from prisoner exchange. Dozens of Israeli hostages and more than 100 Palestinian prisoners returned home over the weekend. One more exchange is planned for later today before the pause in the fighting is set to expire. Now, this latest group of hostages to be released includes the first American...
Are you surprised CNN is starting to cover this conflict in this light instead of TikTok? No, I'm not surprised. This is literally... There's a couple things that are happening here. One, the violence is unimaginable, and it would completely eviscerate what remaining crumb of legitimacy mainstream media has, corporate media has, in the eyes of the broader public. An entire generation will be lost. An entire generation is probably lost forever, regardless. But they still have to maintain a fucking semblance of credibility. So they, after tens of thousands of murders, they have to literally go like, okay, maybe it's a light ethnic cleansing. Okay? So that's important. That's important to recognize. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is something that I like to call the Palestine-Ohio equation, or the Palestine-Ohio conundrum. What do I mean by this? So there's a place called Palestine in Ohio. This is not a double entendre, by the way. It's ironic that it's like, it's important. It's ironic that it's like also called it's also called Palestine, right? East Palestine, Ohio. There are 1,000 plus train derailments that occur every year to varying degrees. There's a reason why the media doesn't cover it. One, because they're corporate backed, sure, but also because it's such a commonplace phenomena that they just never really cover it. In East Palestine, the train derailment also occurred in a very visible manner. Okay? It happened in a way that was impossible to avoid. Everybody saw it. Massive clouds in the aftermath of the derailment as they were trying to rid the toxic gases. Everybody saw it. Everyone was fearful. Okay? The media didn't cover it for weeks, or at least 1 week the media didn't cover it. So then TikTok started circulating both conspiracies and also very valid coverage of the matter. I covered it as well. If you remember, independent outlets started covering it way more frequently until the media was forced to cover the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. Okay? So that is the secondary reason as to why the media is covering Palestine and Palestinian issues from this perspective. Because a lot of independent media is all over this stuff. Okay? They're nonstop covering it. So if you want to fucking genuinely... If you want to genuinely maintain your legitimacy, you have to also, cover this conflict from a broader perspective. That's it. That's it. I like how Israel Prime Minister Menachem Begin was on the UK terrorism list. Then he won the Nobel Prize of Peace. Yeah, well, he was only on the UK terrorism list because he fucking killed 91 people or played a role in the King David hotel bombing. He would never be on the UK terrorism list for killing Arabs, okay? It's like what the TikTok executive said. They're not intentionally pushing Palestine. Young people just really care about the issue. Yep. Exactly. TikTok, with its algorithm-backed, I guess, hyper-democratic process to a fault, in my opinion, where you can easily manipulate the platform and the algorithm, creates... I got a rec from a random YouTuber about you, and it ended up being a video in support of Israel. Yes, brother. Most of the criticisms against me nowadays is going to be simply shielded as a way to just say that you support Israel, but you can't say you support Israel because it's not fashionable for younger generations. If you're an online commentator, you can't openly come out and be like, I love Israel. I think they should kill as many fucking Palestinians as possible. So you'll just go after someone who is a very prominent figure that is in support of Palestinians unconditionally. So they're too pussy to fucking say, I love genocide and I support it. So they'll just position themselves against someone who is saying, I don't like genocide and I don't support it. I don't think Israel should do genocide. Well, unless you're a particular commentator who openly called for the genocide of Palestinians, as a matter of fact, before he knew anything about the conflict whatsoever. But that's a different
American thing. To be freed. A little 4-year-old girl, her name is Abigail. We talked to her relatives here in the studio last week. Holly Williams is at the hospital near Tel Aviv where Abigail is recuperating. Holly, it was such great news to hear that Abigail and other hostages have been released. But of course, we're still thinking about the others that are still being held. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. After more than 50 days in captivity, Abigail...
Sweden news have not gotten the memo. They're now calling Greta Thunberg girl Hitler. Dude, Europe is out of control because Europeans fucking despise Muslims. I would say even more than Americans do somehow. Maybe because they were the ones who, in their opinion or in their eyes, saw the worst consequences, especially if you have supremacist attitudes. Worst consequences of America's war on terror because all of the refugees that were able to escape their displacement came to Europe rather than America for the most part. There's a couple different reasons, okay? One, because Europeans are insanely racist, okay? Insanely racist. And two, they translated all of their, or they used immigration and refugees and, Muslim refugees specifically as the perfect red herring to shift your attention away from the material conditions worsening in European social democracies over the course of the past couple of years. And basically that's like, it pops off. Like anti-Islam pops off super hard in Europe. That's what it is. The leader of the second most popular party in Sweden, the neo-Nazi party, literally called for tearing down mosques in Sweden like 2 days ago. Hello, Geert Wilders, the Dutch Nazi, the Dutch neo-Nazi, straight up won on a ticket that where he said the exact same thing. Geert Wilders. I'm not saying his name right.
Aylmore Edan is apparently tired and has been asking to see her brother.
What the fuck's going on?
Brother and sister, who both survived the massacre.
Abigail Moore Edan, a dual US-Israeli citizen, turned 4 while she was held hostage. After both her parents were killed in the October 7th attacks, she ran to a neighbor's house only to be kidnapped by Hamas.
So happy that she came back.
It's so fucking sad.
Batia Holin was a neighbor of Abigail's family and told us Abigail and her granddaughter were best friends.
I don't know if she knows that she had no more father and mother.
So far, the temporary ceasefire is holding, and Palestinians are taking stock of the destruction wreaked by Israeli airstrikes and fighting. Israel's held up its end of the hostage deal, releasing 117 Palestinian prisoners so far, many of them teenagers. There were celebrations on the streets of the West Bank to welcome them home, where some waved the green flag of Hamas. Here in Israel, child hostages have been returned to their parents, including 9-year-old Emily Hand, who was initially thought to have been killed. And this is the moment Ohad Munder spotted his father. 6 members of Shira Havron's family were released on Saturday, including her aunt and 3 cousins.
There's no words, I think, invented to explain this feeling, but it was such an uplifting moment and so emotional, and it was a miracle, like a miracle.
85-year-old Yafa Adair was freed on Friday night. She was last seen being paraded through the streets of Gaza on a golf cart stolen from her kibbutz.
You know, they say a lot of jokes about the Jewish grandma, but there isn't a tougher material in the world.
Like the rest of Israel, Yifat Zayla told us she's watched the hostage releases with excitement and relief, but she has mixed emotions.
I'm really jealous. I'm really jealous.
Jealous because she's still waiting for her cousin Shiri and Shiri's 2 children, 4-year-old Ariel and 10-month-old Kafir. They were kidnapped from the small farming community of Kibbutz Nir Oz.
It's torture. It is torture. Why wait? It's obvious they're keeping the baby to the end.
Why do you say that?
Those little redhead babies became sort of a symbol, and Hamas knows that. They can ask for a bigger price, they can ask for whatever they want. They know how much we want that baby back.
The 4-day ceasefire is due to end tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock local time. Israel says it's willing to extend the ceasefire by 1 extra day for every 10 more hostages that Hamas releases. And this morning, Hamas told us that it also wants to extend the pause in fire.
Guys, I mean, if my fucking family members are held by Hamas militants, like I'm gonna fucking say some shit that you might consider unhinged too. Come on. Like, Jesus Christ, you're judging a person whose like child is fucking apprehended.
fighting. Gail.
Holly Williams, thank you, reporting outside of Tel Aviv.
We're going to begin this hour.
Like, it's like that dad, right? The dad who was like, oh my God, like Hamas is a fate worse than death. Like, they're going to fucking rape and kill my daughter. Like, I'm so glad that she's dead. It's like, yeah, that dude fucking thinks that because he's racist, right? Obviously. And he can't think critically in that situation. But you're not expecting him to make a fucking rational decision in that moment. You know what I mean? His fucking daughter is, in his mind, dead. It's like ridiculous to fucking look at that and be like, yeah, dude. I know that guy got his daughter back. I know. But like, don't expect him to be rational anyway, especially if he's like, he's already a victim of Islamophobic propaganda to begin with. And then also all of his Islamophobic propaganda that he's seen his whole life is now all of a sudden justified on October 7 in his mind. He's like, oh my God, these guys are fucking, I knew it. They're barbaric, violent monsters. Wait, really? He got his daughter back? Yeah, he did. His daughter wasn't dead. They were wrong. The Israeli authorities thought that she was dead.
With the exchange of prisoners held in Israel for hostages held by Hamas. And a notable part of this story, the massive celebrations that took place in the West Bank as Palestinian prisoners and security detainees who were returned over the weekend got a hero's welcome in many cases. It's estimated that some 8,000 additional detainees and convicted criminals remain inside Israeli jails, and a motivation for Hamas to extend this ceasefire and release.
That's insane, bro. Convicted criminals, Israeli jails. Every time a new crime of the Israeli occupation is revealed to the Western world, I always think in my mind, like, surely this will open up the conversation for people to go, wait a minute, Israeli criminals that are criminals under Israeli occupation, like they're 13. How does that work? Right? And then the media does the thing that it always does and totally fucking frames it in a way where it's like permissible and justifiable and expected. And then I go, oh, that's why people don't ask those questions. Because why would you? If you're 48 years old and you've trusted the media your whole fucking life, especially if you're a liberal, right? And the trusted source in media, CBS Mornings, is telling you, you know, these are convicted criminals, you know, that have done crimes, unimaginable crimes. You're one step removed from calling them fucking terrorists at that point, which is like what the Israeli media calls them. Yeah, you're gonna go, yeah, well, I trust Gail. Yeah, in Gail I trust. So they must be convicted criminals. This is hard upkeep, though. Something to consider. It's hard. It's hard to maintain this. It's hard to maintain this mentality.
More hostages is its own effort to bring more Palestinians out of prison. MTS Tayyab met with one of the younger Palestinians released by Israel and one of those given a hero's welcome home.
Rarely do the streets of the Israeli-occupied West Bank look like this. Scenes of massive celebrations at the release of Palestinian prisoners, mainly women and children. So far, a total of 117 have been freed as part of the deal between Israel and Hamas, including these teenage boys who were given a hero's welcome.
The Israeli military warned Palestinians not to celebrate the return of these prisoners, but it's a warning they've clearly defied.
But in East Jerusalem, Israeli forces moved in to crack down on the celebrations by surrounding the homes of several released prisoners. Israel says the minors it's releasing as part of the truce are terrorists. But Palestinian leaders say they're just children, held for what other countries would regard as civil disobedience offenses, like attending protests.
It's 100% true.
The plight of prisoners is a deeply felt issue for Palestinians. According to a recent UN report, around 1/5 of the population of 5 million has spent time in Israeli jails. Among those released is Nourhan Awad. She was 16 years old when she was arrested in 2015 for the attempted stabbing of an Israeli man. Now 24, she denies the charges. But like many Palestinian minors facing Israel's military court system that the UN says has a near...
Yeah, how fucked up, dude. How fucked up she attacked an innocent man. It's just like, yeah, I mean, within the context, you look at that. I mean, I don't know what her within the context of like what happens under the occupation and how this fucking lack of due process works. I mean, you can't go around trying to stab people. Brother, this is literally not a normal situation, okay? It's not a normal situation at all. What the fuck are you talking about? In Hebron, they literally have fucking built nets, okay? They've built fences on top of their fucking normal walkways. In the West Bank, in many parts, they have built fucking metal fences on top of their walkways. Why? She stabbed the man and then denied it, shaking my head. She did not. You're doing it. You're doing it. You're fucking doing it. Once again, you're doing it without even fucking thinking about the situation at all. Why, for example, why do they have these metal fences, these nets on top of like areas where people walk through? Okay? Why? They have it because people fucking dump their shit on top of them, on top of the Palestinians that are walking. Yeah, they throw plastic bags filled with urine or acid. They throw stones, breaking Palestinian cars or hurting children. And they do so with the protection of the Israeli occupation troops who watch the attacks on their guard towers. If you don't understand the everyday existence of Palestinians in the West Bank that are being brutalized, that have no legal recourse, that are being brutalized by settlers on a regular fucking basis in the most barbaric fashion, then you go at it and you go, wait, what do you mean? In a civil society, you can't just like stab someone. Because it's not a civil society. It's not a democracy. You're surrounded by literal fucking terrorists, dude. You're surrounded by terrorists. The settlers are the terrorists. The Israeli occupying force is the terrorist. Do you have no right to self-defense? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Of course, under the Israeli military court system, they don't have a right to self-defense. Yeah, they have a truck outfitted with a water cannon that literally shoots gray matter, or like a sewage at people's homes in the West Bank to try and evict them. They shoot them with sewage water, like their houses, on a daily basis. It's like the cruelty is fucking insane, dude.
What you just watched was the Israeli government shooting sewage at Palestinian homes in the West Bank. Yes, sewage. Human piss and shit. They outfit their sewage trucks with these like water guns to make this task even easier. And you may be asking why.
Yeah, you'd be like, dude, Israel is so ruthless with its occupation that I know I'm repeating myself, but like, if you didn't know, when you find out something new about like another gross, inhumane aspect of the occupation, it's so ruthless, it's so barbaric that you go, oh, dude, come on, that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy. Like, it is perfectly understandable that if you don't know anything about how Israel conducts its apartheid, if you don't know that Israel is an apartheid regime to even begin with, you look at the situation and you literally think like, oh, come on, bro, you're being a little anti-Semitic right now. Like, that's crazy. You mean to tell me that the Israeli government is shooting piss and shit at like using and shooting piss and shit at the houses of the people that they want to evict forcibly from the territories that they occupy? No shot. That's unjustifiable. That's like biological chemical warfare.
Why throw your poop at Palestinians? And the reason is to make them leave, to either force them out or to get them sick and die of fecal-borne diseases. When Israel isn't too busy shooting or bombing Palestinians, they are actively trying to create a public health crisis. And please don't think for a second that what I just showed you is an anomaly in Israel's behavior. That is their MO, weaponizing their feces. Up at the top of this hill is the Ariel settlement, an illegal Israeli settlement. This means that innocent Israeli civilians moved here, forced the Palestinians out through violence or threat of violence, and they did this while being protected by the IOF, the Israeli Occupation Forces. As a reminder, this is in the West Bank. There is no Hamas here, and the Israelis steal more land in this fashion every single day, and they do this while dangling the two-state solution over our heads. That's like me and you arguing over how we're going to split a pizza while I am actively eating more slices. The Ariel settlement borders two Palestinian villages. Over here is Mirda, and on the other side of the hill is Salfit. Now pay attention to how these villages are positioned topographically. Ariel is up high, while the Palestinian villages are down low. And there's a couple of reasons for this. One, the Israelis want to look down on the Palestinians, not only in the white supremacist type of way, but also in the surveillance type of way. They want to monitor the Palestinians. The other reason for this topographical site selection is that it makes it easier for the Israelis to weaponize their poop. Israelis in these settlements will intentionally divert their wastewater down the hills, down the slopes, so that they flow into Palestinian villages and contaminate their water supply. The Israelis also bombed the only sewage treatment plant in Gaza back in 2014. And they didn't do it because it was a Hamas operating base. They did this because they wanted to inflict maximum suffering on the Palestinians, to make conditions completely unlivable, so they can't even dispose of their own feces. And they did this knowing full well that...
Like, dude, it's like comical. It's comical. It's like, especially if you have a state doing this and then being like, we're doing this for Jews. Trust me, like, all Jews want this. Like, we love doing this kind of genocide specifically for Jews, and you repeat that over and over again. Motherfuckers like, what the hell's going on? I hate this. Like, if you watch this from the other side of the world, you would look at this and go, what the fuck? You have to be the most anti-Semitic motherfucker on the planet. Why would you in a million years ever have the audacity to fucking connect these inhumane acts of violence and subjugation and humiliation to a group of people that have been historically oppressed, you fucking psycho? Which is why I always say Israel does not make Jewish people safe. It makes Jewish people unsafe. You are safer as a Jewish person in the United States of America than you are in Israel. Because guess what? There aren't fucking rockets being lobbed in your head when you're in New York, unless it's 9/11. Okay? Israel quite literally makes the entire world less safe for Jewish people by constantly conflating all of its actions, all of its inhumanity, and all of its fucking cruelty in the maintenance of an apartheid regime with Jewish people across the fucking world. It's crazy, and it's not even true. Hasan self-sabotaging right now? What do you mean, why? Yeah, 9/11 was definitely... 9/11 was a moment where everyone in New York was not safe. I'm saying that literally, like, unless you have fucking rockets being lobbed over your head, and the only time where that hasn't happened is like on 9/11. It wasn't even a fucking joke. It's just the truth. I'm being objective about it. Anyway.
That it would increase the likelihood of fecal-borne diseases. This is bioterrorism. There's no other way to put it. The Israelis are weaponizing biological agents to inflict suffering on a population, a civilian population. And this point is made even more salient when you consider the current Israeli assault on the Palestinian medical system. So now the Palestinians are getting sick and dying of E. coli, cholera, dysentery, and there's not even any doctors or medical supplies to treat those things. And the Israelis flinging their poop far from encompasses their entire agenda of bioterrorism. I'll make another video to talk about how they encompass horticulture into their campaign of ethnic cleansing. As a reminder, please continue the boycott of Black Friday and Cyber Monday, and also continue boycotting any...
This guy's awesome. I hope he's not weird. It was a great video. My reaction to every TikTok I like, yeah. I mean, that was correct. Popped off on that. I'm reading some news articles that say the spray is not sewage, but an artificial chemical skunk water. Nice. Glad you like it, bud. Why'd you say that? Is that you? Are you this person? Am I watching your TikTok? Anyway. Oh, scoop. From Israel Khan News, Netanyahu, the fellow Likud member, said, I'm the only one who will prevent a Palestinian state in Gaza, Judea, and Samaria. I'm the only one who can withstand U.S. pressure. I know Biden for 40 years. I know how to manage American public opinion. Yeah, this is a man who has realized that his position of prominence is now being held up to an amount of scrutiny that he's not used to. He's just fucking flinging all the way down. This has never been about security. Yeah, I mean, it's correct. Not looking too good for our boy Bibi out here, okay? But he's also openly revealing that he does not give a shit about the security part. He's just like literally personally trying to fucking stop it. But let's continue.
Nearly 100% conviction rate. She later pled guilty and told us she was initially sentenced to 13 years in an Israeli jail.
What was her name? I want to look up her story as well, because like it's so much easier to just be like, yeah, every single Palestinian is just like guilty of terrorism, than to like look at each individual action and what they did. Like obviously not every single person is like 100% purely innocent in this situation. It's never going to be that way. But, you know, you have to contextualize this kind of violence. Within the structures of oppression that exist under an apartheid regime. Okay? So, let's see what she did, because I think there was video. A girl entered Israeli prisons and a young woman came out. Get to know the released prisoner Nourhan Awad. A 10th grade student entered prison and a 24-year-old girl emerged carrying traces of the 3 bullets in her body that penetrated her back, leg, and abdomen while she was suffering from one of them until this moment, which had become lodged in her liver. She is Nourhan Awad, who was among 39 male and female prisoners Israel released Saturday, as a part of the truce agreement with the Hamas movement, which lasts for 4 days, during which the fighting stops and during which the two parties exchanged some of their detainees. Awad obtained her high school diploma while in prison with a grade of 94% so that she could enroll in the Al-Quds Open University to major in history. According to local reports, the Israeli authorities charged the Palestinian girl with carrying out a stabbing attack on the Jaffa Street in Jerusalem, while an Israeli court sentenced her to 13.5 years in prison and a fine of 30,000 shekels. However, she obtained an appeal to reduce the period of 3.5 years from the term she was sentenced to. So what happened? What does she do? Like what? There's a video evidence of it. Someone give me the. Like what she did. Among them was Mohammed Darwish, who was held in an Israeli jail for 7 months, accused of throwing a petrol bomb at soldiers. He denies the charge. He said he was dizzy with happiness. Most are in prison waiting at trial. Isra Jabis. Holy shit. Nourhan Awad, 23, served 8 years after her 10-year sentence for being released on Saturday. Okay. Miss Nourhan Awad What the fuck? Was arrested on 23rd of November 2015, in which the Israeli occupation forces shot her 4 times, once in the left leg, 3 times on the right side of her stomach. She still suffers with the gunshot wounds. The Israeli District Court in Jerusalem sentenced Miss Nourhan, at the time she was wounded, and a minor to 10 years of imprisonment. Palestinian women, wait, it doesn't say anything. It just says what the charges are. I want to know what, like, the actual... I want to know what Israel says she did, and then I want to see what she actually did to better understand. Not that it fucking matters, because, again, no correct due process here. I'm literally wounded and a minor. Yeah. State seeks 15-year sentence for teen scissors attacker. So, wait, she didn't even have a fucking knife? State prosecutors are demanding a 15-year jail sentence for a Palestinian teenage girl who tried to stab passersby with scissors in central Jerusalem. Nourhan Awad, now 17, was accompanied by her 14-year-old cousin, Hadil Awad, who was shot dead during the incident. Prosecution secured Nourhan Awad's agreement to a plea bargain in which she had confessed to attempted murder, which, by the way, those confessions are extracted under torturous conditions. I want you to understand that. You're trying to find out what happened, not what she did. Yeah, I want both. Fun fact, this young woman was 16. She did not stab anyone. She was accused by the IOF forces. She was searched and had a knife on her person. No, this is not Awad. You're looking at Marah Bakir, which I have covered. Okay? This is a different person. Please. This is a different person. Now you're linking me Ahed Tamimi. That's a different person too. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Yes, I know. There are so many fucking 16-year-olds. There are so many fucking 16-year-olds that Israel imprisons on a daily basis, many of which under similar circumstances where they just say, oh, she stabbed someone when she definitely didn't. And I know that that is the reason why some of you are having a hard time finding the actual one. But ultimately, you know, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and that is going to be the case here as well. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Also, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, Nourhan Awad. In the latest years, the Palestinian children who have been subject to extremely lengthy prison sentences. Nourhan, a Palestinian refugee from the Qalandia camp, had been in prison for 1 year and charged $7,000 in fines. Her cousin, 14, was shot dead by the Israeli occupation forces on the same day at close range. She lay injured on the ground. Nourhan and Hadil were accused of attempting to stab a man with scissors. Oh, fuck. Oh, actually, this is good. Maybe this article will have more details. In this case, a lightly injured 70-year-old Palestinian man. Wait, what? She was actually attacking a Palestinian man? The event was captured on video. Nourhan stood in place holding a pair of scissors. She was hit from behind a chair. She was hit from behind by a chair, and she laid injured on the ground. She was shot again at close range. Nourhan was severely injured after taking 2 bullets in her chest. After her cousin was extrajudicially executed, Nourhan was in prison. Her case is strikingly similar to Ahmed Manasrah, who was sentenced to a 12-year prison sentence. So what was it? They're over 400,000. Somebody doing Palestinian Solidarity Network. Okay. Schoolgirls filed into the living room, backpacks in their shoulders, with 9th graders embraced Maliha Awad for kissed on her own cheek. May she rest in peace. The girls whispered. Okay, where is the actual... In the video footage recorded that morning on Jaffa Street, a thoroughfare in the West Jerusalem, Hadil is seen wearing a school uniform and a white hijab alongside Nourhan. Suddenly, Hadil turns towards a nearby pedestrian, her arm raised at head level, wielding what appears to be a pair of scissors. She springs towards the man, who reaches for his waist and pulls out what appears to be a handgun. He points it at Hadil while retreating from her. Meanwhile, Nourhan stands in place, apparently holding a pair of scissors in the air. A man in a black t-shirt emerges from a parked white car with a handgun and shoots Nourhan. Another man hits her with a chair. The pedestrian appears to fire a shot at Hadil, who stumbles and falls to the ground. The man in the black t-shirt then fires multiple shots at Hadil from close range as she lies on the ground, before returning to Nourhan, who was also lying on the ground. He shoots her again at close range. Nourhan was shot twice, was taken to the hospital, where she remained on Friday. prohibited from speaking with her family. Hadil, who was shot 4 times in the upper body, was pronounced dead on Wednesday. In the moments before the video was taken, the girls attacked a 70-year-old Palestinian man with scissors in an apparent case of mistaken identity. He was lightly wounded. The footage has troubled the Awad family, who believe that the armed men used excessive force against the teenagers. Yeah, they did. They literally did. If the only way that you can fucking retaliate towards 2 teenagers with scissors is by executing them in fucking broad daylight, you are a psychopath. Okay? You're a psychopath. You're a psychopathic monster. Fuck you. Okay? God damn it. It's so ironic that I talk about this all the goddamn fucking time about black people in America. Fuck. And then the same dumb motherfuckers literally look at this. The same dumb motherfuckers look at this situation and go, guess what, dude? It's totally valid to kill black children like that too. They shouldn't be terrorists because it's the same fucking principle behind it. Jesus Christ. Fuck. They fucking executed him. The other case is much worse. The other case is much worse than this, where a settler accuses the lady, not even lady, the little girl, like fucking 14 or 15 or 16. Yeah, a policeman shot Hadil to death and Nourhan, then 16 was seriously wounded. The policeman was investigated on suspicion of having shot Nourhan despite her posing no danger. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He was not. For the record, the policeman who fucking shot and killed the 14-year-old, and then or the other one that shot Nourhan, she didn't even have the scissors in her hand at that point apparently. Didn't actually get any fucking prison sentence. The person who stabbed the 70-year-old with the scissors got 10 years as a 16-year-old. There you go. Nutty. The other situation is just like completely unacceptable. The one where the one where the lady was, the girl was literally shot at under the suspicion that she's under the suspicion that she's interested in stabbing people. They just fucking shot her 10 times in her arm. Okay? Ridiculous.
Israel's military court system that the UN says has a nearly 100% conviction rate, she later pled guilty and told us she was initially sentenced to 13 years in an Israeli jail.
What do you want the world to know about your experience?
That it was very difficult, but I learned a lot, she says. I now understand the value of many things that I did not appreciate before prison.
Like what?
Like the value of freedom and of sunlight.
And according to the advocacy group, the Palestinian Prisoners Club, Israel is now holding a record high of 2,200 Palestinians in what's known as administrative detention, which is basically arrest without charge or trial, potentially indefinitely, a deeply controversial policy that Israel defends as a counter-terrorism measure. Gail.
All right, MTS Tayyab, we thank you.
What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? You have like, you literally, what are the Palestinians supposed to do, chat? What are you supposed to do? Is that even controversial? It's not controversial. It's fucking evil, man. Straight up. It's abhorrent. It's morally abhorrent. Like, the best process you will have is if you are fortunate enough, if you're like committing your acts of being suspected to be a Palestinian in near a checkpoint or whatever in Jerusalem, then you might actually get like the Israeli courts applied to you later down the line, or the Israeli Supreme Court. Remember, it has an Arab in it, so it's super woke. But usually it's like administrative detention, which is indefinite with no evidence whatsoever. Whatsoever. But if you do actually go through the military court structure, if you go through the military court, then, 100%, almost 100% conviction rate. Okay. And they're using bullshit ass evidence. Like, I found out, and I didn't know this at the time. I didn't know this yesterday, but that lady who had her face burned off, the Israeli government and the Israeli military did not conduct a thorough investigation into whether her car fucking manufactured and caught on fire, and just straight up simply said, yeah, she's a terrorist. It was a suicide bomb. A suicide bomb that simply did not explode, by the way. Surprisingly. It's just, But again, it's just like, did I say manufactured? Malfunction. Oh my God, my fucking brain is actually breaking today. I took one fucking day off, and unironically, it's breaking. My brain is bricking. What are you supposed to do? It's so crazy that they just they will take these ridiculous convictions, by the way.
Well, folks, the media have a brand new...
Oh, here it is. Oh, my favorite. Oh, here we go. Love to see it. Love to see what Ben has to say about this.
Terrible argument. Their argument is that when Israel trades terrorists for innocent Israeli civilians, that's because the innocent Israeli civilians and the terrorists basically the same. Over the weekend, there's been this series of massive hostage exchanges between Hamas and Israel. So this weekend saw Hamas release some of the 240 hostages that the terror group took during its mass killing spree on October 7th. They released 13 Israeli hostages the first day. That was Friday. 13 more hostages on Saturday. 17
What's interesting here is that, of course, Hamas doesn't have the capacity to fucking, hold Israelis under administrative detention because Hamas doesn't occupy Israel in the way that Israel occupies Gaza and the West Bank. You know what I mean? It's just so fucking stupid to be like, oh, well, it seems like you're making a false equivalence between babies and actual criminal terrorist babies. Are you assuming right now? Do you think I'm assuming when I say Hamas does not occupy Israel in the way that fucking Israel occupies the West Bank and Gaza? Are you that stupid that you think that is an assumption? The only reason why you would think that that's an assumption is if you have literally no understanding of the fucking history of Israel or Palestine whatsoever, and you simply come in here to fucking shit stir without any political knowledge whatsoever in a political commentator's chat. It is so fucking brain dead. You are basically demonstrating to 22,117 people in the chat right now that aren't you, that you're just a fucking idiot, a baboon, a moron who has no opinion on the matter whatsoever and is simply in here to shit stir. Don't say don't run out of breath, you fucking dumbass. Oh my God, a 10-month subscriber. I'm going to fucking die. How could he be so goddamn stupid? You're a talking head for the liberal West, Lamau. You're fat, Hippie Hagrid says on 11/7. You're fat? You must be assuming because I refuse to look at the facts. Head of the Lebanese Forces Party, it is best for Hassan Nasrallah to withdraw from the south and hand it over to the Lebanese army. Occupy Russia because Ukrainians and Russians are warm people. U.S. has been doing it. Everyone's doing it. You won't stop the violent. What? How did this guy's brain break? How did it leak out of his fucking ear? I want to know. I need to understand. How? Also, is he fucking pro-Russia and anti-Palestinian? I don't understand. Hey, Hasan, I've stolen a shipment of Sputnik vaccines from our local train yard. I've been injecting myself for 2 days for a few months now. Should I be safe? I mean, he's like memeing and shit. Like, look at this guy from 12/22 onward has literally routinely just said, is that another assumption? Hasan, is that another assumption, Hasan? Waiting for the fucking opportunity that I actually pay attention to him. That's so sad, man. That's so sad. Why are you like this? How? What happens? Like, you watch one video after fucking spending 10 months in here and being and you go, you know what? I actually agree with this. Also, you're fat. Or how? Because there is a turning point, and I do want to understand like where that fucking brain rot comes from. As a 2014 account, as a grown ass person, I know most of these fucking weirdos are. I guess he's like maybe like weirdly, I don't know, Lebanese Christian or something, and like very weirdly pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian. I don't know what it is. Then also pro-Russia. Like, it is weird. Hasan haters are the biggest HasanAbi heads. No, a lot of my haters do start off as HasanAbi heads, and then I fucking say something that they like are emotionally invested in, and then they just lose their fucking minds. They literally forget every other thing that they agree with me on and become my lifelong haters that will come in to specifically derail the conversation in ways that I understand to be successful because they've been in here for a very long time. And I'm fascinated with the subject because it's like, how the fuck does that happen to someone? Like, I've never... like, there are so many people that make content that I disagree with on a regular fucking basis that I never, like, I always try to understand, like, what is the deeper desire behind why they have this perspective? You know what I mean? Like, what's the major pivot point? Look at this. Hasan, what's your handler's name? Like, he's just schizophrenic, I think. Braces? I don't get it. Did I say on a regular braces? Oh my God. Fuck you guys. Shut up. Giving doorhead energy? Yeah, I have so many different, like, I have so many different types of haters that I wonder where they're coming from. But I guess they always just, like, unite on fuck Hasan as a narrative. Like, you could be a Jimmy Dore fan. You could be a neoliberal. You could be a fucking reactionary right-winger. You could be a neo-Nazi. Ultimately, you find common ground on being like, yeah, fuck Hasan. Chat mad they can't categorize me. Yes, bro, your fucking brain disease is so vast. Oh, you're such a typical fucking, guess what? I'm actually a heterodox thinker ass dumbass, dude. Jesus Christ. Hasan unites the right? Yes. Anyone to the right of me, oftentimes, on a long enough timeline, anyone to the right of me, even marginally, will fucking despise me as the major enemy. Nothing worse than me from their perspective. You know? From an outside perspective, I'm new, and it could be mostly just attacking because you have leverage here, and they go off because you seem to be doing well in life. If you had half a leg, they'd be up your ass. I guess. Well, also people to your left sometimes, nah. The people that are ostensibly to my left are just fucking, you know, they're crazy. Anyway, There's people I watch on the norm, and it's not like I need to see their viewpoint agree 100%. People really need to have a mind of their own. I know. I think this guy might be like a Jimmy Dore guy who's like, I'm a heterodox thinker, which is also another substitute for being fucking stupid. Thinking that I have a CIA handler, dude. Meanwhile, motherfucker's like 30-month subscriber to The Juicer. Why don't you get your fucking takes from him then, dude? And Jimmy Dore, which, by the way, probably align on a lot of issues, I would assume. Their politics are both incomprehensible.
Hostages on Sunday, bringing the current total to 43 hostages. Under the current break-in operations, Hamas was set to release 50 total hostages. The deal could be extended by 1 day for every 10 more hostages released. So why did the deal happen in the first place? Well, on Israel's side, the reason is pretty obvious. Israel values the life of its citizens in a way that Hamas simply does not. In fact, Israel is willing to put its own soldiers at additional risk in order to achieve the return of civilians. And by the way, even in order to protect Palestinian civilians, many of whom participated in the October 7th attacks. Because, again, reminder, Israel has complete air superiority over Gaza. They could bomb the place into total submission if Israel wanted to do so. So for Israel, the deal was painful but clear. Try to get out as many hostages as possible, even if Hamas would be temporarily strengthened. Meanwhile, what is Hamas looking for? Well, they're looking for a breather. Hamas has been absolutely pummeled. Its leadership class has been largely eliminated. Its operations in northern Gaza have been devastated.
That's really crazy that he's saying that because, like, contrary to what Israel and everyone else thought was going to happen, almost all the hostages came from northern Gaza, which literally destroys any concept, like any fucking idea that, like, Israel's occupation and siege this time around was a successful military operation. Like, I guess they didn't kill enough fucking school children. I guess they didn't shoot enough schools. Is that what happened? Is that what it is? Like, if they'd blown up another mosque or another school, I promise, bro, we would have fucking dealt the final blow to Hamas. Because look at this. According to footage broadcast by Al Jazeera, Hamas handed over some of the hostages to the Red Cross in Gaza City. In Gaza City! They were then handed over to the IDF in central Gaza and taken into Israel. The footage may indicate that the hostages were being held in Gaza City that the IDF has not yet reached. That's insane, brother. That's insane. Like, think about that. This is what I said. I said, I don't know how anyone considers this IDF siege to be anything but an abject military failure. After their indiscriminate bombing campaign and subsequent shutdown of northern Gaza, Hamas is still seemingly operating out of the north. Weren't they under al-Shifa or all the UNRWA schools? What happened? That's insane. Yeah, that square itself was claimed to be controlled by Israel at this point. That's insane. The entirety of northern Gaza has supposedly been shut off. Wait, what the fuck? Ben isn't Israeli, but he says Hamas with a K. Hamas as if he speaks Hebrew. I mean, I'm sure he does. But also, remember, he is the biggest dick rider. I mean, he LARPs. He LARPs as a fucking Likudnik. He LARPs as a bibist, bro. If you listen to him, he literally sounds like a dude living in Tel Aviv that is just like, ripping the fucking hostage posters because he thinks that it's like hurting Benjamin Netanyahu's political chances. He's insane.
Hamas wants a few benefits from the temporary ceasefire. First, a break to regroup, possibly plan new operations. Second, more fuel to enhance the possibility of their survival. And this is the most important one. They want time to try to convince the world that Israel ought to leave them intact, that Israel's campaign against Hamas ought to stop. Again, that last point is the most crucial. Hamas wants the rest of the world to buy the narrative that Hamas is, in fact, a reasonable actor. Or, as we have said, the left-wing notion that Hamas, Israel, they're no different, underneath, all the same. It's just...
Yeah, Hamas is it? Yeah, it is. Not a reasonable actor, a rational one. Yes, they are. I love the facts and logic guy literally being like, please, guys, do not think that the guys on the other side are human beings with like actual motivations. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Okay? No, all their motivation is just hatred of Jewish people and hatred of the Western world. It was my favorite. They like tie it back to they're coming after you next. It's like, I'm sorry, but it's very stupid. You're literally demanding your audience be stupid and trying to fucking bully them into submission. You're like, if you don't behave in this stupid way and you think like these guys are operating on simple hatred, they hate us because they ain't us, okay? Then if you don't just operate on that emotional perspective and this emotional framework, which will lead you astray time and time again, if you don't feel that way, you're bad. You're anti-Semitic. You're a bad guy. And it's such a stupid way to try to cut arguments for your fucking, even for your fan base. No one is like, oh yeah, yay, Hamas, unless they're insane. But Hamas is a group with goals and motivations. He's a child with a child mindset. If you don't play whatever game I want during recess, you hate me. Yeah. It is incredibly fucking childish.
Last week,
yeah, you have to be like, no, they're orcs. Exactly. That they're orcs. They're orcs. They're orcs. They don't have any reasoning. They don't have any motivations. Please, they're just orcs.
Exploitation. It's just colonization and all the rest. Now, that is a pretty hard sell after you hang glide into Israel and murder nearly 300 people at a music festival. Go house to house to burn babies in their cribs and rape their moms and slaughter civilians at will. Because here's the thing, Hamas didn't even just engage in murder of...
What happened? What happened? Why aren't you talking about the beheaded babies now, Ben? It's just odd. I don't know. He's just like, his atrocity porn changes so frequently. Why is that? Anyway, did he say nearly 300? Last week he said 1,500? No, he's talking about 300 just at the music festival. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the framework in which Hamas operates in an act of terror on October 7th, which was an act of terror, by the way, which we now know they didn't know that there was a music festival going on. Regardless, they still fucking shot up the place like a bunch of school shooters, okay? All of that is an act of terror. Straight up. What Israel did since then is an even greater act of terror. I can admit to that. Why can't you? Whether you look at the sheer volume of civilians murdered, whether you look at the sheer volume of children murdered, or the children per combatant ratio, Hamas, lesser evil. Across the board. Lesser evil than Israel. Unless you think Palestinians are lesser than Israelis. And many people who make this false equivocation, or rather don't even make them play on the same moral playing field, are they're operating from that perspective. Technically, the baby murder and kidnapping to enemy combatant ratio benefits Hamas in this situation. That's it. It does. Compare October 7 to the past month and a half, or to the even before you even mentioned the Israeli occupation in general, and yeah, they have killed significantly less babies per enemy combatant than Israel.
Of civilians, they engaged in some of the worst atrocities in modern history. According to one Israeli reserve combat paramedic, this is reported by the Washington Post, he found the corpses of 2 teenage girls in their bedrooms. Quote, one was on a bed. Her arm was dangling from the bed frame. Her legs were bare with bruises. She had a bullet hole in the chest neck area. The other was lying on the floor on her stomach, her legs spread, her pants pulled down toward her knees. There was a liquid on her back that looked like semen. She was shot in the back of the head. According to a volunteer at the Shura military morgue, which was analyzing the bodies of the slain, quote, we saw many women with bloody underwear, broken bones, broken legs, broken pelvises. Another witness described a gang rape at the Nova rave, followed by the murder of the victim. Quote, he didn't pick up his pants. He shot her while inside her. So yeah, it's tough to turn Hamas into Israel's moral equivalent.
Yeah, okay, listen. This is a very nefarious way. I'm not going to discount any rapes from happening in this situation. Of course, it has historically been a tool. Okay? I think that's a high-risk reporting. No, I know where that comes from. That last one, at least, that he's referencing is some random lady who said she saw it happen to someone else. Like, the severity of it, the severity of that, it's every single instance here is coming from secondhand reporting. They haven't been substantiated beyond eyewitness reporting, which is still important. And I'm not discounting the fact that it might have happened. Okay? I'm not. It's from a recent WAP article. Yeah, no, I know. I know that Washington Post also not substantiated, but reported on the eyewitness testimony. Sexual violence has been used as a weapon. It is completely unacceptable. It is immoral. There is no liberation aspect there. It's also a racist canard. For sure. That like these guys are like rapist barbarians, especially when like you look at the situation at hand and you think like, okay, so in the midst of all the GoPro footage that's readily available in the atrocity propaganda that Hamas made, that Israel has so willingly shown the world over and over again whenever the support for their endless siege is diminishing, none of which shows any of those crimes, but also what it does show is a chaotic situation where there's constantly fucking bullets whizzing back and forth. In that circumstance, being able to like, once again, I have to respond by, I have to frame this by saying, I am not discounting that there might have been rapes on October 7th, okay? Rape is used as a tool in warfare regularly against women. Sexual violence is absolutely something that is utilized. It's just that I don't know how they would have, in that chaotic situation, been able to do a gang rape in the way that they are, in the way that some of these eyewitness testimonies claim was happening. Like, I just look at it from the perspective of not that, like, it's impossible, not that they would never do such a thing. These guys would never do such a thing. Hold up. You have to stop fucking stop calling rape a tool? Wait, what do you mean? No, it is sexual violence has been utilized as a tool in warfare to oppress whoever your enemies are, 100%. That doesn't mean that it is like what are you saying? They use it as a tool. It's not. I'm not making a moral judgment here. Obviously, my moral judgment on it is that it's wrong. What are you talking about? Where do you think the concept of raping and pillaging comes from? I'm not saying it's useful, dumbass. I'm saying it's completely horrifying. I said it's horrifying and not permissible in any capacity. What? That last one, Ben is stating there was a man with that witness who said she made up the story. Yeah, that last one is completely unreliable.
But the good news for Hamas, they never have to do their own selling. As always, their fellow travelers in the coalition of the oppressed, including their cheerleaders in the legacy media, do it for them. The legacy media have no regrets in their pro-Hamas coverage over the course of the last few weeks. In fact, they admit as much. Here, for example, was the BBC's international editor, claiming that the BBC has been doing a stellar job despite provoking international riots on behalf of Hamas, thanks to lies and false reporting about supposed Israeli human rights violations. Here's the BBC's international editor saying we've done an amazing job.
Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy to claim that the BBC is pro-Hamas. Okay, here, I'm going to say something. This is the Amy Schumerification of Hasbara. It is an utter failure because your expectations as a spoiled, petulant child of the Western media to lap up whatever fucking IDF narratives are being hastily put together to only to be discredited shortly after, okay, has caused you to live in this environment where the expectations of the average American or the average Westerner does not match your own petulant, childish, arrogant expectations of mainstream media to consistently be a mouthpiece and a stenographer for Israel. Okay? He literally is just like, BBC, pro-Hamas. Everybody knows that. It's like, no, dog. No. Everybody fucking sees exactly what's going on. If you run up and say BBC is pro-Hamas, you are going to lose most people that would be on your side otherwise. They're going to be like, what? I don't know. I mean, I think that they've done... Seems like they've been pretty pro-Israel.
I've got to ask you about the hospital on the 17th of October.
Luckily. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I love that he is mad about this guy.
The BBC was
also, he said which one, because again,
criticised heavily for its reporting of that event. Tell us what happened that night, and bluntly, where were you getting your information, and do you regret anything that you said that night?
So it broke in, I suppose, mid-evening. And to answer your question, no, I don't regret one thing.
This is so fucking disgusting, dude. The fact that, regardless of whether or not it was a literal fucking Islamic Jihad rocket or not, the fact that people are bullying Western journalists who literally uncritically report on everything the IDF says as though it's the God's honest truth, okay? The fact that they are doing that right now and being like, wow, it's crazy. Do you stand by your coverage that you thought the 6001st bomb also was from Israel, especially because Israel had bombed that specific hospital before, 2 days before? The doctors had been threatened by Israeli forces, that Israel kept subsequently bombing other hospitals immediately after that. Do you apologize for thinking, yeah, this 6001st bomb is also from Israel? Like, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm losing my mind when I hear these guys go, how dare you? How dare you immediately think that, this was also another Israeli bomb, which, by the way, has still been yet to be proven that it's not, okay? Yet to be proven. Are there suspicious circumstances here? Absolutely. Obviously, the impact of the crater, suspicious. Doesn't favor an Israeli missile strike at all. As soon as I saw the crater, I told you the same thing. Are there other suspicious circumstances here, like the Palestinian authorities not showing fragments of the missile? Yeah, that's incredibly suspicious. They have done this in the past where they showed fragments of a missile to prove that it was absolutely an Israeli missile. There is no circumstance in which there will not be a fragment. It doesn't happen. However, having said all of this, it does not matter. Having said all of this, it does not matter. The assumption that this was yet another Israeli airstrike is so fucking valid. And anyone who tries to tell you that it wasn't, that you're wrong for making this assumption, that you're anti-Semitic for making this assumption, is psychotic. You're just the most insane person on the planet, dude. Yeah, the fact that they said, like, salt upon the water, the missile is disintegrated. Yeah, exactly. It's 100%. It favors the suspicious ways in which they have retaliated. That is not how they've retaliated in the past, when it 100% objectively is an Israeli rocket. Makes this situation come across like the fact that this could be a rocket misfire. I said this on the first day. Problem is, the idea that this was used for a week or multiple weeks on end and still talked about to this day when Israel is blowing up other fucking hospitals, it blows my mind. Like, what are we doing here? What is it? That it's only not allowed? Like, every single fucking Palestinian that Israel has killed, okay, thousands of them, tens of thousands of them at this point. If this was an actual misfire, if this was an Islamic Jihad misfire, 100%, okay? Let's say it is. That's the only time it's not allowed? Only Israel gets to kill Palestinians? Like, what is the argument here? What is the argument? You know? Meanwhile, they're like, Al-Shifa is a fucking Hamas base. It's a Hamas base. It's a Hamas base. It's a Hamas base. Over and over again. Then they're like, yeah, I guess they sealed the doors before they left months ago. Okay, so why did you fucking strike the hospital over and over again, asshole? Why? Here, this is a great example. Here. There won't be a Gaza left and people will still show up to debate this. Why the fuck are you still stun-locked this, Hasan? You're the only one entertaining weirdos by still interacting with it. No, it's because Ben Shapiro brought this up.
My reporting, because I think I was measured throughout. I didn't raise to judgment.
But you said that building had been flattened.
Oh yeah, well I got that wrong because I was looking at the pictures and what I could see was a square that appeared to be flaming on all sides, and there was a sort of a void in the middle, and it was, I think it was...
I hate this. I hate that they're bullying this dude who is literally like pro-Israel in his coverage. I've seen his coverage, okay? His coverage is 100% pro-Israel for the most part. But also, dog, ask yourself why we didn't have immediate on-the-ground reporting. Ask yourself why the BBC does not have immediate on-the-ground reporting. Ask yourself why the Associated Press doesn't operate outside of fucking Gaza. Ask yourself that question, you dumb fuck. Maybe it has everything to do with Israel refusing to let foreign press in or personally targeting them. Personally killing them. By half 100 at this point. 50 of them have been fucking assassinated by Israel. We're halfway to a 100. We're closer to 100 than we are to fucking 0 at this point. Damn, I can't believe that, like, perfectly accurate information does not come from the ground because the occupying force that is a belligerent occupier that is indiscriminately blowing up the entire fucking strip has rendered any kind of media from coming out impossible. They've made it impossible to fucking actually cover and report what's going on the fucking ground. Oh.
There's a picture taken from a drone. And so, we have to piece together what we see.
The media aren't backing down from their...
Fuck you, Ben. Fuck you. It is so... I said this on the BBC when I went on the BBC. I said this exact same thing. I said, you should have not apologized at all for your reporting on the matter. It is fucking ridiculous that people are trying to gaslight you into saying that you're in the fucking wrong for assuming that the 6,001st bomb was also going to be fucking Israel, when the real reason why you can't have immediate information on the ground in real time is quite literally because of Israel. The fuck do you mean? They shut off the communication. They shut off the access. They kill fucking journalists regularly. They've bombed all these fucking hospitals, including the one that they claim they didn't bomb this time. This time it wasn't us. And then people go, wow, I can't believe you didn't report on it immediately with the assumption that it certainly wasn't Israel after it was Israel over and over again. Why the fuck would anybody think that it's not Israel? What are you, fucking nuts? When did you go on the BBC source, please? I don't know. It's online somewhere. Someone uploaded it. They screen recorded and uploaded it. But I was on BBC World. And the lady before me was like bullying the fucking anchor about... The lady before me was bullying the fucking anchor about how, like, their reporting on the Al-Ahli hospital is totally fucked up and anti-Semitic. And it's like, dude, it's not anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. Even if they got it wrong, okay? Even if the BBC got it wrong, which, by the way, ironically, my haters forget that, like, that's where I was getting my information from, BBC, Al Jazeera, and the like. You know what I mean? Because they all fucking originally said Al Ahly struck by Israel. Because why the fuck wouldn't they? Does someone have a link to this Google? Anyway, Ben Shapiro is revealing the fucking perspective here, though, to a T. He's openly reveling in it. It's awesome.
Pro-Hamas propaganda, not one iota. So even as this hostage deal went through, for example...
Dude, no. It's not pro-Hamas propaganda to assume that Israel's 6,001st bombing campaign was still Israel and not Hamas. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. You can't say it's pro-Hamas propaganda to like make accurate assertions. It's like looking at the Israeli account, flexing that they dropped 6,000 bombs on Gaza literally like 3 days prior, with all of Gaza reduced to rubble. Photos of them. Photos of all the buildings that they've destroyed. And going, well, this is pro-Hamas propaganda. It's like, bitch, Israel's doing pro-Hamas propaganda then. What the fuck do you mean? Anyone and everyone, okay? Anyone and everyone at this point that unconditionally responds to anything that the IDF says with like, oh, it must be correct. It must be correct 100% is psychotic, okay? I know we've talked about the moral equivalence, like the same moral playing field. As far as atrocities goes, lesser evil voter, Hamas, less babies per enemy combatant murders, okay? Than IDF. That's just a fact, objectively. Hamas, less destruction of infrastructure per civilian infrastructure, per military infrastructure than Israel by a wide margin, okay? So harm reduction on the Hamas side. Lies versus truthful assessment of the information from government organs, Hamas and the Palestinian Gazan Health Ministry 100% wins that argument. 1,000%. Sorry, it's fucking ridiculous. You can't always be like, oh, well, my enemies are terrorists, so I can just lie about them as much as I want. Okay? You can't do that. Israel has created an environment that is unsustainable. No one can fucking believe. Oh, shit, you just called 98% of Israelis psychotic? This is so very sad. Wait, what? Well, okay, well, regardless, it's insane. I'm sorry, it is psychotic to look at anything that the IDF says and believe it. That's psychotic. You have to be critical. People get so mad at me when I exercise this exact same principle against my own fucking government. They hate it. They hate it when I do this shit. At a certain point, you just got to be like, oh, I'm here to just lap up whatever the fuck the American government is saying or whatever one of their extensions is saying to me. It's so maddening. It's so annoying. This take is proof that Hasan is not a journalist? Exactly. But we don't have to get into that conversation. Israel is army and Hamas is terrorists, so it's okay, idiot. Exactly. That is the mentality here. Sorry. Israel is government. Hamas is terrorist. Israel is army. Hamas is terrorist. Israel is friend. Hamas is foe. It's nuts. It's so crazy because it's like for every one truthful thing the Israeli government says, or the IDF says, or any number of like high-ranking Knesset members says, there's like 1,000 lies that they tell along the way, and I'm supposed to just forget that? Like, what am I fucking? In order to believe Israel's propaganda at this point, you have to not have object permanence. Like, I have to have a child's brain, good and evil. No object permanence. I have to be 3 years old in my mentality to be like, well, of course I believe everything they're saying. Or be so insanely racist that, like, I basically do have a 3-year-old's brain at that point.
One LBC reporter, again, British reporter, asked an Israeli spokesperson whether the unevenness of the exchange, remember, here is the exchange. Israel is supposed to get back 50 of its own hostages, and they're releasing 150 terrorists. So that's a 3-to-1 ratio of Israel releasing 3 terrorists for every innocent Israeli. This reporter literally...
Bro, this is so funny because there's literally minors, like a ton of minors that they're releasing. So he's saying like minor terrorists. I just, if Ben Shapiro had like a thick Israeli accent, he would literally be saying at this point, baby terrorist. 13-year-old baby terror. Baby Hamas babies are responsible for so much baby terror.
Asked the Israeli spokesperson whether that exchange rate represented Israel's disregard for Palestinian life because it was a 3-for-1 rate.
I was speaking to a hostage negotiator this morning. He made the comparison between the 50 hostages that Hamas has promised to release, as opposed to the 150 prisoners that are Palestinians that Israel has said that it will release. And he made the comparison between the numbers and the fact that does Israel not think that Palestinian lives are valued as highly as Israeli lives?
That is an astonishing accusation. If we could release...
That's so funny because it's true. It literally is. The reality is, the reasons as to why Palestinians are detained is so fucking frivolous and stupid that, yeah, they don't give a shit about releasing them, okay? Especially when they can, like, unironically turn around and arrest them again. Yes, the idea that, like, the fucking dude in the apartheid ethno state has this look of, the humanity, the audacity of you sitting at Westminster to tell me that I have a supremacist attitude when I've spent the last fucking month and a half giving you live contextualizations of like untold amounts of violence that I've subjected these fucking people to? How dare you say that I'm racist? Is so stupid. Look at how fucking Ben's stupid, racist, arrogant ass face is on this too. God, I hate that. That's the thing I hate so much about this whole process, is that like I feel so vindicated, but also at the same time, this conflict is like turned some of these fucking dumbass liberals into like extra stupid, extra racist, Islamophobic pieces of shit. It feels like I'm back in fucking 2014, you know? People just straight up went, do I question my fucking implicit biases? Nah, it's everyone else that's wrong. Islam is a fucking dangerous ideology. We are one step removed from motherfuckers in my DMs being like, you are a jihadi. Go back to your Haji country, you Haji fuck. Except we're not even one step removed from that. People are saying that. Look at any of my fucking replies. My sea of replies on Twitter is just straight up like people that have to be like 48 years old. Like the insults that they're utilizing is like stuff from a bygone era. To be honest, it's a stupid question. What's the counter? That it should be an equal trade just to maintain a sense of equality? No, I agree. I think that it is a stupid question. It's a stupid gotcha. Like, who gives a shit, dog? There are plenty more people that they can release, too. So it's good. It's good that they are fucking racist. Sand N-word I saw under one of your tweets. Oh, that's a classic. Sand N-word is a banger, dude. It's a classic. I've heard that so many times. That's the default, dude. That's a hood classic. Certified hood classic. What the fuck is sand N-word? Come on, dude. Really? Think about it.
One prisoner for every one hostage, we would obviously do that. We're operating in horrific circumstances. We're not choosing to release these prisoners who have blood on their hands. We are talking about people who have been convicted of stabbing and shooting attacks. Notice the question of proportionality doesn't interest Palestinian supporters when they are able to get more of their prisoners out. But
yeah, scissor attacks. As a 15-year-old, for example, is really... They need to go to jail for 100 years.
Really, it is outrageous to suggest that the fact that we are willing to release prisoners who are convicted of terrorism offenses, more of them than we are getting our own innocent children back, somehow suggests that we don't care about Palestinian lives. Really, that's a disgusting accusation.
He's like, that's a disgusting accusation. We, of course, don't care about Palestinian lives, obviously. Okay? Obviously. Like, how else could we have gotten 10,000 prisoners so quickly? How else could we have doubled up on the number of people that we have since October 7th? How could we have done that? You can't do that if you genuinely care and have, like, actual fucking laws surrounding detainment. You need to sleep more, homie. You're glitching and shit. What did I do now? What did I say wrong now? Am I glitching? I don't know. Maybe you're just seeing the top of the hour ad break and that's why you thought I was glitching. Careful, from 7:24 to 8, he shows the stabbing, censored, but still, yeah.
It is a particularly stupid question. But the most common idiotic message of the weekend was actually parroted all over the legacy media. That somehow there is moral equivalence between Israel releasing terrorists and Hamas releasing children. This is something the legacy media are actively promoting. So let's start with the actual fact. Every single person Hamas is releasing is an innocent person. Every single person Israel is releasing is a criminal. Here is a chart of the Palestinian release.
Oh, shit. Dude. Duh. I didn't think about it that way. Dude, I didn't think about it that way. Wait, I love when they put stones in there, too, by the way. The largest percentage of the Palestinian released prisoners is stones. Stones make up the plurality on this, dude. Terrorist attempt is the second largest. Oh, my heart. My heart, I'm dying. Stabbing attack, shooting attack, other violences, terrorist contact. Terrorist contact is 11. Oh, my God. Other violence is 6.4. Other 11.7%. This is the best. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for releasing this. Thank you for putting this pie chart. This is the absolute worst pie chart I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. This is so demonstrably, like, I don't even need to get into the whole, like, Israel is an occupation, an illegal belligerent occupier, and these people don't actually get to see the same legal recourse that is necessary for there to be a lawful conviction here. It's a violation of international human rights to do this to children and do this to any enemy combatant, even, as a matter of fact. But then the pie chart is so bad that it's like terrorist contact. Wow, that's crazy. I feel like this brings up more questions than answers for any average person that doesn't fully understand what's going on here, that isn't completely fucking lapping up Islamophobic propaganda. Other violences and other. So, of course, this is the only thing you can get together and put together when you realize that, like, yeah, most of these illegal acts are simply secret evidence with very little legal recourse, no proper representation whatsoever. Okay? Like, what the fuck is a terrorist attempt? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Anything that Israel considers Palestinian in the wrong place is a terrorist attempt. Terrorist contact, by the way, is literally when they suspect you of, like, talking to someone that they suspect is a terrorist. It's fucking ridiculous. Come on, man.
They ran out of other. I love how stupid this list is to begin with. Okay, because even on the edge cases where there is actual violence that has been dished out, okay, even in the edge cases where there's actual violence that has been dished out, like the Ahmed Manasrah situation, right? Like, he's 13 years old, his cousin is 15, his cousin gets killed on the spot, he doesn't even fucking stab someone, and they immediately violate any kind of international human rights that you could have had in that situation, right? Like, even if you do something criminal, which of course is going to happen, especially because, you know, if you are resisting an occupation, you know, some of these acts of violence are a little bit more permissible than you would think, right? But it's like so stupid. They ran out of bullshit reasons, so they just slapped on other. Like, just put, like, I don't know, hit me with a stick, hurt my fucking feelings, I don't know, anti-Semitic conspiracy. That they had to put other twice. And yes, some of these people in this list are not even fucking convicted. And the ones who are convicted, oftentimes are convicted in a military court. 100% conviction rate. Get the fuck out of here. Are you denying that tweeting Free Palestine is not a terrorist act?
Released prisoners grouped by their actions. 15% threw stones at Israeli soldiers. 8% were involved in stabbing attacks. 10% were involved in shooting attacks. 6.4% in other violences. Terrorist contact, 11%. Terrorist attempt, 14.4%. 12.
Yeah, this only works. Like I said, this only works if you're like listening to Ben and you 100%. You only fucking listen to him and you're just like incredibly fucking racist already. So you go, yeah, that's, whoa, stone attacks. That's unacceptable. I'm so glad that those terrorist scumbag 13-year-olds are fucking put in permajail. I love that. Thank you.
0.4% Molotov cocktails, 10.7% explosives, only 11% others, but even those people were associated with terrorism. I mean, it's amazing. Okay, so who exactly are these convicts again? I don't have to just tell you from the...
Even those others are associated with terrorism. Oh, thanks. Oh, there it is. The question to ask, Ben, is there a Palestinian that hasn't been convicted of terrorism? I think that's a good question. How many of those guys are on there for tax evasion? Isn't it weird that none of those guys are on there for like white collar crime and simply all of them are on there for terrorism? Isn't that strange? Like there's not one guy that stole. Not one guy that had a fucking traffic ticket, okay, that they were just not paying. Not one delinquent child support payment. How odd. It almost feels like when you are an occupying force and the people that you are literally occupying, you declare enemy combatants and the actions that they take you consider terrorism, that every single part is like a different form of terrorism. So odd. How did that happen? Wow. How unfortunate for Israel that they just landed on a fucking place where literally every act is an act of terror. That's crazy. How does that happen? What are the odds, guys? What are the fucking odds? It's crazy to me.
The chart. Here's the video of some of these terrorists who were released, what they actually did. Here's one woman. Okay, she was released. She's an innocent woman, right? An innocent woman being held hostage by Israel. Except for she actively stabs this police officer. Watch the tape.
For the record, one, understand something here. It doesn't matter if you agree with the crime or not. If you don't have due process and it's a belligerent occupying force that arrests you and unlawfully detains you, okay, that's it. That's a kidnapping. Like, it doesn't matter what your perspective is. Like, it doesn't matter how hard you think she deserved it, okay? Like, it doesn't matter. If you are existing under a belligerent occupation and the occupying force arrests you without serious due process, that's a state-sponsored kidnapping. Okay? That's it. There's no other way to look at the situation. Oh, they were police. She's literally allowed to do that? Oh, no, for sure. Also, remember what I told you guys? Remember what I told you guys that, like, of course, if Hamas on October 7th only killed military people, they would still react the same way? Who do you think has the power to exercise force here? The funniest thing is this might even be a PA cop. Is it an Israeli cop or is it a Palestinian Authority officer? You know what I mean? So the reason why all of these are considered, the reason why all of these cases are considered acts of terror is because any kind of violent resistance that you are totally legally fucking allowed to do against a belligerent occupier is considered terrorism. That's it. It's her ex. She's a queen for this. I mean, I don't know what the reason as to why this happened. But regardless of how valid you think the apprehension is, if you're a fucking belligerent occupier, you can't put this person through a fucking criminal process that is unlawful and void of any sort of like serious habeas corpus application, and then act like it's a valid and just thing to do. You know, you can't do that. It's totally valid to call this a kidnapping.
Hey. She goes after him with a knife. Here's another woman. She's carrying a knife above her head.
This is literally not even one of the people that they're releasing. This fucking idiot went and found this fucking idiot.
Here's another one.
Went and fucking found a compilation. These aren't even the fucking people that they're releasing, you donkey. Fuck you. This is Ahmad Tamim.
Here's another.
This is what's his not Tamimi. This is what's the name of it? What's his last name? Fuck. This is the video of the fucking Ahmed Manasrah. This is the video of the fucking dude that I've been talking about. The 13-year-old. He's not even being released.
Trying to stab a police officer.
This is like the black crime update that Breitbart used to do. Yeah, fun fact. Ben Shapiro used to work at Breitbart at that time when they had a black crime tab specifically.
2 terrorists chasing a police officer with knives. Here is a police officer. Here is a Palestinian just stabbing a random person. There is one of the terrorists literally taking his van.
This is so funny. He's just showing, first of all, he's showing just a random compilation. I don't even know what half these, I don't even know where half of these are from, but at least the one that I immediately recognized, is the Ahmed Manasrah case, which is still ridiculous. Because he didn't even fucking stab anybody. And he was 13. That's number one. And number two, remember, he's like, in this random compilation, he's talking about a bunch of dudes that don't have guns, stabbing motherfuckers with actual guns. Okay, nice review, man. Better than Sniper Wolf. Sheesh.
Crashing into a police officer and then trying to stab him. A car attack.
Like, what happened? I thought armed military security apparatus was a valid target. What's going on? Yeah, someone in the chat said Ben's running out of breath because he's too horny. Where are the YouTube drama videos about Ben's unethical journalism? Yeah, Ben is seen as like a way more valid fucking... Ben is seen as a way more legitimate source of information than I am. Where are the drama perverts? Almost all of these videos feature people that have probably been... like, half of these videos have people that have been killed, by the way. I like that he's framing this as though like these are all the people that Israel is releasing. Which of course, you know, I guess brings up the point. Well, take it up with Israel then, dumbass. Like when Gavin Newsom says that they're going to look at the conditional release of 75,000 prisoners, you go, fuck Gavin Newsom. You don't go, well, it's the woke left that causes to happen. I mean, I know that you say that too, but you still say fuck Gavin Newsom. So I guess Israel is really fucked up for releasing all these violent criminals. Or maybe they know that they're going to fucking arrest the same number of people tomorrow anyway. And that these guys aren't all violent criminals, and they perfectly get it.
Jumps out with a knife. A knife attack. Hey, these are the people that the media are portraying as equivalent to the...
Like even this says Palestinian Arab terrorist shot after stabbing.
Israeli hostages being released. Again, these are people who are literally attempting to stab and murder people. That's who is in Israeli prison.
Dude, he's so horny for this. No, that's not. Like, the video compilation you showed is like pretty much the entire total of people that have like done something that would be considered a fucking actual valid crime. And even then, you know, questionable considering that almost every single one that you showed, with the exception of like with the exception of Ahmed Manasrah, who was a 13-year-old kid, by the way. Out of all of the ones that they released, 8 of the 39 Palestinian prisoners released on Hamas deal on Saturday were convicted of attempted murder. 8 out of the 39. Most of them were minors. Okay? And it's all literally shit like this, like a stabbing attack against a cop or whatever. Yeah, look. Another Palestinian woman prisoner is released, Sharuk Dwayat, 26, who in 2015 stabbed a 35-year-old Israeli, wounding him moderately. The man managed to cock his handgun and shot Dwayat, wounding her seriously. She was sentenced to 16 years in prison. That's crazy. Why did the guy have a gun? What's happening here? Isn't it so strange that all of these really violent, scary really violent, scary criminal scumbag terrorists are all like 16-year-old girls with scissors against a fucking 35-year-old man with a weapon? That's so odd. Also, the guy was a settler who tried to take off her hijab. Yeah, that's the other part of it, but I'm not even getting into that aspect of the conversation where like half of the fucking individuals that we're talking about have a different story than just, you know, these are bloodthirsty monsters. They fucking live literally under an occupation, man. It doesn't take that much to figure out that like half of these fucking people are being unjustifiably prosecuted. Anyway, according to the indictment, traffic policeman Moshe Chen stopped Jabez from driving in a public transit lane and approached a car. When he approached the car, she shouted, "Allahu Akbar," opened the gas spigot, and lit it. As a result, the indictment said fire ignited, causing a powerful explosion which hurled the policeman towards the separation barrier. The policeman sustained burns to his face and chest. Except, according to other eyewitness testimony, that's not the case. But also, we will never know because they didn't actually end up looking at the car. They just went along with the first-hand account. That's it. That would never happen. That's not an investigation that ever happens. Like, it's crazy to me that they just did not investigate the car at all. They did not look to see if it was like an actual malfunction, as she was like, gas isn't flammable like that. No, it is. No, is it really crazy to you? Yes, it is crazy to me that a woman who fucking worked at a goddamn hospital as a clown for like cancer children lit herself on fire in the least successful car bombing attempt of all time, rather than she was carrying her fucking personal items, including a gas canister, from one house to her new house that she was moving towards. and the car, I guess, malfunctioned, and it lit the entire car on fire. There was like an electrical fire that exploded into, not even an explosion, but it turned into a much larger fire in her car, especially because the windows didn't even blow up apparently in the car. Yeah. Static electricity can spark gas vapor. Yeah, in 2015, Miss Al-Jabis was arrested after a gas canister detonated in her car, injuring an Israeli police officer and leaving her with third-degree burns across 65% of her body, including on her face and her hands. She was sentenced to 11 years in jail for an attempted suicide bombing, a charge she denies. During the course of her imprisonment, Ms. Al-Jabis accused Israel of denying her proper medical treatment and became a powerful symbol of the plight of thousands of Palestinians in Israeli jails. Yeah. Requesting Israel's ID, the officer insisted she remain inside the car while he inspected her documents, ignoring her concerns about a strange smell. The situation took a dire turn when a kitchen gas cylinder in her car caught fire due to the engine failure. Desperate to escape, Israel's attempts were thwarted as the officer forcefully shut the car door, causing her severe injuries. You're reading that from Ahram Online, right? I don't believe she blew herself up. It's not something that women do normally when it comes to terrorism. Anyway. Look, I don't know. I don't know what happened, okay? I don't. The problem is, we don't know how, we will never know, okay? You can either believe the Israeli occupying force, or you can believe the victim in the situation, the Palestinian. Okay? That's it. Because unfortunately, there is no due process. There's no real investigation. That's the problem. Do you guys understand? Because I'm not saying that there aren't Palestinians out there that want to do like things the Israelis. Of course they do. And some of that, even under a normal circumstance, if it wasn't a fucking occupation, would be still illegal and would deserve prison time, okay? The problem is, however, there is no real fucking investigation because it's the criminal entity that is the occupying force that is conducting the fucking false investigation. And half the time, they're not doing it. That's the problem. And yeah, in this circumstance, I believe her testimony more than I believe the Israeli occupying force. Especially when even acts of violence in this circumstance, like a lot more acts of violence in this circumstance, would be considered legally just and morally permissible. Like you can, if you want to, call it terrorism all day, every day. But the real terrorism in this circumstance, is what Israel's doing. I'm sorry. It's just it's the case. It's the truth. Okay. Like, that's crazy.
Main entrance to the Indonesian hospital, one of northern Gaza's largest healthcare facilities, now in ruins. Overwhelmed with the number of wounded and facing a severe shortage of medical supplies, corridors have become wards and surgeons operate on the floor. After Israeli tanks and snipers laid siege to the hospital for days, troops raided it in the early hours of Friday morning before the ceasefire came into effect.
We told them we are civilians. We have children and sick people. We are nurses when they stormed the hospital through the main entrance. They interrogated me with 3 other nurses. They asked me if there is anyone from the resistance here. They asked me about the entrances and the exits of the hospital. We were all panicking and very scared.
The hospital has been out of service for weeks. With the extent of the damage, it's not clear whether it will ever reopen. Witnesses recall the horror of Israeli soldiers' interrogation.
The 4th floor of the hospital was targeted with a missile. They also cut off electricity and solar power. We had 25 people with broken pelvis who can't be moved. They detonated this entrance. They shot the patients inside the building. They searched us one by one and scanned everyone's faces. While interrogating me, I told them that I am a nurse. They took me to this corner and beat me and asked me so many questions about the hospital, the Israeli captives and hostages, if I know anything about them. Every question was accompanied by a slap. After that they left. We could have gone, but I promised Allah that I will never leave my patients here alone and that I will be the last one to leave this hospital.
The Committee to Protect Journalists says at least 48 Palestinian journalists have been killed by Israeli fire. Anas al-Sharif is among the few risking their lives to tell the world what is happening in northern Gaza.
The occupation forces have damaged and destroyed big parts of the hospital. There's been major destruction here in the hospital. Even equipment and supplies have been ruined by occupation forces.
US media report the Biden administration had been concerned by the ceasefire because it would allow journalists greater access to Gaza, which would, they say, expose the devastation and possibly turn public opinion against Israel. The stench
Oh,
of
don't worry. They don't give a fuck about public opinion against Israel at this point, or ever did, really. Like, until people start literally losing their fucking minds and the protests continue, I guess. It's just, you know, I guess, no, it's important. It's important to continue doing protests over and over again because it is breaking through. The dam is breaking.
Death forces people to cover their nose. Charred, decomposing bodies, children among them, are piled up in one corner. No burials have taken place because Israeli snipers targeted anyone who ventured out to dig a grave. Streets, schools, houses, shops. Israeli
Dude, there's mass graves everywhere.
strikes
It's
have destroyed them
nuts.
all. After 7 weeks in hiding, people are finally able to go outdoors. But with entire neighborhoods razed to the ground, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have no homes left. Osama bin Javed.
They do, though. If the world did to Israel what they did to Russia, it'd be over for them. Yes, that is true. Okay? That is 100% true. If there was widespread condemnation and actual fucking boycotts against Israel, a country that is reliant on foreign aid, not like Russia, whose relationships with the Western world is simply trade relationships, okay? And has not factored into their economy the major subsidies or major like weapons deals that they get from other fucking countries. Sanctions only work on our allies is a fundamental position that I've had that I keep repeating over and over again. I mean, yeah, look at this. Here's photographs from Eunice. Photographs depicting the destruction of the main popular sites in Gaza City, captured before and after the destruction of the ongoing war. The Rashad Shelwa Cultural Center. Gaza's Municipality Park. The Unknown Soldiers Square Park. Fucking bulldozed it too, I think. Gaza's Municipality Library. The historical Al-Omari Mosque. Some of these mosques are literally older than Israel by like wide margins, by the way. The Katiba Mosque. A lot of these mosques are older than Israel. The Katiba Park. sick, man. Terrorist. Terror park. Don't recall Syria being an ally? What do you mean? Don't recall Iran being an ally? Don't recall Syria being an ally? Wait, what? Do you think our sanctions were able to fucking cripple the Iranian or the Syrian governments? Did you just say that like our sanctions were very effective on our foreign adversaries and then bring up two governments that have not actually changed power at all? And as a matter of fact, like, first of all, Iran was an ally, I guess, technically. But that's besides the point, because like the sanctions happened when they weren't, and you forgot. My main point is that sanctions, when applied to our foreign adversaries, oftentimes don't work because they literally position themselves against that. Sanctions work against allies because allies do not have their economy reliant on American sanctions. They do not have an economy. Our sanctions famously stopped the Iranian development of perhaps one of the most advanced missile and drone programs in the world. Wait, what? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, because the only thing that stopped the denuclearization, at least the nuclear agreement, was again, not sanctions, like directly dealing with that. Oh yeah, you are being sarcastic. Okay, yeah. That's the hilarious part about this. Like the way that we deal with our enemies, the way that we deal with our foreign adversaries, the only successful mechanism of dealing with them is by fucking dealing with them, by talking to them, by setting up deals with them. Whereas the only way to, demonstrably, it's failed. Like sanctions have demonstrably failed, as Elon is saying, when it comes to Iran. You have to do treaties. We anally fucked Cuba's economy forever, probably. This is true. It is one of the most unjustifiable things. One of the worst acts of collective punishment is America's gross blockade on Cuba. Okay? Completely unjustifiable, utterly unjustifiable, not permissible, ridiculous. The entire world, the global population, with the exception of, I think, like, I guess Israel and Ukraine and America, everybody thinks it's completely ridiculous that Cuba is still under blockade. I don't even know if it's Ukraine even. We did that to Cuba after we funded the Batista dictatorship in Cuba, because we wanted to keep Cuba a sugar plantation for our own personal benefit. Okay? We funded these guys. Ukraine does not take our side on Cuba. Oh, it does. Even Ukraine doesn't take our side on Cuba. God damn. As of the last vote to remove sanctions, it was just U.S. and Israel. That's crazy. The sanctions that were so successful that Russia started buying arms from Iran and North Korea to use in Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Especially when you're using artillery. I think that is one of the most tragic aspects of the Ukrainian war, like the invasion of Ukraine and the proxy war that it turned into, is that America's getting artillery shells from South Korea. Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea. What the fuck? So maybe real life lore isn't wrong when he says, technically, it's West Korea. Well, I guess he never said that. It was the guy who memed it, but Ukraine abstained, by the way. Okay, thank you. I was wrong. Disparage Ukraine like that. Israel's domestic emergency call networks have been down for the last hour. No ability to call emergency services in the country. Possible cyber attack. A big cyber attack affected all Israeli communication affiliated with the occupation police. Emergency services says. Wait, really? I don't know how reliable that is. The historical unknown soldier monument. The picture on the right is from 1995, the first unit of police women. Sorry, guys, I'm still ACAB. Here's the Shalihat Resort. No, I'm just kidding. Don't take that seriously, please. Oh, look at that. Terror. The Children Happiness Center. The more like the Child Terror Center. The ancient Saka House. The Carrefour Shopping Center. I didn't know they had a Carrefour. What the fuck? Wait, is that like an off-brand Carrefour or is that legit Carrefour? Damn, bro. They have it everywhere. They have that shit everywhere. They have Carrefour in Mexico. But this is Carrefour, so I don't think it's actually Carrefour. It's an off-brand. That's funny. Mashtal Hotel. Here's the main building of the Mashtal Hotel. The Gaza Harbor. And the Palestinian Telecommunications Building, the Paltel Building. What that chatter said about emergency numbers in Israel is true. I didn't even notice. Wait, really? Carrefour left Mexico 2 months ago? Wait, really? Did I see the last Carrefour in Mexico literally while I was there then? Because I actually saw Carrefour and I was like, oh shit, Carrefour. When I was in Mexico. And I was there like, what, 3 months ago? That's wild. I got to see a fucking, the last bastion, dude. The last monument, the last testament to French colonial interest. Respect. Carrefour is it's like French Walmart. The UN vote to remove sanctions of Cuba, only US and Israel were against. General Assembly votes overwhelmingly against US-Cuba embargo. One abstention, I guess the one abstention is Ukraine, which, by the way, I was wrong. I said Ukraine was against it. They abstained. And the two countries that were against it are the United States and Israel. Anyway, the point is, we are the bad guys. Don't forget that. That is such a bad guy thing to do. Having sanctions, putting a crazy blockade and sanctions on a fucking whole ass country because they had a revolution where they literally freed their own, freed themselves from slavery, subjugation, and exploitation for colonial powers or imperialist powers. Like, that is cartoonishly evil. We literally funded the fucking dictatorship that was still way more violent than Castro ever could be over the course of his entire reign, for the record. So make no mistake. And then when he fucking lost, we just immediately implemented sanctions. And we're like, oh, dude, that's fucked up. It is illegal to buy bread from locals as a tourist in Cuba. It's just comical evil, dude. Comical evil. Fuck off. Castro didn't reign. He was elected. Sorry, I meant like his tenure, I guess. Tenure. It's nuts. Anyway, by Israel's own estimates, 94% of the deaths have been civilian casualties. If you're killing 94% civilians, you can't claim collateral damage. You're killing 6 times more children than Hamas. You can't claim collateral damage. It's intentional. Yeah. There it is, dude. There it is. Israel's estimates, its own military estimates, is that they've killed 1,000 to 2,000 Hamas fighters out of a military force it believes is about 30,000 strong. The country's prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has pledged to eliminate the group, but Hamas remains a coherent fighting and political operation able to negotiate over hostages. So yeah, no, Hamas is the lesser evil here. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Also, I love that the numbers they widely swing from 1,000 to 200 or 2,000.
Now, those terrorists who are being released are immediately being greeted with raucous cheering by Hamas supporters, not in the Gaza Strip, in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. This was tape from Ramallah this weekend.
Oh, is he going to show? This is my favorite thing that defenders of Israel do, where it's like, well, guess what, dude? Palestinians killed 2 Palestinians. Like, this entire video that Ben has done, we forgot that we were watching a Ben video, I'm sorry. But this entire video that Ben has done is unironically, it's only okay if Israel kills Palestinians. If Palestinians kill other Palestinians, then that is the worst crime of all time. Because why? Well, they took a legal kill from an Israeli hand. And I think that is really fucked up. He's black on black criming it, dude. He's black on black criming Palestine. Supremacist arguments are literally always the fucking same, dog. What the fuck? He's just like, well, it's really fucked up that Hamas is kill stealing. Oh, wait, he's not even showing
They're literally
that.
firing fireworks.
Oh, shit, he's not even showing the thing I thought he was going to show. The thing I thought he was going to show was the 2 fucking collaborators that they executed in, I think it was like Turkel? Like, they executed 2 collaborators and hung them, and people were celebrating it, okay? And all of the fucking accounts kept spamming that under my replies, where I was like, dog, what do you want me to do? Not collaborators, traitors. Yeah, in Tulkarm, right? And so what do you mean? Like, okay, if we're looking at the situation, and you want me to stop the fucking the people that they're executing for treason, they say, and you're mad about like 2 people that have been executed by Hamas, but you're just like oblivious to the thousands that have died and actually unironically justify the thousands of civilians that Israel has killed. I'm sorry. It's really weird for me to sit here and act like you give a shit about Palestinian deaths. Yeah, hung them from an electricity pole. Reportedly, they gave away info on 2 militants who were later killed. And it's like, yeah, that's not appropriate that they did that. You know what I mean? If only they had like a legal structure where they had self-governance and could go through the regular investigative protocols to figure out if someone was like actually committing treason, for example. You can't do that though, because they're under occupation. It's so fucking stupid.
Works in celebration at terrorists being released back into their community. Because these are heroes in the Palestinian.
For the record, got to point this out real quick. ANC did way worse shit than just hang their collaborators and traitors. So remember that. Remember that. Remember what the ANC used to do. Necklacing is what the ANC used to do to collaborators. You know what necklacing is? When they put a fucking tire around your body and light it on fire. Okay? None of which made the apartheid legal, just, or permissible.
Palestinian community. People who attempt to murder Jews. Not just police officers, like random Jews. In fact, how innocent were the people who were released? Well, the released prisoners themselves immediately donned Hamas headgear. And they pledged to renew their terrorist efforts. Again, they literally put on the Hamas.
Yeah, dude, suck my dick, okay? Yeah. Guess what, dude? They get to do that, okay? Straight up, I'll say it. Don't give a fuck. They get to do that. You want to know why? Because the Israeli government is unjustifiably holding them under permanent detention, oftentimes for no fucking real reason. And yeah, Hamas's actions are responsible for them being fucking released, even though they don't even don the Hamas headgear, by the way. He's talking about the keffiyeh, okay? He's saying they were he most likely talking about the keffiyeh. Maybe one of them was like, oh, I love Hamas now, and like maybe wore the green headband or some shit.
Hamas headbands, and then swore that they would.
If you care so much about how Palestinians govern themselves, perhaps you should stop pushing them directly into the hands of Hamas.
Rejoin the fight. These are terrorists.
Yeah, the entire argument is like, these are terrorists. They're doing terror. They're terrorists. Yeah.
Wearing Hamas gear.
No, he's not shitting on the keffiyeh. They're wearing a green headband. One of the guys is wearing a green headband. I don't think the green flag that they're waving is the Hamas flag, but it could be.
Mass celebration of the release of terrorists.
Yeah. Guess what, dude? Guess what? I talked about this earlier today, but I guess I have to repeat it once again. If I go to prison, for example, in Turkey, because of the things I've said against Erdogan, okay, and the Trump administration, after defeating the Joe Biden regime, I don't think the flags are Hamas flags, by the way. But regardless, even if they were, okay, let's say I go to fucking, generic Islam flag, but whatever. Let's say I go and I get thrown in a Turkish prison, okay, and the Trump administration fucking gets me out. Bet your fucking ass I'm going to be like, listen, I don't really agree much with the guy, but he did a fucking solid, okay? I'm sucking him off. I'm sucking him off so good. I'm giving him the greatest sloppy toppy he's ever gotten in his life, okay? I'm throating him. I'm the throat goat. Do you understand? Why the fuck would I ever turn around and be like, oh yeah, I shouldn't celebrate the guys that fucking got me out of permanent prison where I was subjected to torturous conditions. Yeah, I'm blowing bubbles on that Trump dick. If he gets me out of fucking Turkish prison, I'm blowing bubbles on that shit. I'm giving him the Nancy Reagan. The fuck out of here, dude. How stupid. Tone policing motherfuckers that have been released from perma-jail.
Okay, and here's one of the persons who was released calling for more Jewish blood. Okay, this lady, who is a terrorist, she's saying, we are the sword of Mohammed Daf. He is the military leader of Hamas. So that's on the one side. Meanwhile, here...
Wait, what? I don't know what she said. This lady, who is a terrorist. Holy fuck, he really is calling her a terrorist? They are saluting Mohammed Dif, the Qassam leader. I wonder why the Daily Wire isn't subtitling. Zionists are stealing your food. What are your four favorite Israeli foods? I mean, a lot of people shit on this, but I've said this before. This isn't Jewish cuisine. This is Arab cuisine, okay? Arab Jews brought this to Israel. That doesn't mean that it's not like authentic to the Arab Jews that eat it, okay? But the idea that this is like Israeli cuisine is fucking ridiculous, okay? They're not eating this because they are Jewish. They're eating this because they're Arab. And also, there is no such thing as like Israeli cuisine. Also, baklava is obviously Turkish. Do not make any mistake there. It's definitely Turkish. Don't even fucking start with me on that shit. Okay? Do not fucking start with me. Baklava is Turkish. It's Ottoman Empire. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. I think this is shakshuka, right? Is that shakshuka? I don't fucking know. Or is it menemen? I have no idea what this is. I assume it's like... Is it shakshuka? Okay, yeah. It's shakshuka, falafel, hummus, and also baklava. Bro, it's literally an Arabic word, dude. Don't even fucking start with me, bro. Don't even fucking start with me. It's baklava, okay? And it's Turkish. Don't even fucking... Oh my God, people are saying it's Albanian, bro. It's they're saying it's Greek in the chat. I'm losing my mind. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Stop. Stop. Cease with your lies. You have all behaved in a manner that is consistent with Israel when you do this. Okay? Oh, it's really funny. It's oh yeah, let's criticize the Israelis for stealing the cuisine of other local cultures that they consider to be enemies. But then you do the same. You do the same, and you expect me to sit here and act like it's the truth. Okay? Yeah. You're being Turanian? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize being fucking correct on the history of cuisine was consistent with being Turanian. Being a pan-Turanist, a pan-Turkic Turanist. I can't tell if this is one of your everyone's Turkish bits. No, okay. I do that bit all the time. No, but baklava is Turkish. I bet, like, yeah, of course it's shared. It's shared. It's so stupid. Like, there's no real, like, singular force for singular piece of like food culture. It's like, think about it this way: Swedish meatballs literally are originally from Turkey. Like, it's Turkish meatballs, but then it turned into Swedish meatballs. Like, that's how it works. It's through cooperation and through trade. Anyway. Oh, man. We all know literally all ethnicities are Egyptian. Thank you for inventing meatballs. I don't know where the original meatballs, like in the way that we get it, come from, but I do know the Swedish ones are literally Turkish. Swedish meatballs did come from Turkey. That much is 100% true. Hey, have you tried to find a new outlet, like draw or write a story from this passion? No. What is this? Oh, dude, isn't this the, I used to respond to this. I used to react to this girl.
Anything about Palestine, kick their asses. By the way, the people that are sympathizing with Palestine right now literally rot in hell. Like, literally rot in hell. No, I've never visited Palestine because it doesn't exist. I've only ever been to the Jewish homeland of Israel. Show me Palestine on a map because it doesn't exist. I don't know. It's a sticky subject. The innocent Palestinians, there's no such thing as a...
Wait, what? She's like, the innocent Palestinians, I mean, there's no such thing as a Palestinian.
It's complicated. Also, like, Palestine doesn't exist, so you're not Palestinian. You can't be born in Palestine. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I post this, by the way, after?
Nice.
I'm going to go now so I can relax. If anybody rates...
Yeah, she's like a fucking right-wing weirdo. Anyway, Ben's
There is some tape of Israeli children being released to their parents. If those parents survived, some of these kids have no parents because Hamas actively murdered them. You can see these are kids being delivered back into the arms of their family after being held hostage for 50 days.
Oh, I thought he was still talking about the fucking the hostages that like Israel released. I was like, what? I didn't realize he swapped it over to the Israeli hostages now. I thought he literally was saying Hamas killed the Palestinian parents too.
Exactly the same. Exactly. Moral equivalence, according to the media. Exactly the same. This is, cycle of violence and all of that.
No, these kids are innocent because they're kids, okay? Kids are innocent because they're kids. Doesn't matter what part of the occupation that they're in. Same goes for the 13-year-old kid that you're fucking viciously considering to be a terrorist, okay? When a 13-year-old grabs a pair of scissors and tries to fucking stab someone in the goddamn throat, you don't ask the question like, well, what kind of a terrorist is this? How long do we fucking permajail this person? You ask the question, where have we gone wrong as a society that a 13-year-old is behaving this way? Of course, I guess Ben doesn't give a shit about that because, libertarian and all.
It's ridiculous and sick to make any sort of equation here. But of course, that's the entire game that the media are playing. Are you tired of the lies?
Anyway, yeah, it's really fun. BBC editor doesn't regret false Gaza reporting. Suspect in the shooting at 3 Palestinian students.
In
Vermont,
yeah, we were
going to cover this and I fucking forgot.
The man accused of shooting 3 Palestinian college students over the weekend had his arraignment in the last hour. He pleaded not guilty. According to authorities, the students were out walking when the suspect fired at them, quote, without speaking, end quote. 2 of the victims are now in stable condition, but the third is more seriously injured. Their families, along with civil rights organizations, are calling for an investigation into possible bias by the attacker. And the family's lawyer says this was a clear case of a targeted attack.
From our understanding and from our read of the facts,
hate and the ethnicity.
I tried to grab as much as I could about this dude when it was released, when his identity was revealed. And he is like, this is a fucking tragic story, obviously. It's an expected one. Of course, it's going to happen. Islamophobia is so normalized and so permissible by polite society, by liberals, that, of course, some people are going to act out on their violent desires, thinking that it's totally appropriate, valid, just to just like kill random fucking people that are in their eyes Arab, Palestinian. It's really fucked up. The other part about it is that the guy that like shot them is like the classic Vermont libertarian who is, as far as I understand, pro-trans, pro-weed, and like anti-government. Had an insane website where he like talked about all of his libertarian activism, I guess. Like the classic fucking psycho Vermont guy. Remember how you guys have seen, well, I guess the other guy is not a psycho, but it's like, have you seen that fucking famous meme from Vermont? It's like, I love my trans daughter and my AR-15. Basically kind of like that. Except way more right-wing, obviously. So, how can you be libertarian and Zionist? Yeah, pro-trans, pro-gay, extraordinarily racist. Anyway, let's watch.
The race of these individuals did play a factor in them being targeted. And I think as the investigation plays out and as we get deeper into, the suspect's mindset, we're going to clearly see that this was a hate crime.
Our Polo Sandoval is following this for us in Burlington, Vermont. Polo, very difficult news to come to this morning. What's the latest?
Well, at least all three are alive, though at least one of them is in critical condition at last check, and two others are stable. And we'll tell you a little bit more about these three young men in just a second. But first, Casey, let me get you and our viewers the latest that just came out of court a few moments ago. It's 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who actually lives on the block that you see behind me, which is where that shooting took place. He faced a judge, entered a plea of not guilty to 3 charges of attempted murder. In addition to that, a judge ordered that he be held without bond until the next hearing. So he will remain behind bars while this investigation presses forward as authorities here in Burlington seek to answer that key question of what the motive was. Now, when you hear from the families of these 3 young men identified by an organization that's working with the family as Tashin Ali Ahmad, Kenan Abdulhamid, and also Hisham Awartani, who are the 3 young men that are seen in a photograph that's been shared by their family. That photo, Casey, actually taken just moments before the shooting itself. And in that photo, you could see that traditional Palestinian scarf that the families believe may have made them a target. In the meantime, though, investigators here in Burlington saying that they are not at the point of this investigation where they can conclusively say that this is the latest potential Islamophobic incident, violent incident that took place. They say more evidence needs to be gathered at this point. But one more thing that I can also tell you about what took place just yesterday when they arrested Eaton, the suspect in this, according to some newly released arrest records that I just had an opportunity to read through literally in the last few moments, it paints a clearer picture of how that arrest went down. And according to that court document that I've had an opportunity to review, it was local police together with ATF agents that actually made their way to the house of the suspect, which is just to my left shoulder, right in front of where the shooting happened, that they made their way into the home after investigating. And inside that house, they found a .380 pistol. Now it's going to be up to ballistics to determine if it's the same pistol that was used in the shooting of these 3 young men that are recovering in a hospital.
All right, very, very difficult. Polo Sandoval in Burlington, Vermont. Thank you very much for that brand new reporting. Let's bring our panel in now. We are joined by Republican strategist Doug Heye and CNN political commentator Maria Cardona. Susan Page also back with us. Thank you all for being here. Maria, this was just a very, very difficult.
I mean, here's the classic certified banger, of course. If the shooter turns out to be Hispanic, build the wall, Arab, ban Muslims, trans terrorism, cis, straight, white. He's been through a lot. He's just a ooh small bean. Jason Eaton, the suspect accused of shooting the 3 Palestinian college students, was arraigned and is being held without bail. Jason has had a lot of struggles in his life, but he's such a kind and loving person, his mother told us. Bro, he's not like 18 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah, he was a Boy Scout leader. Accused Vermont shooter was terminated for a financial services job earlier this morning. Earlier that morning. Earlier this month, sorry. Jason J. Eaton charged with shooting 3 students. He is like, I looked through some of his stuff before he got fucking eviscerated. And it was like classic libertarian guy who's like constantly writing letters to the fucking government. He has like a website full of his accolades, and his accolades are just like being, I think he got like awards for being a person of notoriety. He had his like Boy Scouts awards on there too on his website. He wrote about what did he say? He wrote about democracy and capitalism. I don't know. He's just like a fucking. He is a real Dale from King of the Hill character. I wish that we could just look at all of his writings. On the news by me last night, they didn't say the words hate crime once about the shooting. Dale Gribble. According to the resume, Eaton was a field instructor at the McCall Outdoor Science School in Idaho, where he taught science to 5th and 6th graders for 2 months in 2005. A year later, he apparently became an investment advisor representative, where he managed about 100 clients and $7 million in assets. Damn, bro, they let anybody do this job, huh? He was also a senior head instructor at the Obsidian Trails Outdoor School in Oregon. The resume states between 2004 and 2005, he claimed to have worked at the Adirondack Leadership Expeditions. Later, he guided wilderness trips for at-risk youth at the School of Urban Wilderness Survival, the Carolinas and North Carolina. Vice reported that Eaton was also formerly an assistant scoutmaster for the Boy Scouts of America unit in New York. I've been waiting for you. The affidavit states that the students were shot outside of the home of Aratani's grandmother, whom they were visiting for Thanksgiving. Aratani told police that he and his friends watched TV and went on walks during their visit, and that they did not visit any mosques nor have any disagreements with anyone. On the day of the shooting, Aratani told the police they went bowling and then went for a walk. Bro, you know their asses were fucking smoking weed, okay? Sorry, no disrespect to those who were shot, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that's classic. That's classic Thanksgiving activity, dude. You're on your fucking, you're at your grandma's place. You go and you walk around and you're fucking smoking weed with the cousins. Like, that's the cousin walk. Isn't that literally what it's called? And then this fucking psychopath comes in and guns him down. Ridiculous. You're nuts, dude. Wait, what? What do you mean? He described he was wearing a polo shirt, blue jeans, leather jacket, gloves, and a trench coat, along with him wearing a Palestine headscarf. Yeah, cousin walk is as American as apple pie, baby. You're absolutely correct. Ali Ahmad told the police they were smoking cigarettes. And was also wearing a keffiyeh. Eaton allegedly shot the trio from about 2 yards away. Aratani told the police that Ali Ahmad was screaming and fell during the grisly crime. Aratani said he called 911 and that a man approached him with blankets. Abdul Hamid told the police that when they walked past the White House, a wonky man started staring at them, stumbled down the stairs before he walked up pulled out a pistol. Believing that the man was going to shoot them, Abdul Hamid said he ran across the street and jumped the fence. The affidavit states that Abdul Hamid said he hid for approximately 2 minutes before he ran to another yard and begged the woman to call 911. When he sat down at the residence, he said he realized he was wounded. Eaton was arraigned on Monday and pleaded not guilty. He's being held without bail. The arrest affidavit states that when authorities arrived at Eaton's home, he said that there was a shotgun inside. Authorities confirmed that Eaton bought a Ruger 380 caliber pistol in April. I've been waiting for you, he told an ATF agent. The affidavit states, oh, classic. God, what a typical libertarian, man. Holy shit. classic. Authorities have not yet identified a motive for the shooting, and prosecutors said Monday. What I don't get is like, he is such a, according to NBC, Eden appears to have a YouTube account that has playlists with the videos include Expose Fauci, Long COVID Economics, and How to Use Your Brain Crystals for Psychic Powers. Yeah. I think this dude was probably like a classic Bernard Sanders supporter turned fucking COVID nut. That's what I was going to say, because I saw his like COVID stuff too. He's an OSINT guy too. His website had like a entire tab dedicated to OSINT. Anyway, in an X account that appeared to belong to Eaton, he described himself as a radical citizen patrolling democracy and capitalism for oath creepers. A 2022 archive version of that same account, which contains the same photo, has a more subdued bio that describes him as a Vermont dad and part-time farmer. The archived X account also provides a link to his Substack with a wandering ramblings of a reformed broker on the ADHD ASD spectrum. Substack only has one post, which is an essay on how restaurants can retain dishwashers. Risa Eaton had previously suffered from depression and other mental health issues, but in such a good mood when she saw him on Thanksgiving. She said her son, who had bounced around different jobs previously and had an assistant as a financial officer. Public records show that Eaton was employed at Cusco Financial Services. Financial Industry Regulatory Authority records show that Eaton has worked as a financial advisor and a broker in Vermont and New York since 2002. He's currently not registered. Working together to make a healthy local living economy is the best investment worldwide. Eaton wrote that he was a farmhand at the Maple Crest Farm. Resume states that he continued to be a farmer at various organizations, became a financial advisor, got a Series 7, 66. On Thanksgiving, Reed said Eaton was totally normal and the family had a great holiday together. It was not immediately clear whether Eaton owned a gun. The best Thanksgiving we had in years, Eaton's mother said. We were all together. During the family dinner, Reed said that Eaton did not mention the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. She added, however, that her son's a very religious person who connects with different religious figures and often reads the Bible. He, like all of us, thinks the world is a mess, Reed said. He's a spiritual person. So he spiritually fucking smoked 3 Arab-looking kids. Is that what happened with the keffiyeh on? There is nothing more fucking radicalized. Dude. I was listening to Naomi Klein talk about her new book on the Majority Report this morning about like doppelgangers and like, I guess what has happened with COVID, like how people's brains broke. COVID really broke a lot of people, dude. It was a powder keg, I think. Like America was a powder keg, the Western world in general, but especially COVID just like fucking was the perfect match to light this entire thing on fire. Anyway. If you don't run, you rust. COVID rusted a lot of people. I think it's more so that there was already a shit ton of economic instability, volatility, and that is a perfect environment for radicalization. And then also on top of that, like we were already hyper atomized, very alienated from our labor, alienated from one another. The internet also plays a role in furthering that division. And then you already have like a built-in mistrust of mainstream media, and then all of a sudden mainstream media is like trying to in real time offer you information, rapid fire, some of which is going to be incorrect because this is a novel virus, right? And obviously the goals of epidemiologists is to ensure that broad swaths of the public are safe. So they're being as careful and as considerate as possible. And a lot of people turned around and were like, nope, I don't believe it. Fuck you. You're denying me my free travel. And I think it broke people. It broke people pretty hard. Perfect environment to break people. It just couldn't have come at a worse time. You know what I mean? Like the top of the hour ad break. Except you know when the top of the hour ad break comes because it comes at the top of every hour every time. And you can also, of course, avoid watching those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Duh. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Use the 3-minute ad break now. It's fucking terrible, man. It's so shitty. Do you have Naomi on the broadcast talk about her doppelganger politics takes on Israel? Sure. Someone in the chat said, if we tell the Chuz the Palestinian blockade is one huge lockdown, they'll change their tune. Yeah, no, be like, Israel's doing a 15-minute city in Gaza. And Susie B, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. What's also super sad is their parents said that they wanted them to go to their grandma's in Burlington because it wouldn't be safe for them to go home to Palestine. But it wasn't safe for them here in the liberal bubble that is supposed to be Burlington either. Yep. At the end of the celebration, Reed said she gave her son a Christmas tree to start decorating for the holiday. She said she had not spoken to her son since Thursday and assumed he was at home over the weekend decorating his tree. Brother, they're already calling Gaza a 15-minute city? Shut the fuck up. Gaza, Palestine, the era of post-colonialism. Let this serve as a warning to all the people of the world. Once they box you into a 15-minute city, they can kill you. And nobody on the planet will do anything at all to save you. They can blame terrorism and they themselves created through their actions. What? Their enemies are simply not Palestinians as all of us. We are Palestinians to them. We are all Palestinians to the psychopathic oligarchy. What? Bro, this literally reminds me of the famous Quebecer. What was it? The book that it was like Quebecers are the N-words of Canada. It's like not everything has to be the other thing. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, God. This is a deep cut from Quebec politics. No, not that law, because someone was calling Quebecois the white N-word. Oh, here, this is it. Wait, how do I fucking... Bro, please tell me this article is also in English. Yeah, White N-Words of America is an essay by Pierre Valliere, published in 1968 by Editions Parti Pris. After the dislocation by the police of the Felquist network that they have set up, Pierre Valliere, accompanied by Charles Gagnon, took refuge in New York with the groups of Black Panther activists. They demonstrated in front of the United Nations headquarters to demand the status of political prisoners for their comrades incarcerated in Montreal, and to make known to the whole world the national liberation struggle of the Quebec people. Following this demonstration, both were imprisoned in Manhattan in the Tombs prison. Listen, I'm a Quebec separationist for the record, so... I agree. I agree with them. You know? Racial metaphor, reception upon the publication of the book. Oh, this is the best part. Look. Pierre Valliere was not the first writer to use racial metaphors to describe French-speaking Quebecers, and this comparison was quite widespread during the 60s. In 1959, Raoul Roy, founder of Les Revues Sociales, criticized the English-speaking bourgeoisie for using French-Canadian workers as white N-words with a hard R. As early as 1932, when he received the Gandoger Prize from the French Botanical Society, Brother Marie Victorin had used the same terms to deplore the subordination of French Canadians. This makes me so mad. Lamau, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I love Quebecois. I love Quebecers, dude. Are you kidding me? I think they deserve to separate. They're the best. There are so many. By the way, I do love that there's an entire Wikipedia article dedicated to how many times the Francophone Quebecers have compared themselves to black people and have used the N-word while doing so. Okay? More bad foreign policy, shaking my head. Like, they're the best. Dude, Bloc Québécois, when they were doing the last one of the last debates that we watched, you don't remember where the fucking guy literally came up and straight up said that, like, they identify with the indigenous population of Canada because they themselves have been oppressed in identical terms to the First Nations people. And he said that directly to a First Nations person. Like, he literally said that. What was the name of the guy? I can't remember now. He's awesome. He is so swagged out. He's so fucking swagged out. He said it straight up to the face of an indigenous person. You know how, like, they will bring up, you know how they'll, like, bring up a person to ask questions to everyone? Yves Francois Blanchette. Oh, yes. Oui. Yves Blanchette is a huge Islamophobe, but also supports Palestine too. Weird as fuck guy. Yeah. That's Bloc Québécois, not Parti Québécois. No, I said Bloc Québécois. I am le Bloc Québécois supporter. I think it's correct. They have been attacked just like the First Nation people. Anyway, Reed says she found out about the shooting early Monday morning when her daughter came over and woke her up. Police say that on Sunday night, a search warrant was executed on Ethan's residence. The affidavit states that when the ATF agents asked Ethan why he had been waiting for the authorities, he simply replied that he would like a lawyer before he stepped into the apartment hallway. Inside the top drawer, they found the .380 pistol with 5 rounds. I just don't understand. I can't believe he would do something like this. Okay, so this one doesn't actually go into, like, his background because his politics are so fucking, they're so American. You know what I mean? They're so incredibly American. Anyway. Oh, here. Social media accounts. Yeah, this is it. Libertarians want trans furries to be able to protect their cannabis farms with unregistered machine guns. Radical citizen patrolling democracy and capitalism for oath creepers. Hashtag wild type. Okay? An archived version of his account for 2022 is by comparison much more restrained. He doesn't follow me, by the way. I looked it up. First thing I did was like what's happening here? In the archived version, he describes himself as a dad and part-time farmer, identifies himself from being from Vermont. It has his Substack, RDKL, in which he promises wandering rambles of a reform broker. I'm here to push us over the tipping point, he wrote. Do your own diligence, talk to an advisor, or just ignore it. For heaven's sake, don't risk your life savings on my rants. Current version of his Substack only has one post, which is a lengthy essay offering advice for restaurants on how they can retain dishwashers. But he appears to have deleted more than a dozen posts since April 2022, according to an archive version. One post from March 2022 titled, Thought Crime is an anti-vax screed that labels COVID-19 as a government conspiracy. The scale and scope of this operation was next level, he wrote. He also shared other anti-vax sentiments on his LinkedIn and wrote, first of all, when you're writing on your LinkedIn, that's already a big L. Okay? Are you a crypto guy? There's like, are you like a marketing guy? Are you one of those like Y Combinator guys? Why are you writing on LinkedIn? Who the fuck goes on LinkedIn? Who the fuck writes on LinkedIn? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, if you're writing on LinkedIn, at least write about crypto. If you're writing on LinkedIn and you write, oh, his tweets are not privatized on the Wayback Machine. Thank you. If you're writing on LinkedIn and the things that you're writing about are fucking anti-vaxxer conspiracies, is even worse. April 1st, so many more hacks and servers on issues propping up. Here's the math for the Fed. Inflation is 8%. The Fed funds rate must be above the rate of inflation. Libertarian Party of Tennessee. We want to come out and say that Bernie Sanders is probably the best presidential candidate there has been since FDR. There you go. Typical fucking Bernie anti-vaxxer. God, Vermont politics is so awesome. Young Americans for Liberty. What underpins a world order is always the financial system. We're about to abandon the traditional system for money and accounting and introduce a new one. Are you ready? Fauci fraud. Hashtag fraud patrol. At SEC.gov. Hashtag mRNA. Hashtag Moderna. Hashtag Pfizer. Hashtag BioNTech. Hashtag criminals. Hashtag Tea Party 3. Hashtag Bastille 2. Hashtag accountability. Elon Musk says the U.S. is a very, very ancient leadership, believes there's a serious issue with gerontocracy in many countries. Abolish the IRS. Anybody who thinks we don't have an oligarchy right here in this country is sorely mistaken. Damn, bro. He really loved Bernie. He was like, Bernie's not saying ceasefire, so... The sale of a Canadian oil pipeline to an indigenous-led buyer could turn some of the industry's staunchest opponents into partners. Anyway. At this point, he had only 12 followers, I guess. Play Lethal Comp with Germa? I would love to. I'd be fucking honored to, okay? But he never asked me to play video games with him, so... You know. Yeah, Sag. I know. It's Sag. I'm shy. It's not he's shy. I can't make a move on German. He's too hot. Both raised every trans person on the internet. Yeah, between me and him, I think that is the entirety of the online trans community, honestly. Oh my God, HasanAbi is a shy guy. Yeah, I am a shy guy. I can't do it. He's too hot. Too attractive. Fucks me up. I think about the classic Jerma, here's my curls for 500 subs video. Anyway, he also has an Instagram which is largely dedicated to the sharing images of his farm. Only on one post, he hints at ideological political outlook, where there's a screenshot from the Urban Dictionary definition of America, a word used to describe the worst sense of the United States, imperialism, corruption, and the global exportation of American culture. Meanwhile, he did the thing. He did the importation of the America's greatest export of imperialism. Okay? He did that. There's nothing more America-KKK than just like trying to kill a bunch of fucking dudes that in the middle of the night with your gun because you're like suspecting them of being Arab or something. I don't know why he would fucking open up fire on 3 Arab students that had the keffiyeh on. You know, I'm not going to immediately say it's a hate crime, but it sure smells like it. Boy Scouts of America confirmed device. Eaton's mother, Mary Reed, told Daily Beast he just spent Thanksgiving together and nothing seemed to miss. Eaton confirmed that there was a gun inside his apartment and repeated that he wanted a lawyer. Said Murad and appeared nervous and was shaking. Investigators got a warrant to search his apartment. Palestinian, not just Arab. Authorities are yet to identify a motive in the attack despite growing calls from civil organizations to investigate the shooting as a possible hate crime. I mean, come on, dude. Listen, brother. If 3 Orthodox Jews like were walking down the street and some dude walked up to them and just like fucking shot them, you know, the motives would be kind of understandably be there, you know? Like people would immediately go, oh, I know what that is. That's anti-Semitic hate crime. But pretty obvious. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I'm not going to jump to a conclusion. DGM Protocol, thank you for the 20 gift the subs. Two of the shooting victims are U.S. citizens, and the third is a legal resident. All 3 attended school together in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. That's crazy. Burlington resident here. This happened right after the cops were agitating pro-Palestinian protesters at a tree lighting ceremony the night before. He was calling protesters who were just projecting the names of the dead for disrupting the peace and was threatening to arrest everyone. Oh, nice. Yeah. All right. We're going to move on from this. I don't want to listen to what Bernie Sanders has to say about this. But I wanted to talk about this especially. Hollywood won't make a movie about how laughably absurd it is that we now allow grown men to call themselves women and dominate women's sports. So we did. First of all, that's not... What do you mean Hollywood won't make a movie about that? Like, Juwanna Man literally exists. What are we talking about? It's just, it wasn't, like, inherently transphobic. You know what I mean? Like, it was done not to be like, oh, this is what fucking... Like, it was... Or was it Juwanna Man or was it White Chicks? What was it? There's a couple. Wasn't it Juwanna Man? Am I wrong? What was that? The only way he can stay pro is play like a girl. Oh yeah, that is true. Okay, what? Juwanna Man, White Chicks, like there's a bunch. They did the reverse and She's the Man. Yeah. No way they said there's not enough transphobia. Hold my beer. No, the thing is, like, half of, like, cross-dressing and, like, gender swapping and stuff is such a certified classic of, like, the 90s. Pretty much every single fucking comedy has done this, okay, to some capacity. So the idea that, like, this doesn't exist or whatever is so ridiculous. I'm not even going to go into, like, Shakespeare and, like, old school plays or even Milan or, like, all these other instances where, like, but it's a trope. It's, like, it's a classic trope. Tyler Perry, Eddie Murphy, all these guys have done it. And then also on top of that, you literally have, you know, entire movies dedicated to, like, men competing against women, like cis men cross-dressing and competing against women. Except I would go so far as to say a lot of those movies, even like Joanna Man or White Chicks, I'm sure they had, like, a lot of inappropriate jokes in them that would be seen as transphobic now. But I wouldn't even say, like, the origins of said movies were like inherently trying to shit on trans people. You know what I mean? It was more sexist, I think, than transphobic. Like, in the sense that they most likely, I don't really remember. I'm not defending these movies at all, but they most likely were doing this thing where they were like, oh, men are better than women at sports. Like, that's kind of it. This, on the other hand, is, like, directly, I suspect, transphobic, right? Like, this is specifically done. It's like Mrs. Doubtfire, but evil, right? Like, it's not about, like, cross-dressing or anything like that, and haha, like, men are actually better than women at sports or anything like that. It's just straight up, like trans people are secretly faking it or something.
Where women's sports is being transformed.
Wait, there ain't no fucking way they put
in a world.
Wait, hold on.
Where women's sports
is that? At this point, I feel like the entire, like, trans panic is just propped up to fucking give Riley Gaines a career. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense that people are this aggro about this shit still. It's like, bro, it failed politically. Please stop. It's so odd that this person's claim to fame. Can we talk about something? Can we talk about, are we far enough removed from the situation that we can fucking laugh at a person who got, like, tied for 5th place and lost to 4 cis women, okay, and then 1 trans woman, and never stopped complaining about it? It's like, bitch, you weren't in 2nd place and lost to a trans woman. Like, you literally lost to multiple cis women. Get better at swimming, bozo. Skill issue. And conservatives still fucking constantly put this psychopath all over their broadcast. They love a fucking loser who won't stop yapping, dude. It's fucking crazy. Did you know that Riley Gaines made a video crediting the Dunning-Kruger Times for her information?
Everybody heard last night that the Irish basically played a game of fuck around and find out.
Wait, what? This is not Riley Gaines. I don't think. This is another white woman.
Everybody heard last night that the Irish basically played a game of fuck around and find out, and they lit up their city. And why, do you ask? Because Ireland are sick and tired of the governing class, who has let thousands of these migrants and illegal citizens into their countries and into their neighborhoods and into their streets, where they've caused violence against against their people. And you know what? The governing class and the police didn't do shit about it. So the Irish did. The Irish have stood up against the governing class. Torn apart. politics and say we're done with the bullshit. Riley Gaines just won a lawsuit of like $1.2 million because she stood up amongst the sea of hate and said, no, you're not doing this. And more.
Wait, really? Is that even real? Like, what the fuck could she have won a lawsuit? What the fuck could she have won a lawsuit against?
Is being transformed.
Anyway,
The
let's keep
Daily
on.
Wire calls foul with the most triggering comedy of the year.
Oh, dude. Our comedy is so triggering, dog. Oh man, I'm gonna perish if I watch this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get triggered. Uh-oh.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Ew, Jeremy Boring is in this? Oh no, they're all playing dress up. Nah, I know what this is. Come on, man. Lot of theater kids. They're just using this as an opportunity. They're just like, yeah, we'll do theater kid stuff, but like we're doing it in a homophobic way. So like don't say we're gay.
Please don't steal my catalytic converter again. Winning matters. It's the key ingredient in becoming a winner.
Maybe you should try it sometime. Are you gonna move?
I am not.
Dude, they have too much money. Like, I can't believe they're pumping out like rom-coms for 8 people to watch. Okay? It's nuts that they have like this level of production capabilities at this point.
Let's cut to the chase. I know you're not a woman.
Hey, you don't know how he identifies.
If you can beat them,
What do you know about the U.S. Opens for the Global Games?
You want us to compete as women. $5,000 prizes.
My lover says you were a great coach back in the day.
join
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. So a guy can become a girl with no physical.
I can't lie, I want to watch this now. I hate these pieces of shit, but I kind of want to watch them try and act. I feel like this is literally made for us. Like, this is the audience. It's made for like people who call up children's hospitals and issue bomb threats, and us. Like, as far as the target audience, like, there's no way. This is made for hate watchers, I think. I have to watch this. I'm excited. I'm not going to even lie. I'm excited to watch this.
Physical changes at all.
Oh, that's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice.
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes. Coach. Alex. We could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
it's time
We're in. I'm in. I'm in.
to play
Lady Balders. Mount up.
like a girl.
That's right. I'm with her. Believe in my truth. This is my truth.
Dude, I love that they're all like pasty ass old white guys, by the way. Like, it's classic. They're just like, oh, dude, we dominate women, bro. We would dominate women. Brittany Griner would destroy you, okay? Straight up.
From heroes
Day one of being a girl athlete. I love being a girl.
to sheroes.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer. I said sport, Felix. It's ladies basketball, boys. Nobody watches.
It is pretty funny that this is like, they're literally just dunking on cis women. No, yeah. This ultimately, dude, this ultimately comes down to not being transphobic and just shitting on women, which is exactly what Joanna Man and white chicks were. Like, that's the funniest part about the story, is that this is no longer like transphobia because you're so hyper focused on making like a movie out of it. Transphobia only works when you are saying it, like, this is what trans people are doing. Okay, this is what trans people are doing. That's the transphobic side of it. Okay, like they're faking it. They're faking it so they can like win a swim meet at the age of 12, right? Like that's crazy. That's a stupid fucking thing to say. Now, beyond that, this turns, if you make a whole movie out of it, like it basically just turns into just shitting on cis women. Yeah, this is just a throwaway late 90s bro film. Exactly. I mean, it's pretty awesome. My favorite part in the real world is none of these dudes are athletic enough to beat any women anyways. Yeah, no, literally. That's why it's so funny. Like those guys, if they played against like actual WNBA athletes, like they would get fucking destroyed because they're so incredibly out of shape.
Excuse me.
Like I'm no athlete by any means. I cook most of those motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Probably all of them.
Are these seats open? Never mind.
Getting dunked.
Like this is so perfect because like by virtue of being a man, you can just dunk like that. You know what I mean? It's so perfect. I love this. I love this. Like this dude can't even palm the ball, brother. But by virtue of being a man in this fantasy, like he automatically outcompetes every woman. You know what I mean? It's so sick. It's awesome. Oh God, I can't wait to watch this. I'm stoked. You guys should have never shown this to me. This is like right in my fucking wheelhouse, dude. God damn it, this is made for me. This is so made for me.
And tucking trunks.
No, she didn't.
Wait. There ain't no way that the good guys are the white guys and then they play against the scary black guys who are also now. You can't have a Daily Wire production without it being white supremacist, dog. Yo, that's sick. That's fire. God, they make so much. Dude, I love conservatives should always let their freak flag fly. You
know? That's the biggest I've ever seen on a lady.
I don't care.
Lady ballers.
One can even be trans age now, which provides Sheelix with a wonderful opportunity to relive all the experiences that she missed out on in school.
Streaming exclusively on Daily Wire Plus December 1st.
That's awesome. That's awesome. White chicks, better plot plus better movie. Dude, this is it. This is the best. Wow. This was the movie they tried to film in Nashville that a bunch of actors walked out of. Wait, is that why all the Daily Wire cast is in it now? Because all the actors walked out. This is fire. I can't wait to review this. This is peak cinema. This is peak cinema. It's the best. Starring Jake Crane, Blaine Crane. What the fuck? Who are these people? Are they brothers? Co-host of your favorite sports show. David Adam Crone, co-host of Crane Company. Ty the Fish, new comedy special on YouTube. Billy Ray Brandt, hated by feminists, admired by the feminine, voted biggest pick me. Matt Walsh blog, also featuring Riley Gaines, like fuck, Ted Cruz, Seth Dillon. Seth Dillon's gonna have a piece where he talks about how it's like rape children are better than having a 14-year-old rape victim be 14-year-old rape victim get an abortion in the movie. That's his part. Andrew Clevan, Michael J. Knowles, I'm Brett Cooper, and Ben Shapiro.
from when it was being filmed. What? Acting like trans women at Olympic-style basketball tournament. Have people in the audience holding trans pride posters up and names of the teams such as Lady Ballers. I'm non-binary, so I immediately left when I realized. But I can't believe something so vile is being made in my hometown at a venue I frequently attend shows at. Took out 4 days of work because the money was good and paid in cash each day, but felt so unsafe before my production even started that my wife had to come get me. I don't get... I say get the money up. You know what I mean? Get the money up, not the funny up. Take those pieces of shit and their dollars. What is this? One of their stars that cringed the thing about Palestine?
Yeah, hi. This is just a little message to all these cis, straight, white cats.
Can I just say something? A lot of these dudes are like low-key but high-key just into cross-dressing. Like, that's it. Like, they love doing this because, like, I mean, they're just like very into it. They love doing this because they're very into it. They want to act like they just hate it or that they're making fun of it, but it's like, no, man, you're just doing it. You're doing it because you like it. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like you should probably be more comfortable.
Catholics in America right now, like, here's an idea. Shut up. Dead ass. Shut your little privilege traps, your little Karen voices, your little Chad voices. Like, you have no right. You have no right chiming in on what's happening right now. Okay, maybe talk to somebody oppressed. I don't know, like the LGBTQIA2+ community for Palestine. Maybe talk to them because they know what's up. Because Palestine would welcome those folks with open arms, babe.
Bro, this is literally identical to... This is literally Israel's greatest SNL sketch, by the way. A testament to how bad Israeli comedy is. Oh my God. Like, Israeli comedy is basically this fucking random asshat in his YouTube channel. Yeah, I think the greatest L anyone's ever taken is Steven Crowder because he would love to be this. He would love the cross dress in this production.
They would I don't know if you're allowed to be gay in Palestine. Let me just fact check that. Gay marriage is not recognized in Palestine. You might be arrested or even murdered for being gay. So that wouldn't. Listen to the black people, okay? The blacks know what's up, okay? So let's just check the BLM Twitter right now. Yes, that is all it is, with a cute little picture of a paratrooper flying down for freedom. I stand with Palestine.
I love that these guys have like made their entire worldview around like, are you offended because I used the F slur? Okay, Karen. And then they literally are like foaming out of the mouth. They're having an aneurysm because a fucking random unaffiliated BLM Chicago account was like, I stand with Palestine, and then like posted the fucking paratrooper emoji. It's like, you can't live in this world, dude. What are we doing? You're fucking literally crying about this. Also, conservatives are homophobic. Like, what are we doing? You did an entire production you're making fun of gay people. You did an entire movie about making fun of, queer people in general. What do you mean? Are you... Like, I don't understand it. Like, when Hamas does it, it's bad. When I do it, it's good? Like, is that what it is?
Das it. Wait, that might actually be the person. The paratrooper is the one who flew down and killed the Jews during the music festival. So okay, so if you're black, you can say things about killing Jews, but if you're brown, you can kill gays, but not the black.
Yeah, I love the sentence construction here. By the way, let's see what the blacks are saying.
Arrested or even murdered for being gay. So that
I want to run that part back.
Listen to the black people, okay? The blacks know what's up, okay? So let's just check the BLM Twitter right now.
The blacks know what's up. Let's just check the BLM Twitter right now. Oh God, I love right-wing humor, but like not for the reasons that, one would appreciate that kind of comedy.
Oh, here,
Hey
little
everybody,
Joel
so if you've been on like left-leaning segments of the internet for any time at all, you know that one like weirdly recurrent theme, something that comes up again and again, is like liberals and leftists trying to explain why conservatives aren't funny and why conservatives make bad art. It's a thing that comes up like a weird amount, and usually there are like two very similar theories as to why conservatives make this bad art and tell these unfunny jokes. The first is that conservatives punch down. Whereas lefties are kind and compassionate and therefore make art from that perspective, conservatives are rude little guys, they're rude dudes, and they look down on minorities, and so their comedy comes from a place of ugliness. The second reason, and this is very, very similar, is that conservatives lack empathy. They can't feel for the plight of others, they lack some sort of a vision of oppression, and for that reason, they're stuck making bad, unfunny, hack art. Now, I'm going to make a bold statement here and say that I disagree with both of these theories. While I do think that capital C conservative art is quite a lot worse than most other kinds of art, I don't think that punching down or lack of empathy are the reasons for that. And let me tell you my own personal theory for why conservatives make bad art. It's because conservatives are dumb. It's because they're dumb. It's because they're dumb guys. If you're watching a comic and the comic says a dumb thing, you're way more likely to not find that comedian funny, you know, because they're stupid. If you're making conservative art and that art exists to justify conservative ideology, the reason why that art is most of the time not going to be very good is that conservative ideology is dumb. Anything that justifies it is going to be stupid because the thing itself is stupid. As I'm editing this video, I'm imagining that I'm going to get one comment. Yes, Big Joel, I agree with you that conservatives stupid and that that's probably why their art's not very good. But the reason they're stupid is because they're always punching down and hate minorities. And I would say yes, and because that's not the only reason they're stupid. Most conservative beliefs are stupid. You know, if a comedian comes out there and talks about how climate change doesn't exist, that's not punching down. That's just a dumb guy doing stupid stuff. In any case, I prefer an explanation concerning the stupidity of conservative beliefs, because this whole empathy punching down thing just seems like a way of asserting like a liberal.
The thing is, like, there is a inherent reactionary attitude that's baked into neoliberalism or like the liberal monoculture that we exist under as well. So oftentimes you can at least like point to the hypocrisy of liberalism, and therefore, even if you are a conservative, you can sometimes come across like as intelligent because you're at the very least making like what is ostensibly an intelligent fucking argument about how hypocritical liberalism is. But even in that circumstance, that's not conservative humor. At the it's basically the same type of humor that you would hear from someone like myself. You know what I mean? When I'm fucking getting mad at people being incredibly hyper narcissistic about their rad lib takes. You know what I mean?
Conscience superior.
What's your take on Matt Rife? I have not watched a single piece of Matt Rife content except for like the one time that he was popping off on like a black woman, I think. And that's it. That's the only thing I saw. And my takeaway from that was that he's hot. Like he has like a weird fucked up face, but in like a hot way. Like his face is like really fucked up and gross, but in a weird way, it's like very hot. I don't know how to describe it. But having said that, I do think that because he looks too much like handsome Squidward and like ladies loved him or whatever, he kind of tried to shed that audience and like get with the boys. And now he never really had like good humor anyway. People were just like kind of laughing because he's hot. Does that make sense? So now that like the people that find him hot don't find him funny or want to listen to what he has to say because he's like shitting on them, he's lost it all. He scared the hoes. He fucking sucks. Yeah, except the thing is, like, my hot take is that, like, I don't think you should cancel a comedian for being, like, misogynistic, because I'm a man. Obviously, I have toxic masculine aspects to my existence, and sometimes I say shit that's, like, misogynistic. I think you should cancel a comedian for not being funny. And I think his misogyny comes from being a hack. More so, like, it's a desperate attempt to try and make a joke and then failing to be funny, which is the worst thing you can do as a comedian. And let me tell you something. No matter how neurodivergent some of you motherfuckers might be in here, there's still the concept of your problematic fave. Why do you have a problematic fave? Because their output is consistent and good regardless of the fucking politics that you don't agree with. So don't come for me and be like, Hasan, oh my God, this guy's being misogynistic. No, you hate him because he's not funny. That's it. He's not funny, and he's being misogynistic in an unfunny way. If he was actually funny, we would be having a different conversation. Dave Chappelle is another example of this, okay? That's it. If you're going to be problematic, if you're going to make, like, jokes about issues, you're going to make jokes about issues that are, like, maybe on the edge there, you have to be funny. You just have to. He's the opposite of Shane Gillis. Yeah, I mean, even Shane Gillis's, like, stand-up special was all right. Like, there were really good ones. I feel like a lot of stand-up specials, like, because Netflix is just seemingly giving everybody money, there's a lot of stand-up specials out there that I would not consider to be, like, wall-to-wall laughter-inducing. And, like, Shane Gillis has some really good jokes and then some really mid ones where it's, like, just straight fucking toilet humor, really hitting the fucking, men versus women in a relationship type shit. And it's very interesting because, like, I mean, I don't know. Comedy's very subjective. So it's hard to just look at that and agree with me. Maybe you're going to say, oh, you're in the wrong here. I thought Shane was, like, really funny. Because he has incredibly funny bits. Like, he has incredibly funny. He has really solid jokes. And then sometimes he has, like, really, like, mid-tier jokes. Matt Rife, on the other hand, doesn't touch the most mid Shane Gillis joke. He is just, as far as I've seen, not very funny at all. Matt Rife's crowd work is genuinely quick and witty, but his normal act is very typical cancel culture stuff. I mean, his crowd work is witty and quick because that's what pops off on TikTok. But you can't make an actual stand-up special with that.
He say something like that. He's body shaming me. Cancel Matt Rife. Bitch, you can't cancel me. I'm not your gym membership. Get the fuck off my feet then. You can talk your shit to me online as much as you want. Say whatever mean, hurtful things you want to say to try to hurt my feelings. But just know, I'm gonna fuck you up verbally. My goal is to now make you cry. Like, I'm gonna win this battle every time. So when I hit you harder than you hit me first, don't act like you're the fucking victim, okay? That's my biggest pet peeve on the entire internet. And probably.
Dude, what the fuck? He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. Oh, God. It's not liberalism that kills comedy, okay? It's a desperate attempt at trying to get this, okay? If this is what you're doing, if this is what you're looking for, you're not a fucking comic, dude. Like, I would never say I'm a comedian, okay? Because I'm not. I think you have to be witty, you have to be clever, you have to be funny. I'm none of those things, okay? I get a lot of this, though. I get a lot of this, and I get a lot of booze, obviously. But I'm not a fucking comedian. Like, I don't have a stand-up special. This guy, on the other hand, is, like, claiming to be a comedian, and he's doing a TED Talk. Don't do it. Don't do it then. Don't do it. Do a TED Talk instead.
do a podcast and complain about cancel culture on the podcast. I hate that. Compare him to Nick Mullen. Like, Nick Mullen is a great example of an old school comedian person who will who has like really fucking good jokes, and then and the same goes for Shane Gillis too. Like, and then some of the stuff that he attempts to create laughter out of, or just it doesn't hit. And if it doesn't hit, then it comes across very bigoted and awful. Okay, but because he has a lot of really fucking solid jokes, that ultimately, like, yeah, he is a good comedian. Not every one of your jokes is gonna hit. A lot of people don't understand that. Shout outs for giving Nick kudos for once. Wait, what? I don't know if you know this, but it's an ongoing bit. Like, what do you mean? The thing is, I literally use Nick's fucking cop joke all the time on stream. Like, I pull it up myself personally about who you're gonna call when you're, oh yeah, you hate cops. What's gonna happen? I'm gonna butcher it, but the classic. Honestly, didn't know Matt was conservative. So you don't like Matt Rife? I don't know enough about Matt Rife. I just heard his comedy special is mid, and this seems very mid.
Probably the best example of that was throughout this Twitter interaction when all this backpack shit was going on. I'm arguing with people. We're going roast for roast, just really having some fun, wasting time. I was having fun with it. And then there was this one woman, took it too far. She would not shut the fuck up, dude.
His crowd work is funny. That's it, though. Conservatives fail to recognize that timing is the most important element of comedy. Yes. What do you mean, dog? You're a Twitch streamer. You're always selling yourself short. You're witty and funny. Just this top of the hour ad break is a quick and witty 3-minute early. Fucking Christ. Man, you gotta say, if you start a joke with arguing with someone on Twitter, it's already gonna be bad. Yeah. I don't know. I just, like, cancel culture is so fucking insanely played out. It's so overdone. Come on. It was hacky in like 2018, brother. How are you still running that shit? How are you still running that shit? What is this Nick Mullen joke?
I like Elon. That's my contrarian take. I think he's gonna save the world. I thought he was whack for a long time until the last couple weeks. Because now he's gonna be the hero we need. Because he's gonna do 2 birds, 1 stone. He's gonna destroy the website Twitter and all of his unearned personal wealth in the same move, and be the hero we kind of need in retrospect. He's like, that would be like if the 3rd plane in 9/11 made it to Congress. It would be like that. That would be that move. Where at first you'd be like, this is pretty bad. And then be like, well, maybe. Maybe it's pretty good. No, I'm just kidding.
No way you're laughing at this? Wait, really? That's funny. Anyway, that's look, whatever. I feel like I never rate whatever the least funny chat on Twitch thinks is funny. Yeah, no, I know that this chat finds me to be funny, which is sad for me because they find very little else to be funny. It's really dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb to fucking constantly be obsessed with like what comedians are saying and acting like comedians are the beating heart of American culture or some shit. Like they're supposed to be like honest truth tellers. Like, yeah, most of the people that complain about that sort of shit also don't fully understand how, like, what it takes to build a set, what it takes to be funny. And they don't recognize that what happens when you're not actually funny doesn't necessarily mean that you're like a bad person. You know what I mean? That's it. Farting on a dog is basically the funniest thing, and it clears all of these charlatans.
Superiority. Like, we're just built with more empathy and more kindness. You know, liberals are empaths, conservatives are dark triad freaks. Like, no, that's not what's going on. That is not what's happening. Conservatives have empathy. That's not the problem. The problem is that like 80% of the time, if a conservative's walking into the room and he wants to tell you something about why he's a conservative, wants to tell you a joke, explaining his conservative beliefs, that joke is going to be fucking dumb.
That's it. Got plastic surgery, got a massive women following, got insecure. He's actually really not funny and got popular because women wanted to fuck him and not because he was funny. So we tried to make jokes to the boys. We tried to punch down, and now he's going to go the woke mom's trying to cancel me route. I don't even think it's that deep. I think he's just not very funny. Like, crowd work can be good. Quick retorts. You're already in a position of power in that situation. The other person can't really, like, you know, the other person doesn't have much to own you. Most people are there to see you. They're not there to fucking listen to the heckler. So yeah, in that power dynamic, he comes across like kind of funny, I guess. But that's it. Wait, where's the fucking... I can't find the... Someone sent the link and I lost it. Matt Rife, Sam J, Tom Segura, and Marlon Wayans discuss the state of stand-up comedy. You can't be afraid to offend. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yes, Stabby Baby's gonna come on to promote his stand-up special. Here's the thing, dude. Yeah, you can't be afraid to offend. I agree with that. But you also should be funny. You know what I mean? You literally should be funny. You should at least try to make an attempt to get people to laugh at what you're saying and not go, oh, I agree with what you're saying, so I'm going to clap for you. Anyway. Yeah, I saw his response where he linked to special needs helmets. Like, how old are you, dude? What are you, 38? Are you 40? The fuck? What is a special needs helmet? Like that's such a bad old man joke. Even his fucking wife beating joke is so bad. It's like aha, my bitch wife Deborah. It's like, what? Dude, you look like, aren't you like a Zoomer? What is happening? That's the type of shit that like all of this, the special needs helmet joke is so, it's not even 2005. I feel like it's like 1998. You know what I mean? It's the two black eyes joke. It's old as fucking stupid. Yeah, the whole like, no, not even Jerry. Yeah, I mean, I guess Jerry Seinfeld era jokes, but not Jerry Seinfeld. It's like talking about domestic violence in the sense that where he was like, here's a link to my official apology. The link to his Instagram story leads to a medical website that sells helmets for people with special needs. He's like, ooh. He's so edgy, dude.
He's so fucking edgy. Man, I'm pissed. The funniest part about this, in my opinion, is that most people didn't even give a shit because Netflix has like dumbass comedy specials that nobody gives a fuck about literally every week at this point. There's so many of these things that just keep getting pumped out and nobody cares. Like you're not Dave Chappelle, you know what I mean? And the only reason why people care about Dave Chappelle is because he's fucking Dave Chappelle. He has an entire library of content that is actually genre defining and very good before he made a fucking boomer ass heel turn and started constantly weirdly hyper focusing on trans people and crying about woke culture all the goddamn time. But even then, Dave Chappelle still has moments of clarity inside of that. Like, I've talked about this before. Like, Dave Chappelle has the capacity to make a banger joke about trans women. Like, he is skilled enough as an orator and skilled enough as a comic to be able to do so. Like, the Beyond Pussy joke. That's funny. The problem is, it's sandwiched between objectively unfunny statements that aren't even supposed to derive laughter out of you, where he just basically goes, yeah, trans women aren't women. I don't agree. I'm a TERF. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, how do you do the... It's not even offensive because it's transphobic. It is transphobic, right? He's saying he's transphobic. It's offensive, to me at least, as a cis guy, that he's just so hacky. Like, it's such a hack bit. And it just makes me sad to see someone who is such a great comedian just fall from grace so goddamn hard. You know? Why do you think he fell off so hard? It seems like he made an intentional shift to shit jokes. I can't understand why. Dude, I think he's just smelling his own farts. That's it. I think like when you get older, when you get super wealthy, you get out of touch. And if you don't desperately cling on to reality, if you don't have like a grounding force, if you're surrounded by people who are too afraid to say no to you or to like, or that you rely on for a different perspective, then yeah, saying Dave Chappelle fell off is wild wrong. I mean, he didn't fall off in the sense that like he's not as popular anymore. I'm saying that from my own personal assessment, and comedy is very subjective, from my own personal assessment of the matter, I think Dave Chappelle was a much funnier person and his older stand-up stands the test of time. However, unfortunately, his newer shit, it kind of stinks. It's not that good. It's very hacky. Like the attack helicopter memes are so fucking played out. And I've gone into this and talked about it extensively as a longtime Dave Chappelle fan. I talked about this extensively as far as like why Dave Chappelle is so funny and so thoughtful and so good on like issues that pertain to the black experience in America. Well, it's because he understands it deeply. It's what he lived. And you can't really cut observational humor if you don't actually value the humanity of the people that you're observing. There's plenty of funny things you can say about trans people. Like there's a lot of humor there. It's a weird situation overall. Not to say that trans people are weird, but it's certainly a situation that lends itself to a shit ton of jokes. Problem is, if you're looking at it from the outside, all you can say is, look how weird they are. That's like a man in a dress, right? That's a man in a dress, lol. That's not a joke. That's just simply something that, you know, every fucking 4chan poll nerd has said. And that's not my expectation from one of the best comedians of our generation.
From gaining 16 million followers on TikTok.
Every
single TikTok comment is requesting me to do more red flag crowd work.
To shutting down Ticketmaster's server while selling out his world tour.
This kid sold out a world tour in a day.
Shut down Ticketmaster.
At the age of 27, Matt Rife has already made some serious waves in the comedy world and has plenty of people talking.
You got that guy, you have Matt Rife.
Matt Rife.
Matt Rife.
This is Comedians on Matt Rife.
He's suspect to me. Matt Rife is somebody, I look at him and I go, oh, I could beat him up.
But he's a boxer, though.
It doesn't matter. I feel like I can. So he wouldn't be. But you, I just know you would defeat me.
Right.
In a real, you would never, because your insides would go against it. My point, though, because you're a good guy. But I'm just saying, if we didn't know each other, and I went in and I, you know, hoogly boogly your kids, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're saying I could get it to a level.
What does hoogly boogly mean? Who knows?
Who knows?
Because I would do this hoogly boogly.
Because I think you know what the difference is. Because I think I know a little bit more about history.
This guy's more funny than the comedian. What do you mean? That's Bobby Lee. He's a comedian too. What are you talking about?
Matt Rife. So my hate for Asians is more than him. Because when you look back at history, you really want to hate the Asians.
Can we talk about that real quick?
Yeah.
As you gotten more successful, has the bitterness worn off?
100%.
Really?
Yeah, everybody gives, I don't want to say his name because everybody mentions it, but like the hot guy with the shirt off, everybody's talking about him. Can you believe this guy? And there's all these pages dedicated to hating him. And I'm like, I don't care. Let him do his thing. He's killing it.
Yeah.
What do I give a shit?
But if you were 20 starting comedy, do you feel like you would have felt
Probably, yeah.
some animosity?
Yeah. And I know a lot of big comics now who used to have podcasts solely to shit on other comedians, and now they're huge, and they don't do that.
Yeah.
It's all insecurity. And no one internalizes. No one goes, maybe I suck.
Most dudes that look like that are not that funny.
Yeah, and most dudes that look like that are women.
Right.
I mean, no joke. I love Matt. I commend. It's awesome. It's awesome to see anybody doing well. But nobody has. I mean, Matt, it looks better than a lot of the women that I've dated. I think honestly.
He's beautiful.
The guy is damn beautiful,
yeah,
dude.
He is beautiful. I mean, I 1,000% agree that he is.
And blacks like him.
Yeah. All blacks.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
Shamar Moore got on stage with him the other day.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah, he and I saw that. Yeah, because he goes, you know, I'm pretty too. Like he was like standing up for pretty men. It was the wildest shit where he's like, we're people too. All right, and we deserve.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Yeah, we need a few more mirrors in the economy. But we are people too.
It was insane.
Me and you are both not the handsomest guys. We have flaws.
Yeah, but
you fucking maximize it, dude.
So do you, dude.
I know. We're two guys who have a lot in common. We're guys who are not traditionally handsome, but we fucking maximize. I got the glasses to separate the eyes. You got the nice rims to distract from things.
I mean, I can't speak for myself, but I never saw you as, I always saw you as a pretty good-looking kid.
I saw you as a good-looking guy, too.
Okay. We're going to have to hear from every
what
guy.
it really is this fight between these two brothers who are the same.
Yes.
Yeah. To try to reach these people. Jesus Christ, is this what Matt looks like with his shirt on? That's what I look like too. It's these cameras. You don't have nice cameras. That's the problem, is these fucking cameras.
Yeah, I mean, they're all just like glazing up how hot he is. Where's the fucking comedy, man? What are they saying about his jokes?
You look different.
You do.
I mean, and so that's
Anyway. Bill Burr, still the uncontested legend, number one on my list, straight up. That's it. To be fair, I don't really watch as much comedy as I used to. I used to be such a fucking fan in general. I would go to to comedy shows. I would like watch. I literally went and fucking watched live tapes of Kill Tony. Okay, that's how much of a fucking nerd I was. And what was it? One with was it Brian Moses roast? Shit. No, not Red Band. No. Roast battle. I used to go in, I think it was in the Belly Room, right? Tom, you don't have to admit that, little bro. I mean, I don't give a shit.
Comedy has fallen off because all they do is complain about being canceled. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Kill Tony's fucking dog shit. How is that your claim for being into comedy? I really liked first of all, this was like super, super early Kill Tony, where I liked the concept of having like people who had never done stand-up before get analyzed by like actual stand-up comics. It wasn't, I didn't listen because I liked Tony Hinchcliffe. Did you write a type 5? I can't do it. I'm not a funny person. I'm not. Yeah, Rose Battle, Belly Room every Tuesday. My co-hosts will be judges and on Boys with Moses. So, yeah, I would go and watch Rose Battle in the Belly Room and stuff. I have buddies that were also like stand-up comedians who were obviously like the way that it works is they do the door there before they get so they can get their licks in. Anyway, overall, I think he then said he was testing the water, seeing if y'all are going to be fun or not. And my boy who was with, I was like, I feel bad for her, man. Oh, this is the joke. Which, by the way, the worst way to fucking analyze a joke is like written format. Like there's no worse way of looking at a joke and reading it in an NBC News article, okay? Just straight up awful. Just sucks all the context out of it, sucks all the fun out of it. There's no way to engage in like timing. No assessments you can make about how the room is responding to it. It just sucks. It's just not, it's an entirely different medium at that point. Which to me requires an entirely different if it's an entirely different medium, then it requires an entirely different style of comedy. One issue with comedy is that it's like with music and any art, you bring out one song and one listen after listening, when's the next coming out? Like this expectation. I don't know. It's on TikTok. Look it up. Someone send me the link of the video snip and I'll give you my assessment. Oh, here it is.
I've only been to Baltimore one time. I ate lunch there and the hostess who like seats you at the restaurant had a black eye. A full black eye. And it wasn't like, what happened? Yeah, it was pretty obvious what happened. And we couldn't get over the fact that we were like, this is the face of the company? Like, this is what you have greeting people? And my boy who I was with was like, yeah, I feel bad for her, man. I feel like they should put her in the kitchen or something where nobody has to see her face, you know? And I was like, yeah, but I feel like if she could cook, she wouldn't have that black eye. Testing the waters, seeing if y'all are gonna be fun or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, it's such a fucking old bit, dude. Don't do the oh wow is funny. It's not because it's like ooh edgy. Like I don't care. This is not shocking. It's just a hack bit. It's like 1950s comedy. You know what I mean? Ah, my bitch ex-wife. Ah, my bitch wife. You see, she can't cook a meal. That's why she has a black eye. See, this is what I mean. I'm not analyzing this from this perspective of like, let's joke about abuse. That's so funny. You could do that. You could. Okay? A good comedian can make a joke about domestic violence or anything for that matter. It just depends on what angle you're taking. Okay? What angle you're taking. The angle on that can't be lol domestic abuse because then it's not that funny. Does that make sense? Like, especially if you're going to do lol domestic abuse or like, especially if you're going to go for edgy comedy, if you're going to do the Daniel Tosh, or the fucking, what's his face? What's the other one who's also handsome, and does, Jeselnik, Anthony Jeselnik. Like, they go way above and beyond because domestic violence is like too commonplace to just like point the finger at and go, lol. If you wanna open up, you have to really open up, I think.
I figure we start the show with domestic violence. The rest of the show should be pretty smooth sailing after that.
He's implying she should be fired for being abused by an intimate partner, which he presumed in the first place for no reason. Where's the punchline? Did he take it too literally? Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, we're done. We're not talking about it as though he seriously is saying this, okay? It's a joke. We're looking at it in an unserious world because it's not a serious fucking... He's not making an argument that domestic violence is good and that people who are victims of domestic violence should be relegated to the back office or to where they're cooking. And also, that also secondarily implies that like people who are bad at cooking are victims of domestic violence and they deserve it. Okay, chatters, that is not the assessment here. The assessment here is that it's an old, outdated, hacky bit because if you're going to make a joke about domestic violence, which you absolutely can, a good comedian can make a joke about it, you have to at least make sure that it's not a hacky 1950s bit that just means, lol, domestic violence. That's it. That's it. This one is for you. What is this? Hasan, you can't have a conversation about comedy with a leftist chat. I know. This is like, hey, at least you know that's pure variety, baby. We have moved on to pure variety. Okay? You want to know why we've moved on to pure variety? There's nothing more variety, Hasan, than looking at accidentally clicking on a landmine in this fucking community. Okay? Neurodivergent leftists who are literally just clinically impossible to like universally laugh at something. They just don't know what laughter looks like. Where I have to explain to them the jokes. This is old school HasanAbi broadcast shit. Anyway. This is a great thread showing how state prosecutors who have had a year to prepare this case can't even get through their opening statement without almost causing a mistrial several times. Opening statements are underway in the Young Thugs RICO trial in Atlanta. Fulton County Deputy District Attorney Adrienne Love began quoting Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book story collection. The strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. Young Thug, before openings began, testing the audio earpieces of the defense table. YSL checks all the boxes for being a criminal street gang, Love says. No surprise the defense objected to those statements by Love. It seemed like clear burden shifting when she said the jury won't hear any proof crimes were not committed on YSL's behalf. Judge sustained, of course. Some real rookie mistakes by the DA here. The reason spat underscores why reporters should never call them opening arguments. They're opening statements. The attorneys aren't supposed to be arguing anything. That comes in closing after the evidence is in. Not even done with the prosecution opening statement, and there's already a request for a mistrial from Young Thug's lawyer Brian Steele over slides in the opening PowerPoint that weren't disclosed and have info, he says, was barred. It's atypical to interrupt openings like this. Oh my God. DA is, of course, objecting to a mistrial, but she also acknowledged a mistake by suggesting a curative jury instruction. A pretty big screw-up, and I don't think she was even halfway through her opening statement. This is the slide. Conspiracy to violate RICO, murder, Ryan, along with YSL member Damon Blalock. He was 190, put a bullet in the back of the head of Jamari, aggravated assault Rodney Oden by shooting at him with a gun, convicted case on appeal represented by Brian Steele. 15 years old in 2019. Slim business rod. One of my older said an exclamation mark should only be used if the sentence should actually be shouted, and Judge Glanville's statements definitely qualify. I'm not happy about any of this. Kind of stunning. They went on break. Kind of stunning that they have been preparing for this trial for, a year, and they still couldn't manage not to screw up in an hour into the proceedings with a huge national audience watching. Slow clap for the Young Thug RICO trial, everyone. Where you will not hear... Wait, what? What you will not hear any evidence of is the defendants were not involved in a criminal street gang. Unreal burden shifting from a prosecutor here. Stunning that she said this and seemed surprised when there was an objection.
In a criminal street gang. You will not hear any evidence that they did not commit crimes on behalf of YSL. And as I stated to you earlier, what I'm saying to you now.
Law tip from Biomart, resident law tip guy. Burden shifting is when the prosecution implies that the defendant has to prove his innocence in court. It is absolutely impermissible and it's a day one law school thing. Mind-boggling incompetence, but very common among prosecutors in my limited experience. Yeah, the entire trial is to actually... The entire trial is to do that, right? Can't open up with it. They had to send out the jury without saying it. They had to send out the jury midway through opening statements.
Let me object to that statement, please, as burden shifting.
Object basis?
Burden shifting. And under Parker versus the state at 277.
Why don't we take that up and I'll note your objection. I'm sustaining the objection. Why don't you rephrase, madam?
It's the prosecution's job to prove guilt, never the defense's to prove innocence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just rephrase it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to explain to you at the appropriate time, ladies and gentlemen, what the burden is in this case. Remember what I told you earlier? That the burden never shifts to the defendants to prove or certain innocence. They're presumed innocent. And it's only until you hear.
Isn't it like accusing someone of being a pedophile and then demanding that they disprove that they are a pedophile, which you literally cannot do? In that situation, like how are you supposed to do that? Do you have a camera on you at all fucking times? You can't. Where are the no pixel lawyers when you need them? I've heard this is how law in Japan works. That's a wild thing to jump to, broski. It's the same argument as how can you prove you didn't kill that person? Yeah, you can't law tip exactly. You're asking to prove a negative. It's like you were gonna go to law school or something. You just can't do that.
Evidence that you decide is sufficient, and I'll instruct you on how.
If that's the case, then she's just lying to the court. Courtroom conditions continue to devolve in the young thug Rico trial. Defense attorneys are pissed the DA didn't disclose slides that she's been showing jury in her opening statements. Oh, my God. Will opening statements continue today in Young Thug's Rico trial? You can watch the cluster play out live with me. Ask questions in the chat. What the fuck? I mean, they can't personally slaughter this case that hard, right? Anyway. Oh, free slime. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, here's some interesting news. Derek Chauvin expected to survive prison stabbing.
Well, Derek Chauvin.
Ladies and gentlemen, Derek Chauvin, former police officer Derek Chauvin, and also murderer, had a knife-involved incident in a correctional facility. Right.
The former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020 was seriously injured after being stabbed at the federal prison in Arizona, where he is incarcerated. Maggie Vespa has all the details on this story. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, while officials say Chauvin, who is serving both state and federal sentences, is expected to survive this attack, there are a lot of questions this morning as to how exactly this could have happened. And that being said, a quick warning, some of the information and some of the images in this story may be disturbing.
What do you mean, how could this have happened? Like, It's pretty obvious. He's a cop in prison. What do you mean?
This morning, former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin hospitalized after Chauvin, convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed inside a medium security federal prison in Tucson, Arizona.
We are adjourned.
Chauvin was seriously injured but is expected to survive, a law enforcement source tells NBC News. The stabbing took place around 12:30 p.m. Friday, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and required life-saving measures before Chauvin was rushed to the.
I love when Republicans look at a story like this and become like abolitionists. And they're just like, wow, we need to immediately release Derek Chauvin from prison. Actually, how could you? These conditions are so awful. It's like, oh yeah, really? Like the only time you want someone to be released from prison because of the torturous conditions and like the genuine danger that it constitutes to one's life is when they're when they're acting out the desires of white supremacists and engaging in like otherwise state sanctioned murder of black men. But this one was so unquestionable, so beyond the pale that like even a cop went to fucking jail for it. That's the one time.
The hospital. It's unclear what happened and who stabbed him. The Minnesota Attorney General stating, like any incarcerated individual, he should be able to serve his sentence without fear of retaliation or violence. Chauvin's attorney slamming the prison for a lack of institutional control and transparency and claiming Chauvin's family has received no update on his current condition or location, stating it appears to be indicative of a poorly run facility and indicates how Derek's assault was allowed to happen.
Dude, I'm beginning to realize that in order to have prison reform, in order to have like criminal justice reform and prisoners' rights in this country, we just have to jail way more like conservatives in general. And not like the fucking meth head trailer conservatives. I'm talking like conservatives that have like a national profile, like Kyle Rittenhouse, like throw them in jail. Why? Because this is the only time these dumb motherfuckers ever go, oh my God, the conditions are gruesome. When they see someone that is acting out their fantasies, like their white supremacist fantasies in broad daylight, get arrested, they all of a sudden are faced with the reality that like maybe they would also face legal scrutiny for behaving in that way. And therefore they start looking at prison in a very different way. Straight up, suddenly they are very empathetic to the otherwise white supremacist criminal justice system. Where they're like, fuck, man. We got to fix this shit up. We got to fix it up. Like, remember when people were talking about Fulton County when Donald Trump was slated to, I mean, who knows? Maybe he will go to jail. Probably not. But conservatives are talking about the gruesome conditions of Fulton County. I was like, wow. At Fox News, they were talking about that. When in 99.9% of circumstances, when like conservatives are talking about the gruesome conditions of prison, they're like saying, no, this is the price you pay for violating the law, for doing a crime. But the one time you got like January 6ers in prison, or you have Donald Trump possibly going to jail, all of a sudden they're like, are prisons obsolete? We have to abolish prisons. Why is it that the carceral structure is the only way that we can genuinely try to stop crime from happening? I mean, it's not even a good, deterrence is not a good metric for success. I mean, look at the recidivism rate. I mean, let's compare this to Norway, please. What happened? I thought you loved that shit. What do you mean?
Find the defendant guilty.
In 2020, video capturing Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for about 9 minutes rocked the world as Floyd cried out, "I can't breathe." Floyd's death sparked a massive nationwide wave of protests demanding racial justice, and an investigation found that Minneapolis and its police department engaged in a pattern or practice of race discrimination. Terrence Floyd, George Floyd's brother, speaking out about Friday's incident, telling the Associated Press he wouldn't wish for anyone to be stabbed in prison, stating, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those four walls because my energy went towards getting him in those four walls." And some important context this morning. Chauvin, as part of his plea deal, was transferred from a high-security facility in Minnesota to that Tucson, Arizona prison. And experts tell us it's entirely possible that following this attack, he could be transferred to yet another prison. This after, by the way, the Supreme Court last week rejected Chauvin's appeal for his murder conviction. Savannah.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching.
Damn, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm consistent on this. I don't think anybody deserves to be fucking shanked in prison. Okay, that's not the crime. I'm not a believer in capital punishment. Straight up, I'll say it. You can say nah, I do or whatever, but like if you're asking me what my personal opinion is, no, I don't think anybody deserves that. This was the last thing I wanted to cover, which is what is this? This sent me after Candace Owens found that Derek Chauvin got stabbed. Okay, dude. All right. I'm pretty sure murderers deserve capital punishment. No, they don't. What the fuck? What do you mean? My man said murderers deserve capital punishment. That's insane. What the fuck? This wouldn't be capital punishment, but no, I'm saying that because I'm not in favor of capital punishment, I, of course, am also not in favor of like, someone fucking getting stabbed to death in prison in general. Like people always play fast and loose with the with the whole like prison rape situation, and it's like that's not a additional secondary side effect of being in prison. That's just more crime. It's awful. Like no one said that. No, but it's the same principle behind it when you're like saying, yeah, someone got stabbed in prison, good. You're basically playing into that. It's like it's capital punishment by other means. Somehow even worse than capital punishment, because like he's not even he wasn't even slated to be executed by the state, which I still do not think is appropriate. Bro, you're a 40-year-old man having no idea what you're talking about. Your entire opinion is just based on assumptions. When are you actually going to properly research a topic? What are you saying that like you're in favor of capital punishment? Like, I don't understand. Also, you're saying I'm a 40-year-old man. You have your literal son on your PFP while you're on Twitch. That's kind of weird. You okay? Yeah, it's my favorite thing now is people just being like, dude, your opinions are not well researched. And it's like they never actually have like a particular thing that they're upset about, especially one that I haven't addressed a million times over, or they could find out for themselves if they watch like a full video on my YouTube channel. It's just motherfuckers being like, yeah, dude, you're just stupid, which is what I hear all the time. It's just you're trying to say it in a different way. Like, just come in and tell me what your objections are, what you think is like where you have a disagreement. You know? Very interesting. Anyway. Chat room is an open floor. Say your piece or quit yapping. Yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of the yapsters. I just wanna know what the fuck they're saying so I can address it.
All right, let's look at this. So this is apparently a letter written. They're claiming that a release Israeli captive held by the Palestinian Resistance Rights. A thank you letter to the Palestinian Resistance for their humanity and great care. Obviously, this kind of stuff I'm not gonna immediately believe. You know what I mean? This, especially because it's in written format, it's a little bit different than like being on camera, being on video. You know. To the generals who accompanied me in the past few weeks, it seems we will part ways tomorrow. However, I sincerely thank you from the depths of my heart for your extraordinary humanity shown towards my daughter, Amelia. You've treated her like parents, inviting her to your rooms, making her feel that you're not just friends, but true, caring loved ones. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the countless hours you spent as caregivers. Thanks for being patient with her, indulging her in sweets and fruits, and providing everything, even when it wasn't readily available. Kids shouldn't be in prison, but thanks to you, the other kind people we met along the way. My daughter considers herself a queen in Gaza. The fuck? And in general, acknowledges feeling like the center of the world. Throughout our long journey, we encounter individuals from various ranks and leadership. Each treated her with gentleness, warmth, and love. I will forever be a captive of gratitude because she didn't leave here with a lasting psychological shock. I'll remember your kind actions despite the difficult situation you were dealing with personally and the tough loss you faced here in Gaza. If only in this world we could truly appreciate being kind friends. I wish you all good health and well-being. I wish health and love to you and your families. Thank you very much, Danielle and Amelia. Yeah, no, this sounds a little bit too heavy-handed. You know what I mean? What is this? In the most sick and depraved move, Hamas has now used former Israeli hostage Danielle Eloni and her daughter Amelia for propaganda purposes the second time. They've released the letter they claim Danielle wrote before she was released. Whether they fabricated it or if she wrote under duress is sick nonetheless. Even sicker, the fact that people are saying that they believe it. Reminder, Danielle has 4 family members who are in captivity. Okay, first of all, I like that you sent me a Yashar Ali post to be like, yeah, I'm thinking it's not real. If anything, this shows that it might be more real. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I personally don't think it's real because it's like so incredibly heavy-handed. Okay? It's just like you can analyze it directly by reading it and going, okay, well, maybe it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much. I was agreeing that it might not be real, but then I say Yashar Ali saying otherwise. Yeah. I don't know why they would release this, because like then she could turn around and discount it. Like she's been released. You know what I mean? So she isn't? She didn't? What do you mean? No, I'm saying it's propaganda to release something like this, right? But then if the fucking person doesn't, if the person is released and they don't deny it, then all of a sudden, you know, all of a sudden, then the propaganda sticks. But if she denies it, then it's counter propaganda. The IDF will be like, this person is terrible. And the Hamas is terrible. They fucking made a lie. I do think that it's understandable and perfectly valid that to assume that the captives were treated to the best of Hamas's ability to treat them adequately and appropriately and take care of them because they're bargaining chips. I have time and time again yelled at people who have said silly things like, oh, no, they fucking kidnap them so they can like rape and torture them. It's like, what are you saying? Why the fuck would they do that at all? Why would they literally go through the trouble of kidnapping them then? They could have just kept doing that inside of Israel. Like, it's insane. It doesn't make sense. Like, the amount of logistics that you put towards an operation like this is the entire point is to return the hostages for the hostages kept in Israeli detention. Anyway, I think this is the lady that wrote this, right? And she's the lady who was like screaming at Netanyahu. And I mean, it could be one of those instances, as Tamar said, where she's one of the peaceniks from the kibbutzim who fucking despises Netanyahu and thinks Palestinians are human. A lot of those ladies and a lot of those people literally fucking work on transferring Palestinians into Israel to get medical care that they can't get inside of Gaza. So, like a lot of the people in the kibbutzim like that were killed and also taken hostage were unironically some of the more tolerant towards Palestinians. So maybe, but even then, like Yoshaved Lifshitz, the older lady that oh yeah, she's the one in the middle, exactly. The older lady that was released early on. The older lady that was released early on straight up spent most of her life transferring Palestinian like cancer patients into Israel. So that's why I believed her when she gave her testimony immediately after she got medical care. So that makes sense. Like ideologically, these are some of the most like pro-Palestinian people in Israel. You know? And yeah, if it gives them an opportunity to shit on Netanyahu, humanize Palestinians, it could be the reason. But I don't know. I think this is way too heavy-handed. Like I said, it's way too heavy-handed. It is beyond, when you are told countless lies saying the other side are terrorists and have nothing but genocidal thoughts, when you get there and they treat you like a human and might even treat you kindly, you can be extremely grateful. No, I think these people know that Palestinians are humans. Like, that's what I'm saying. These are some of the few. But like I said, it does scream so over the top that I don't know if it is real or not. I can't speak conclusively on that because I don't know. Maybe she's just gushingly happy about it because she did get released, though. Would you say Elon News? Maybe I'm wrong. Possible cyber attack on Israeli emergency numbers? I don't know what you're referencing. Are you speculating? Yes, I am speculating. Yes, I speculate all the time. It's what I do. If you got a problem with my speculating, I don't know what to tell you. See, the fucking audio is fixed now magically, which is crazy. Wake up, babe. HasanAbi gaming time. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, like part of the reason why I didn't want to play this, how do I fix it? Nothing. I turned it on and it was fixed. Part of the reason why I didn't want to play this part is because it's very scary. Okay? This is a very scary part of the fucking game.
The fuse was in place. Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, a bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
The witch's hut. Okay.
The fuse was in place. She found it among the junk in the forest. Saga stepped inside the witch's hut. Something rushed through her. presence. Familiar. She couldn't quite place it. Something long forgotten. She tried to hold on to it, but it was already gone. Inside, a bright light. Saga felt safe, like nothing could hurt her here. There were objects that stood out to Saga as if the light had manifested them, pulled them from the darkness. A shift in reality, heavy with hidden meanings. A coffee thermos, a shoebox, a mop and a bucket, a poster on the wall, and in the cabinet, another manuscript page.
Okay. Scary gaming, scary gaming, scary gaming, scary gaming, scary gaming.
I know Nightingale is somewhere around Cauldron Lake.
The tree was a threshold. This place and the dark place. You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold. Like a doorway. Leading to Nightingale. It's somehow connected to a tree. Witch's Ladle?
I feel like I'm gonna get cooked here. This is like, it's nighttime now. I gotta find the motherfucking threshold. And I'm also rushing towards this dummy. And I don't like that. Like, I don't like that I'm literally rushing towards this fucking person. You know what I mean? I'm rushing towards this, like, the fat guy. But I also don't know which way I'm supposed to be going. And I also have to poop, I feel like. And I'm worried that I'm gonna poop myself. I don't know if I'm going the right way. And the sun is like really weird and creepy when it's oh, Witchfinder Station. Okay, I gotta go this way, I guess. I just don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to do this at all, you know? What the fuck? Oh, that's just the tree. Shit. How do I get through here? Like, is there a way to get through here? Check your goals triangle? Yeah, locate the witch's hut. Use the map. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Still going the wrong way. Fuck. Which way? Still going the wrong way. I'm literally just always going the wrong way. What the fuck? Okay, I'm going the right way now. Going back up the right. I went down this way already. I went back up. I'm going back. Oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? What is that? What the fuck is that? Why is there movement? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Don't do it. Don't do it.
This is the witch's hut.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, fucking fuck. Do I have to go in there? No. I don't
like this. I will say I'm not a fan. I'm not fond of what's happening here. I'm not a fan of what's happening here. I don't like it. I have objections. My jacket on, okay. Lights off. This is it. This is the lights are turned off. Shut up. Go back to Spider-Man? I mean, literally, I should. I should go back to Spider-Man, actually. Bro's so scared he put on the jacket. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm just cold.
Anderson, I thought I saw something in the woods. Probably just a deer, but I'm gonna check it out.
No,
okay.
Don't do it.
I found another page. Following up on a lead. Keep checking in.
Roger.
Bro, why would you ever go in here? Actually. Why would you ever go in here? Like, unironically, why would you? Here live the witch of the Cauldron Lake. Beware, her spirit may still haunt this place. It's just, dude, I don't know if I can play scary games anymore. I don't know what it is. Like, in my old age, I've gotten more and more scared, honestly. Oh, they gotta fucking turn the volume down a little bit. It's like loud as a motherfucker, dude. They've gotten too good at them. They're actually too scary. Yeah, no, it's like loud. It's like loud. You know what I mean? The weed is too good. I can't smoke it. Fuck. There's nothing scary coming up.
Describe the hut being lit.
Don't fucking lie to me, bitch. Don't fucking lie to me, chatter. You fucking chat fuck. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm being mean. There's no reason. There's no reason to say such mean things to chatters like that. I don't know what I'm saying right now. Okay, well, there's nothing in the hut that I can light it up with. Poopy Piker incoming. Don't, dude, why do you guys enjoy this so much? I beat this game already? Oh, sick, man. Is there a scary part here? Just let me know. Don't say boo in the chat. That's not telling me anything. The hut is on the edge of a cliff. Real cliffhanger. The alcohol on the ground. Dude, this is like another thing I will never understand. Like people that go out.
The fuse box is missing a fuse. I need to find one to turn on the lights.
Fuck you. I never understand people that like will have fun going out into the woods like this. You know what I mean? Like people that just like drink and stuff.
This fuse is busted.
That's not good. Like I don't understand why people make fun. Like, why is this fun for you? You know what I mean? What's wrong? What happened in your life that's so fucked up? Mitch told me that her friend was moving today. This sucks. I haven't even told her to like her yet. What's the point anymore? She said her parents want to get better jobs and to get a better school in the big city. I guess that's fair. Who wants to stay in Bright fucking Falls? So I told her. She said, thanks, fucking kill me. Monday, I snuck out last night. Went to the big house by the lake instead of just watching from here. Like I always said that, sitting around. Screw that. Anyway, something weird is going on down there. I'm going to find out what. I'm going to go back there tomorrow with better gear. I bet I can get inside that building. Take some photos. It's going to be epic. Yeah, dude. Fucking not. How about no? That makes no sense, dog. Oh, fuse? Is that a fuse box? Actually, I don't know if that's a fuse box or not.
There's another lunchbox.
Dude, what is these creepy ass lunch boxes, man? I know things can get a little crazy around here, but if you're ever feeling scared, just remember that Alon is watching over us. Wait, what? I don't like that, man. It's getting darker? I feel like it's getting darker.
This one looks good.
People
fuck.
should really stop littering, though.
Oh god, please don't. No. There's gonna be turn around and fucking animal. Turn around and. Oh god. I'm tactically ascertaining the situation. This is a kinetic situation that's developing. All right, over and out. I'm kind of scared. Over. Kind of scared. Over. Okay, let's just fucking, take a breather here for a second. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a little breather in the form of a 3-minute ad break. You're a cop. Don't be scared. First of all, I am a cop, which makes this way more realistic. Like, cops are scared all the time. What do you mean? Cops are gigantic pussies, just like me. Hasan is not beating the he's really scared allegations. No, I'm not, because I am. Fuck. I lit it up. I lit that shit up. Don't look behind. It's okay if you never look behind. All right. Oh my god, I can save in here. Oh my god, it's like Resident Evil 4.
Making progress.
The image of the witch in the sign. Saga addressed the witch. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign.
What? Bro, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what? Yo, Alon, just fucking give it to me straight, brother. What do you mean? Like, I don't understand what this flowery-ass language is.
Witch's ladle. Towering over Saga. Watching her and the witch. The image of the witch in the sign. Nightingale's heart, a cold, dead lump in her hand. Her definition of sanity had changed since she arrived in this town. But she trusted the pages. Was forced to. Saga addressed the witch. She squinted to read the first part of the ritual words. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. The words she had read on the page. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign. This was the key. The tree was the threshold.
Dude, that's terrible. Where's the heart? I don't know where the heart is. And also, home is where the heart is. I should just go home.
I already took care of all this. The page from the witch's hut seems to be describing some kind of ritual.
Fuck, man.
Nightingale's heart disappeared from the morgue. Where is it now?
Fucking crikey. What is the ritual? Oh, God. This is the ritual.
To get into the overlap, I need to find Nightingale's heart. Read the line in print, plus the line on the page to the witch's ladle sign. Then push the heart through the hole in the sign.
I don't like that. Have you played Senua's Hellblade? No, I have not. There's a warm cup of tea and coffee and cakes. What's happening? Maybe it's in here? Nope. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, what the fuck do I do now? Wait, what is this? Did you notice how it wasn't there before the light turned on? Perform ritual at the overlap. Find Nightingale's missing heart. Where the fuck am I gonna get the goddamn... Where am I gonna get the heart? I don't know where the heart is. Aw.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go to the general store. That's scary. Previous murders. Wait, what are these? Wait, why can't I drop these? What the hell?
Finding a Casey movie lunchbox out here can't be a coincidence. Another message?
Yeah, I'm just solving the lunchbox shit now. Honestly, fuck it. Like, it's less scary. I fucking don't like this at all, dude. This is such Pepe Sylvia ass bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, where the fuck do I put this? Case closed?
We're dealing with an organized group of killers, not a lone serial killer.
Oh, fucking case closed. Let's go. I did it. What is this? Why is this a background case?
I need to know more about the code of the tree if I'm going to shut them down.
Oh my god, I have so much. I have so much going on. Triple triangle.
Huh.
Wait, really? Oh, shit. Okay, it's fine. Can you take her outside to pee, Marat? All right, well, just do it. It's going to take you a second. Cultists were wearing tree masks. Triangle carving on the table. Nightingale was found. Here's a cult symbol. Victim of the cult killing became a monster. Maybe that? No, that's not where it is. That's in the cult goal. Cult goal. What writing is a part of the ritual? I don't even know what I'm doing here. Nightingale was the only victim to the monster. Nightingale was the only victim to become a monster.
Right.
Am I doing this right, chat? I have no idea. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Use your magic to read the guy's thoughts? Here. Oh,
I
here.
need Nightingale's heart to get to the overlap. Where is it?
The cultist leaned close. He was there, but he was risen.
I don't like this man.
Nightingale was there. The opposite of sunspots.
Okay, Kaya, come here.
Who said that?
That's not it. I don't have what I need to find Nightingale's heart. There must be more.
Kaya, come here. Cool. I like that half of the detective work here is literally just me going in my own mind palace. The heart, where is it? Kaya.
Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
Nightingale's heart is at the general store, in a fridge.
It'll make sense at the end. I mean, it kind of makes sense now. I found it. I'm just saying, like, it's a weird process. Because like half of the game is literally
I need to check
just
the general store for the heart.
me having shit. Don't forget
Casey,
to,
I'm headed to the general store. I think I know how to get into the overlap.
Roger that.
half of the game is just like being shit being revealed to me in a in my mind palace.
Followed some ATV tracks in the woods and got me turned around.
Did you get lost?
I've only been lost once in my life, Anderson. The years I spent with my ex-wife.
Oh, fucking got him. That's a Matt Rife special right there. I've only been lost one time, and it was with my bitch ex-wife. I guess I can go to the general store by jumping down, but there's another separate pathway I think that I'm missing maybe. Through here? Is there another pathway? Oh, there is. I'm scared though. I'm scared as fuck, dog. This is not even funny. Yo, this shit ain't funny to me, dude. This shit ain't funny to me, partner. Yo, I'm becoming way too acquainted with these woods right now. Straight up. Is this it? Is this the fucking general store? God, I got there so quick. Yo. Where is my fucking bitch-ass partner, dude? Where's my bitch-ass partner, dude? When you look at the map, be careful because it doesn't pause the game. Yeah, I know. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good to me. What the hell is that? Some suspicious activity spotted. The fielder thought he saw movement in the bushes. Footprints around the area were found. Well, okay, well, if you don't close that door, a guy is going to come out every time, Murat. In what state are you about to find his heart? In, well, Gaia, come here. Come here, baby. Okay, kapat edebilirsin şimdi. Kalsın, bir şey olmaz. Some suspicious activity spotted. The fielder thought he saw movement of the bushes, footprints around the area. Nothing to report. Some animals regular. Hunters out after dark. Porches heard some gunshots. Not one of ours. He's completely safe. There's not a jump scare coming. Dude, why? Why do you guys do this to me? Why? Why do you do this to me? Why do I do this to myself? Gotta keep an eye on these people. They could get more than they bargained for.
Mentioned the general store. I need to check it out.
I'm in the general store. I'm definitely getting attacked here. There ain't no fucking way I don't get attacked here, dog. Ain't no way, no how. I hate this. Oh! What? Oh, it's an animal. It's a wild animal for sure. It's a debate. It's a wild animal debate. 100 P. It's gonna be deer. I know what this shit's like. What is happening, dude? Wait, oh, the door. Oh, fuck, the door closed. I mean, the door fell. Ah! Toggle flashlight boots to burn through the darkness surrounding your enemies. Oh! Wait, do I hit him in the heart? Ah! Ah! What am I doing? What happened? This is not how the story goes. How does the story go, motherfucker? Bro. Oh,
Okay, that was some real cop aim shit right there.
I followed some ATV tracks in the woods and got a bit turned around.
Wait, no fucking way, dude. It's like there's no checkpoint system. Please tell me there's a checkpoint system. I have to save every time. That's your checkpoint? No, I meant like auto save.
I've lost once in my life, Anderson. The years I spent with my ex-wife.
Yeah,
I'll
my
find way back,
ex-wife.
Don't you worry about it.
Fuck. Oh, man. If you're this scared, what? Now you know what to expect? I mean, not really. It's still gonna scare me. Practice dodge, you will need it. Ow. Oh, it was a deer. I was right. So what do I do? Save? I can't save here, man. I can't. See, it's only resume game load. Why is everybody saying save? L1 to dodge and shoot glowy bit or head. The glowy bits on the bodies do extra damage, but you can only destroy them once. Always aim for the head. Okay, got it. Why don't play on PC? Is Alan Woke on PC? I don't think you can. Where the fuck is it? Ugh! It scared me again, dude. How is that possible? Okay, fucking clapped his asshole, dude.
A monster.
Blew his shit up. Did I even get hit? No, I didn't, right? Oh, I did. Half my fucking health is gone? Damn, bitch. Fuck you. Assign items to quick use? Oh, yeah, true. First try 0 deaths. Apex Gaming, not even scared. I feel like there's gonna be more of these motherfuckers outside, and I don't want to go outside to trigger that event. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that at all. Quick slot the gun just in case. Really? No. Fucked it up. Fuck, I fucking fucked it up. How do I get out of this? How do I... Oh, I guess I equipped the gun, huh? Okay. What? Oh, I gotta blast this shit, right? Boom.
The text on the heart is clearer now.
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. What? There it is. What do you mean? Oh. Words on the heart.
Sounds literary.
There's a pouch
What does it
expansion in this
mean?
area. Pick it up. Trust me. Previous murders.
The cult of the tree is behind these murders. This case just became much more complicated. I'll need to start a new file. But it's my first cult case. Exciting.
Chad, he's not gonna like the enemies in Alan's world. I don't like the enemies already. Isn't this Alan's world?
I feel like I recognize this.
I'm just living in it.
Fridge. The heart. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream. And now I need to give the heart to the witch. Makes total sense.
Total sense, dude. Yeah. No. Definitely not nonsense at all. Check with Lady Fortuna at the counter. Gotta open that shit up. Hey, got the pouch. Let's go. Are gonna be more motherfuckers that jump at me here? Bro, stop giving me the code. I wanna fucking look it up for myself, okay? Don't forget to update the code. Lotto A 5 13 17 23 39 45 705, then 713, then 717, then 723. They're all scribbled up. Palm reading, crystal ball gazing, interpreter for dreams. 202-555-01. $705, 713, 717, 723. It's 739. I suspect. Also, classic chatter was lying to me. Oh, fuck me. Is this shit Pog or what? Quick slot weapons in the inventory. I got the shotty, but there's not enough bullets. Oh my god. Save regularly? Man, I can't save. What are you saying, Lee's the range gray name? Like, what do you mean, save regularly? You think I don't want to fucking save? I can't. It just only lets you save in limited areas, like the break room. I feel like I'm cooked. Just save, lol, is like, I'm just a bot, a reminder. Trust me, if you think I don't want to fucking save every waking goddamn moment, like, heal yourself or you get killed immediately, I just did.
Casey, there are cultists in the area. They're taken, like Nightingale.
What?
Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm still finding my way back.
You have the worst sense of direction.
Any city in America I can get through drunk and blindfolded. It's these damn trees.
Okay. I'm en route to Witch's Ladle. I need to perform a ritual to open the overlap. This case just keeps getting weirder. But it is exciting.
I don't fucking like this shit at all, man. I'm gonna go back. I have a feeling Casey's gonna die. I don't know. No, I agree. Casey's 100% dying. I'm 100p dying too, though, to be fair, so. Which way do I go? Oh, the witch's hut is this way. Fuck, man. I'm so tense. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not going the right way. Fuck. There's like 3 prongs here. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Okay. No villains, no villains, no villains, no villains. Okay. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. Fuck. Ah, God. I don't like this. HasanAbi, there is 0 jump scares coming up. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Chat is notorious liars, man. Bro, I don't have nails remaining, okay, chatter? Chatter's like, oh, dude, you're gonna fucking eat your nails? Stop eating your nails? I have nubs now.
Flashlight aimed ahead. Nightingale said it would be here. The Cauldron Lake General Store was overgrown, left to rot. Saga thought about the cult of the tree. They'd been here, waiting, planning a gruesome ritual murder. Meanwhile, they played cards in the general store, like it was just another late-night poker game. Saga stepped closer to the door. Had the animal broken it? There was a loud crash. Saga found herself face to face with a cultist. A hulking figure in a raincoat. We watch in the night. Wild eyes behind a plastic deer mask. An axe in his raised hand.
God, I hate this. It's physically... It's like physically... painful for me to fucking play this game. Okay, how the fuck do I get down? Shit, as soon as I go outside, it's like fucking chill. Immediately, like the fucking violin starts. The string quartet absolutely cooks me, you know what I mean? Oh, what is that? Is that a bird? Is that a burb? Yo, chill. Is that a burb? I don't fuck with that. It's getting louder. Oh, there it is. Oh, there he is. Yo, what's up, big dog? Oh, shit. Why doesn't he... Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Oh. Why isn't he dying? Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh! Oh, God! Oh, God! I turned off the left flashlight. Fucking fuck! Where'd he go? Hey, fuck you, man! What? What the fuck is that? What the fuck's he throwing at me? What the fuck? What was that? Who threw that at me? What? What was that? Was that just my bullet, my shells? Bro, the worst part about this is that you can't loot. You can't loot the zombies. Like, I need me a good looter. I'm so out of bullets almost. Use the bigger gun. It's only got 2 bullets. Dude, I don't want to do this. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oh my god. Go back and save again? Wait, really? No. Do they rise up again when you fucking...
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the heart witch. Show me the terror.
Bro, she keeps fucking raw dogging the heart and stuff. It's very weird. Like, she put that fucking thing in her pocket like it's like pocket macaroni. Pocket macaroni and cheese. Like, who sees this and goes, oh, it's time to go in there, you know? That's weird. That's an odd thing to do. Me, I guess. That's me. I'm going in there. Oh, no, no, ma. Oh, game saved. Thank God. Oh, game saved. Let's go.
Casey, I think I'm in the overlap. Are you still on your way? Casey! Casey, do you read me? Fuck.
Bro, she is
okay,
so...
Saga. Going in solo.
Bro, this is the thing that I don't get. First of all, Alan Wake is kind of a bit of a cornball of a writer. Okay? The whole like, okay, I guess Saga is going in solo. Like, that's such a fucking corny ass writing technique. That's number one. Number two, like, why is she so nonchalant? Like, what's happening? Why is she so... Let's discuss. Not because I'm scared of anything. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just, you know, I'm not stalling because I'm scared. It's written by Finns. Nothing phases them. What do you mean, dude? You know what phases the Finns? Russians, okay? They fucking joined NATO. Clearly shit phases them, okay? Oh, look at that. Another sign. She's very much a girl boss, this lady. Okay, this place looks way too cozy.
Logan? Logan!
What?
Where are you?
There ain't no fucking way, dog.
What the fuck was that?
That's your
Logan's
son.
back in Virginia. You're imagining things.
Wait, did I go the wrong way? Am I going back into where I came? Did I fuck this up? I keep fucking going in circles, man. Oh, no, it's not. I think. Oh, we're going into the Trussy. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, fuck. It's Trussy time. Uh-oh. What is that?
Please help me. What was that?
Bro, fucking chill, dude. Oh. Jumps are ahead? Yeah, no shit. I can tell. I'm already jumpy. Fuck. Dude, I don't like that.
Did I get turned around? No, this is right. This place is looping. Like a nightmare.
Okay, I gotta go into the water, I think. Look at that. Aberration. Use your other gun, man. I agree. I don't know why I was using the wrong one. Oh, another manuscript. Thank God. It's great. I'm so excited.
Need to find Nightingale.
Fucking mind freak ass manuscript. Fucking stupid ass Alan Woke. Dumbass bitch. I hate him.
The writer went into the lake, banished the dark presence. Taken still lurked in the woods. The dark place receded. The current pulled back those with darkness inside, into the lake. Nightingale was there, one of them. The dark presence. Jagger had taken him. The witch had stolen his heart. They sank beneath the waves. The dark place, wandering in the shadows, muttering to themselves. It's dark. I'm lost.
It's dark. The
Where
dark
am I?
place. It's dark.
Who am I? I can't remember. It's cold. Premium cabins for rent in Bright Falls. Who said that? Can you hear me? I need help. Please. Stop this. What did I do? You must dig it out. Their shape shifted. Echoes of the writer's dreams. Fading in, fading out. The next story and the story after that. The writer was writing again.
What? Dude, it's too self-referential. Okay, first of all, the dark room was dark, and then the darkness took over, and then the darkness was gone, but then the darkness was in my heart. Like, sick, man. Okay, I mean, some angsty teenager ass writing. If Hasan is gonna be mad at Alan Wake being meta, oh boy. See, I didn't even. What? What is that? What's that red light? Cops? Please be cops? Nope. Can't believe I'm saying this. Can't believe I said please be cops. Look, the darkness is darkening and shit like that is like kind of corny. But also, what was I gonna say? I fucking don't even know what I was gonna say. There's like, I hate that, man. That shit's so whack. Oh god, jump scare incoming. Thanks, chatter. The writer was writing again. Yeah, I see that. Bro, I got 16 bullets.
Nightingale.
I got 16 bullets and 2 fucking shotgun shells. I'm so cooked. Another jump scare soon. Oh, certified. I like that all of the manuscripts are basically spoilers, by the way.
The writer who despised. Hemingway, Bukowski, Wake. I'll get you. I'll find you. I'll make you pay. You're in over your head.
What's up?
He descended into the tunnels.
What are you gonna order?
From the dark city, into the ocean of darkness. Next stop, Caldera Street Station. Something, a presence, rumbled. Not a train. Shadows shifted on the platform. The writer's cult waited for him there. The cult of the word. Occultists lean close. I carry his words close to my chest now. You're not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise. He'd be caught, murdered. They got him. They didn't get him. He was reborn out of hate. He was there, but he was risen. Sent to find the light switch up from the lake that was not the lake.
Hayır. Annemle babam yesin, yemeyecekse de alma. The lake was not the lake, but it was not a lake. It was a lake. Revolutionary writing. The darkness was darkening, and the fat lady was singing, but he was not a fat lady at all, but simply a fat man.
Trapped here. To escape. Danger.
By the way, don't turn around during this part. Wait, why?
Who is that? It's like they're coming in over a bad signal.
I get too invested in video games, man. It like fucks me up. I can't deal with it appropriately.
Nightingale's badge.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, Nightingale's badge. Let's go. Wait, why am I not taking it? Take it. Left me a little snack pack. Like an aberration I can light up, or is that just weird way to show that that's an area that's a waterfall? Oh, let's take a shower. Dude. Okay, hold on. Murat keeps coming in and out, and it's like scaring the fuck out of me because this game. What did you order? Allah'tan korkuyorum. Ne aldın? Aferin. İyi, halal olsun. Annem babam yemiyor mu bir şey? Ne? Ne? Aha. Murat wouldn't be scared? Oh, dude, Murat is worse than me. Murat gets way more scared than me. Murat is just like me. Listen, in real world circumstances, things are very different, okay? But like scary games and scary movies and stuff, like I don't think he fucks with them either. Neither of us do. I just don't like to be uncomfortable. The real world is uncomfortable enough as it is, you know what I mean? And then like in the video game, it's like, why would you want to be uncomfortable in the video game? But also like, I don't want to play Stardew Valley either, you know what I mean? What the fuck is all this shit? Alright, where's it gonna pop up? Come on. I purposely would never put myself through a situation like this, though, in the real world. Obviously, this is not something that would happen in the real world, but I mean, like, I would not put myself in the woods like this at night. There ain't no fucking way, you know what I mean? I don't like that shit. Uh-oh, jump scare. No. Oh! What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Why is that blowing up? Ah! Oh! Oh! Ah! Oh, no, let's get him! Oh.
Gotta move.
Where is she? Where is he? Yeah, no shit, gotta move now. Where am I going? Where am I moving? Hello. Bro, Kaya fucking saw me freaking out and ran over underneath me to save me. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kaya. Kaya is in here being like, no, don't worry, I got you, Dad. I got you, Dad. Okay. She's so baby girl. The right way? Or the boss, is this boss like a wrong way? Wait, really? Oh, am I in an undiscovered map part? Is that what it is? Why are people saying wrong way?
Shine him. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh! What the fuck? I just popped him on the pussy, dude. Yo, I just popped his pussy. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, I'm so interested in investing in your shoes. I literally forgot I was at work. Oh, dude. On the company dime, you know what I mean? Boss makes $1. You make a dime. That's why you watch me shit my pants on the company time. What the fuck? Ah! Wait, what the fuck? Why is he behind me? Oh! Am I never supposed to look behind in this? Is that what it is? How many times do I have to pop his pussy? That chowder wasn't lying when he said don't look behind. It's your golden hour. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pop his pussy. Pop his pussy. You only have 2 shotgun shells left. I know, motherfucker. I know. I know. I know. I'm not looking behind. I know. I'm gonna be stuck soon. I think. Okay, well, I'm stuck. I gotta look behind now. Allah belanı vermesin. Allah belanı cezanı. Köpek oğlu köpek. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Pop his pussy, pop his pussy. Oh! Fuck! Dude, I popped it. I popped his pussy. Oh, let's go. Let's go, motherfucker. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Fuck. Fuck.
Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI. I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
Yes, I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
How to escape. In danger. The dark presence.
Man, shut the fuck up, Alan. How about you write my ass into a fucking beautiful beach in the Maldives or something, okay? Fucking asshole. What are we doing here? What are we doing? You're so woke? You're fucking up a black woman like this? You fucking playing around with a black woman's life like this? Oh, so woke. Look at me.
Are you okay?
No!
Fucking asshole.
It got out with my face. Scratch.
Sir, calm down.
John Wick looking ass.
I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
He's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before.
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
My name is Alan Wake.
Oh, Alan
I'm a
Woke.
writer.
Dun dun.
I've been...
Wake? Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13 years.
Paddle drop.
13.
In the dark, miles apart, made a promise that I'm coming out.
What the fuck are these musical tunes in the middle of every chapter? What is happening?
I will never lose myself again. Oh,
I feel like there's some shit that Marsh would listen to.
did you hear me?
Like March would be listening to this, like fucking Porter Allen or whatever. Some dude named Medano would be playing this, and he would be going crazy for it. Okay. What is this Christian rock ass? This is Eurovision music. What the fuck is this? This musical piece is the equivalent of Alan Woke's writing, okay? This is literally music for people who listen to Alan Woke go, the lake was dark, but darkness subsumed. I was dark, the lake was no longer dark. Like, if you think that shit's deep, this is the music you listen to and you go, fuck man, this shit goes hard.
Did you hear me? I lost my way. Lost my way.
Is this streamer mode music, be honest?
I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over. And now I'm wide awake.
Commercial music ass bullshit, dude.
Like a million times through the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over. And now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake.
This is why you get no sponsors? What do you mean? I get sponsors, fuck you. He's died a million times through the waves he's broken, dude. And now he's wide awake. Like Alan. Get it? Like Alan. Alan Wake, dude. He's wide awake. Fuck. He's in the lake and now he's wide awake. And the waves he break. Fuck, dude. It's just deep. You don't understand the depth that this song presents.
Anderson, where did you go? All of a sudden, the radio stopped working, and then that flooding just disappeared. Crazy forest.
Wait, who's this guy? Are you not gonna ask?
This who I think it is?
Casey, say hello to Alan Wake.
He was under the
Mr.
lake
Wake,
for 13
this is
years.
Special Agent Alex Casey. He'll escort you to our car. Casey, I'll meet you there right after I take a look around. If the flooding's receded, there might be evidence we missed earlier.
Okay. See you there.
Optional.
Alex
Investigate
Casey.
previously flooded area. Take the car back to Bright Falls.
Am I still... Is this the dark place? No, it can't be. I got out.
Yeah, the PI from your books has the same name as me. Great.
Should look around. With the flooding gone, could be further clues out there. The flooding disappeared very suddenly.
Yeah,
I
the
wonder if
waves
there's any
break.
Connection to the overlap. To Nightingale.
And Alan is wide awake. You know what I'm saying? Like, the waves are break, and then Alan is wide awake. Wait, can I go up this thing? No.
It's not safe without a light.
I have a light. And a gun. You can relax, Wake.
And pages. If you see pages of writing anywhere, you must take them and keep them safe. Our lives could depend on it. They have vital information.
We know about the pages, Wake. We'll keep an eye out for them.
Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. It's okay.
I'm wide awake, Alan.
Take your time.
What we do not recognize is that aside from the waves break, there's an ad break in which you will be wide awake as long as you're subscribed for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Man, I mean, the scenery is beautiful. I'll give it that. Oh, ew. Oh, fuck. What is that noise? Here's the 3-minute break now. I don't know if I should be investigating this area any further, to be honest with you. Remedy did one of the first fully RTX games, by the way. I don't know what that means. What's up with this weird noise she makes when she's getting fucking healed? It's like, Like, that's kind of odd, right? 0 jump scares incoming? Dude, shut up. Shut up. Chatters, stop fucking saying
A
that.
locked box.
You're scaring me.
Is that the cult of the tree symbol on it?
What? That's it?
Notes and ammo.
That's how you
Looks
do
like they're
that?
tools of the trade. The cult doesn't see their victims as people.
Remember, they look like us, but they aren't. Ooh, flare. Okay. We take those. We take those too. Was that whiskey? I take that. I will play the fucking Now We're Wide Awake song again, okay?
Nightingale goes missing for 13 years, shows up murdered, and then turns into a monster.
And then murdered again.
After I stop Nightingale, a rider who's also been missing for 13 years turns up. What's the connection? What kind of case is this?
Now I'm wide awake. Now I'm wide awake.
These stashes could contain clues about the cult. Better keep an eye out for more.
The lake is Alan Wake. And it's gonna break. Oh, Dan, you have an amazing voice. I lost it because I was screaming. Very manly. I was screaming in a very manly fashion. Yeah, many people say it was the manliest scream they've ever scrum. It was a manly scream. It was like very masculine. It was like, I'll kill you. That's the kind of scream that I did. No one said that. Everybody said that. Shut the fuck up. And if they didn't say that, they thought it. Where the fuck am I going? Okay, I gotta go up to the overlap here, I guess. The witch's ladle. Oh, come on, bro. Still scary? But the lights are on. The sunlight came back. It's not allowed. You're not allowed to be scary when the lights are on. You can quick turn by pressing. Oh. What the fuck? Why did it give me that? You fucking kidding me? That is. Bro, it got dark again. Why did it get dark again? Why did it get dark again? That's not all right.
And it's literally like, oh yeah, don't turn around, or also turn around fast. Like, I don't want to fucking turn around fast. What the hell? Uh-oh. What the fuck in fuckity fuck is that? Can I hit that with the light? Oh, you can hit that with the light too? That's crazy, dog. What the fuck? Bro, chill. Is there more than one? Yeah, they can't be more than one, right? That's not allowed. Oh! Yeah, I'm in the middle of the light, bitch. What's up? Back!
Animals are turning into monsters.
Fuck yeah! Stupid ass bitch. Okay, I'm in the light. I feel like I'm safe in this light. Where am I going? Should I go into this, like, black area? Can I go into this area? That was a manly scream. Thank you. I agree. Where's the fucking way to get up to the witch's hut shit? Witch's hut. You can't out pizza the hut. You can't out hut the pizza? Fuck, I don't know what I'm saying. Witch's hut, witch's hut, witch's hut. Oh, safe space. Safe space. Safe space. Let's fucking go, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Fucking, let's go. Dude, I'm not even scared, dog. What the fuck? Like, I'm just fucking with you guys. Why would I be scared? Shit is not even funny to me. It's just silly, you know? Come on. Now I'm wide awake. Okay, we're gonna go down this path, and then when we're gonna turn around, turn tail. Wait, where's the fucking car? Why doesn't this show on here? Where's my vehicle? Is it in the parking lot? Oh, come on, dude, really? That's the way? That's the way to go to the goddamn car? Wait, bony-legged path? Maybe I should take that path? Like through here, maybe? Bro, the car is so fucking far, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy how far the car is. I don't want to go back to the goddamn murder site. I feel like there's so much more there. Take the loot. Man, fuck the loot. Go back to the murder site is a shortcut? Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Sure as shit don't seem like it. Ain't nobody in the history of the world is like, bro, go back to a murder site. That's a shortcut. Should I go and get this loot? I feel like it's gonna cook me. Oh God, I don't want to do it, but can you not go through the bony-legged path? I don't think so. And also,
Oh no. Oh, this is where the coal stash is? Hey, yo, that's not good. Confused falls says, wash your hands, take chicken out of the fridge, take a nap. Why didn't it work? Wait. Wash your hands, take the chicken out of the fridge, and then take a nap. Okay, so I'm looking at the symbols. Wash your hands, take the chicken out of the fridge. Where's the sink? Washing my hands. There's no symbol here. Is this the symbol? No. Wash your hands. Down, up. Chicken out of the fridge. And take a nap. So it was down, up. It's left, right, down, up. And then side by side. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, Caillou, what the fuck? I'm fucking wide awake, dog. I think it was like this. I fucked it up. Nope. Chat, what was it? Diagonal, up, down, and side by side. Up, down, left, right, side by side. Angled overlap. Wait, what? Yeah, we need the lockpicking lawyer. Up, down. Was it up, down like this? Or was it perfect diamond? One is up, down, but offset. Oh! Don't take anything if you aren't one of the trees. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to that. Sorry. I feel like they're going to cook me now, though. First try. I'm a fucking genius. That's crazy. Alright, how the fuck do I get out of here now?
Stealing from the tree people, they deserve it. 100p. There's never been a group more worthy of stealing from. They try to kill me. Also, I'm a cop. Uh-oh. Another one? No! Fuck you, dude! Oh, fuck. Wait, it's not working. Oh, I just wasted my fucking flashlight, god damn it. Fuck! Fucking run, bitch, run! Come at me. Oh, don't actually, I was lying. I was joking. Don't come at me. It's very scary. Please don't come at me. I was just kidding. I was just kidding! Why you move like that? Why he move like that? Dude, I'm a cop. This is like my #1 thing is killing dogs. Like, how am I should be having an OP buff here. There it is. This is literally, wait, why do they perish? Oh, they don't perish. Kaya, I'm sorry you had to see that. That was very scary. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's literally underneath me like, Dad, what did you do? Shoot while flashlight boosting? I tried that, but I feel like it stopped the flashlight from boosting. I feel like the FBG station is going nutty with it right now. I suspect. If you were ATF, you would have one-shotted that dog. Brother, I don't think you understand. Why is this thing going crazy? I think you'd like control a lot. Is it as scary as this? Because if the answer is yes, then I don't know. Thank you. What is that noise? Yeah, Federal Bureau of Control or fuck Brandon Cock. Not scary, it's weird. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I'm not in the business of funny business. Why were you going to the car? I forgot to leave, dude. No, I didn't miss the lunchbox behind the alarm. I opened it. Oh, fuck. We made it to the car. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm just leaving my partner behind. I'm just driving away. Yeah, YOLO.
Mr. Wake, we're taking you back to our field office in Bright Falls. You can freshen up there, and then we'll talk properly.
Hey, Mom. Before you say anything, I'm totally fine. Don't freak out. Dad shouldn't have even texted you.
Logan? No one texted me. What's going on?
I'm totally fine. I slipped, that's all. God, it's not the end of the world.
Put your father on the phone.
Okay. Dad, it's Mom.
Don't worry, hon. Logan slipped in the shower and bumped her head. She has a slight concussion, but I'm keeping an eye on her. Lucky I heard her fall. She could have drowned.
Jesus, David. Why didn't you call?
I tried. It didn't go through. She's fine, really. But what about you? You sound stressed.
No, it's, just weird case, that's all.
Well, if you need a hint, my years of board game victories tell me Colonel Mustard did it.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
Oh my God, why do I have such a
you, Dave.
cucked ass,
Love you too.
NPR ass husband? What the
Wanna say bye
fuck,
to
dude?
Logan?
Just tell her I love her. Bye for now.
Wait, you're not even gonna say what? You're not even gonna talk to your daughter? What the fuck? Oh my God, she's literally a shit ass mom, dude. Typical cop behavior. Wait, I'm in my mind palace with Max Payne? What? Yeah. Is it here?
Is there anyone you'd like us to reach out to,
Kabachi
Mr.
gone,
Wake? You've been gone a long time.
No. They'd be in danger. It'll come for me.
Okay, let's talk about something else. Robert Nightingale. Do you know him? You were both here in 2010.
The Dark Presence got him back then. That's the last time I saw him. 13 years. Fuck me.
Tell us about the pages. You had what looks like a title page with you. Return. Is this the name of the story on these pages? The writer's name has been scratched out pretty violently, but your name can still be made out underneath.
Scratched out. Yeah. Scratch.
Scratch.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember.
The darkness took over
it's a
me, but I
crazy
was not the
jumble,
darkness.
Like a nightmare.
Bro, I'm gonna be real. If I wrote that corny ass shit, I wouldn't take ownership over it either, you know? Like, oh yeah, dude, the darkness took over me. I was at the lake, and then the lake became me, and I was no longer the lake. Yeah, no, he's like, no, I didn't write this shit. This shit's corny as hell.
It doesn't make sense. I remember.
How come he didn't die under the water?
Thank you. Welcome. We have a great show for you here tonight. Alan Wake is here. Alan Wake, one of my all-time favorite writers and guests on the show. He's here to talk about his latest book. And as usual, our houseman, old gods of Asgard, is here. Take it away, you crazy Vikings!
Was I in a talk show tonight? Waking up in places with no memory of how I'd gotten there. It was out of control. I didn't need another mugshot in the fucking tabloids. Had I already done the show? Was that a recording?
Uh-oh. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Alan Wake got that HasanAbi hair. Not good.
Good to see you, Alan. Great to see you. Welcome back to the show. Come on. Sit down.
That guy's a famous actor, isn't he?
Oh, man. It is so good to see you, Alan. This must be an exciting time for you. Tell me, does it ever get old?
Sorry, does what get old?
What's up with the audio?
Publishing a new book. Are you okay there, my friend? You look like you've been cooped up in the writer's room for a few too many years.
This is exactly how I feel.
You're bored, aren't you? She's bored.
You know, I've waited so long to get my hands on the sequel to Departure. You left us.
Yeah, bro. Unreal Engine 5 is nutty. Just straight looking like real life graphics, you know?
on quite the cliffhanger. We've all been dying to know what "it's not a lake, it's an ocean" really means.
You and me both.
Well, our wait is over. Your new book, Initiation, hits the shelves tomorrow.
What?
That's exactly what every reader will be asking. This book is mind-bending. It's so cerebral. I mean, how would you describe it? An auto-fictional thought experiment? A horror story? A postmodern detective story?
Wait. This isn't
No.
right. I haven't written anything.
He's so humble.
Okay, you got me. Good prank, very funny. But yeah, sad to say, I've not written this. I'd remember if I'd written a book, right?
Or maybe it was written by your evil double. Well played, man. That is spot on. Playing the role here. Pretending the world of the book overlaps our own. That's very meta indeed. You see, Initiation tells the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, who is trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of a novel he has forgotten he has written. The book is set in New York, but it might not be New York at all. He is tormented by his dark doppelganger and guided by visions of a fictional detective he has written. That's right, Alex Casey is in this book as well.
I guess we'll just keep doing this the whole show. The joke's on me.
But isn't that what you sign up for with autofiction? No, but seriously, I found the structure of the reality you build in the book fascinating. It reminded me of The Matrix. I mean, the writer is physically in his writer's room, trapped there, and he projects himself out to this dark dream of New York through the story he is writing. Like astral projection. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Go on. I should be taking notes here. This is great stuff.
Notes to that other Alan Wake in that room writing this as we speak? Are we all in your story, Alan? Wow. No, I wish you every success
crazy.
with your new book, Alan. I hope it's as successful as your best-selling Alex Casey series. Initiation hits the shelves tomorrow. After this, I'm sure we'll all be eagerly awaiting the culmination of this hero's journey trilogy of yours. A book called Return, perhaps. Man, thank you for one of the strangest interviews of my entire career, Alan. All this talk of meta-narratives. I'm expecting to disappear once this scene ends.
The fuck? The Vinky, dude?
Hello? I'm losing it. Something's not right here. I needed to get home. To Alice.
By the way, this is very Max Payne. Dude, I remember basically shitting my pants as a kid playing Max Payne in the dead baby moments.
What the hell was that interview? Some kind of joke? Initiation? I never wrote a book called Initiation. This felt like a bad dream. Could make a good horror story.
You guys are youngins. You don't even know what Max Payne is. You don't even know what pain is, dude. Yeah, the line of blood levels, and I kept falling on me too. Bane without the S. Old Gods of Asgard.
Old Gods of Asgard. That name sounded familiar.
Why would their room have like their own? Old Guards of Asgard? You've entered the story now? Yeah. Mr. Door's room.
I was a mess. I'd never heard of this talk show or Mr. Door before. None of it felt right. Was I losing my mind?
My Interpretation of Many Worlds by Dr. Casper Darling. Zane Classic in theaters. Dude from Control. Oh. What is this?
Hey! I think I've been locked in. Anybody?
Fuck. Now I have to find the code myself. Great.
Oh, I know what it is. It's probably 665, which I saw in the Asgard room. Yeah, not 666, which is the devil number. But the Asgards would not do the devil number. That's why they have 665. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I don't like that.
There was something here.
Uh-oh.
A broken transmission I couldn't quite make out. What was that? A message? Impossible to say.
What's happening here? Murder call rumor spread. Alright, I'll go to the fucking TV. Fuck it. Oh, wait, what? I can't look at the TV no more? Did I miss it? You can watch it later? Oh, fuck, I missed the sex scene. I don't even have a gun. This shit sucks. I don't even have a flashlight. What's he holding? What is that noise? Bro, everything requires a gun when you're an American.
There was something in the studio with me.
Uh-oh.
I had to get out.
What? Dude, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Okay, enough with the jokes. There's game saved. Uh-oh. I don't like that.
This is the ritual to ritual.
Waking up from the nightmare, I felt like a drowning man gasping for air. This place felt familiar. A ghost of a memory surfaced, about writing here for countless days.
Bro, what the fuck?
I had been writing. Initiation. You must write to escape.
Dude. Yeah, you already know I'm gonna go pee right now. While my fucking banger of a song plays, you know what I mean?
In the dark, miles apart, made a promise that I'm coming out alive. Raging heart, went too far. I will never lose myself again, or I was calling you, did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way. I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. myself and I don't need to hide. My foolish pride paid the price. I will never leave.
Bro, this is one of those jams where you just fucking take out a lighter. You take out a lighter and you just start jamming along, you know what I mean?
A plot board for mapping out a story. On the index cards, the nightmare that just happened to me. A summary of the story so far. But other notes as well. Warnings.
Now I'm wide awake.
I had written them. I couldn't remember what it all meant.
No, you don't light yourself on fire.
The scratch filled me with dread. I could trust these words. I had to.
You guys don't understand real art, dude.
You must write to escape.
This is the song they play when the Autobots save the world for the 6th time. Get back to writing? Oh, that's my goal? Or maybe my goal is to... The real thing is, the only way to create a system in my mind is by listening to my favorite jam.
I had to write more.
I made a promise that I'm coming out alive.
This song makes me want to write.
Raging heart went too far. I will never lose myself again.
And now I'm Alan Wake.
I was gone.
The only thing that would make this song better is if there's like a middle part where someone Ludacris just raps on it. You know what I mean? Like out of nowhere. Like this song is a bop, is the song of the summer in 2006, and then Ludacris comes out with another version where he's singing, and then there's a second version where Pitbull and Ludacris are on it, featured in the remix. Yes, produced by DJ Khaled. Dale.
I didn't remember much, but I knew my thoughts and ideas could manifest as reality in this dark place. I'd use my writing to project myself out of this room.
How about you write yourself some bitches, dog?
And explore the depths of this prison for a way out. This room was my boat. Right.
Old bitchless ass.
I would start again at the talk show.
We have a great show for you here tonight. A real treat for all you Alex Casey fans out there. Alex Casey himself is here tonight. That's right. Sam Lake, ladies and gentlemen. The actor who has given his face to the famous detective in the film series. And of course, we have Alan Wake here. Best-selling writer, the books, the films are based on. Let's do this!
The All Gods of Asgard being like that is so weird.
Welcome back to the show. So, Alan, as the creator of the character, how do you feel about this?
Sorry, what?
I know it can be an awkward question with the man sitting right next to you, but I mean, how do you feel about him in the role of Casey? Does he look the part to you?
Oh my God, he looks
exactly like I always imagined Casey to be.
It just sucks that
It's uncanny.
Thank you. That means so much to me.
Oh,
I'm
God.
a huge fan of your books.
So, what's the problem, Alan? Because
He looks way
on
too
more than one
finished.
occasion, you voiced your reservations about the adaptations.
It's not that.
He looks so fucking
They're their own
European.
thing. They've gone with choices that are different from mine.
Look at him. He
I
looks
feel
so
protective about my
European. He doesn't
stories
look like
and these
Max Payne at
adaptations.
all.
I don't know. I guess I just wish I could have been more involved in making them.
Well, in that case, you won't have seen this either. We have a clip from the new film, Murder Case Casey. Should we roll it, or do you want to say something first, Sam?
Nah, just roll it.
This city was an old scar that refused to heal. The rain made it fester. It needed the sun, but there was only the night. I was tired. Insomnia covered me like a plastic film.
Wait, this is Max Payne.
Rain-slick window, my own reflection haunting the view. I was trying to track down a missing writer. My only clue was a table lamp shaped like an angel. The only thing to shed light on this sordid mystery.
That's great. Murder Case Casey. Great job, Sam. Very exciting and very meta. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Wait, stop. What was that about a writer? About a lamp?
Max Payne is a character written by Alan Wake. Yes, Sam Lake is the creator of Max Payne, was the model for him, but the voice is different. They do the same thing for Casey. This is so meta for Sam Lake. Now I'm wide awake, dude. My mind is blown, and I want to bake a cake. Now I'm wide awake. Oh, whoa. That was an aggressive way to enter this room. $565. New code. Still the same book. Look, it looks like the character has a gun in his hands, but he doesn't. Why does it do that? Is the TV on? Oh, fuck. I missed the TV again. Why are you doing the same thing twice? I don't fucking know. This is just... I'm in a loop, man. What do you want me to do? I think I played Max Payne 2, yeah. Is this the lamp? Is this the lamp? I don't know the angel-shaped lamp. I'm the angel. Now I'm wide awake, dude. Maybe I can open the door this time. Oh, there it is. Oh.
Hello?
That's creepy. Oh, there's so many new... Oh!
Ah, Lorraine! There you are, Tom. Oh, not so much evil that not a bit of good as well.
What?
Not one without the other. Good to see you.
It's Ahi.
Hey, I can't seem to find my way out of here.
Ahti?
Can you point me to the exit?
No totta helvetissä. Of course, Tom. The work will instruct its maker. I was gonna get something from the basement for you, but you can get it yourself now. The more cooks, the worse the soup.
What?
Have we met before? Are you trapped in the dark place too?
You remember Ahti, the janitor. You can't be lost if you don't worry about where you are headed. So don't worry, Tom. The sun will shine even into a heap of twigs. Just remember to turn on the lights. It won't take long when you get to work.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck he's
What do
saying.
you want me to get from the basement? And my name's Alan, not Tom.
Ja, mutta katsoppa, a man, but a man with a tool makes two, Tom. Eikö niin? And a man with a tool can build his own exit. It's in a shoebox, in the basement where you left it. Safe as in the Lord's purse. Here's the key.
I've been trying to find a way to escape the dark place. Any suggestions?
He who mouths about his troubles is the prisoner of his troubles. It's not easy to get out.
He who mounds about his troubles.
The home is still there where the heart is. I often think about it when I mop the floor and look into the puddle. Water is the memory of the world. Water finds its way.
The janitor was a bit out there, but still a friendly face. I had to trust the basement would get me out of here.
I like how fucked up the Finnish English is. Check the toilets. You know what I mean? It's like Rotta totta helvetica. Fucking fake ass language, dude. That's crazy. This game is hitting all my crime buttons. Yeah, I mean it's very, very Svalahova. I don't even know what I mean. That means goat's head in Norwegian, but he's speaking in Finnish idioms. Yeah, I got it. Like too many cooks in the kitchen. Famous Finnish idiom, dude. This is mathematically the most Scandinavian person has ever existed. No, I think Max Payne was the most. Rottototto. As a Scandinavian, it feels so good to finally get representation. More importantly, are Finnish Turks? Yes. I feel like you said Ahti is here, everything will be okay, but I feel like there's gonna be a jump scare now. Basement's always scary. Speak in your full accent for immersion, please. What am I looking at? Is that electricity? What is this spark for me? That is a light. Not gonna like this next one. Why won't I like it? What are you saying? Oh, television. Oh, nope, that is broken. I broke it. What? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Not very good. I saw the...
An old lamp in a shoebox. Was this what the janitor had left for me?
What am I doing? Like sparking shit on fire.
The lamp.
I'm a Steakman, Darcy.
A tool for bringing light to the darkness.
Bro, he said a tool of bringing light into the darkness. Dog, stop. Yeah, dude. Wow. He's fucking sick, dude. He's so cheese.
I felt a magnetic pull between the lamp and the light overhead. Whoa! When the light jumped into my lamp, the whole room changed, like something in a dream. Opening a way forward, the lamp was humming. The bulb glowed. It held the light now.
But it was no longer, it was a dream no more. It felt so distant yet so far, and so close like a dream, and yet so far away like a nightmare. Nah? What, like a big one? Uh-oh. I'm going to end it here. I'm going to go deal with Kaya. She threw up a little bit. I don't know why. Sorry, chatters. Probably nothing. Nothing to worry about. Dogs throw up all the time. She's just never thrown up before. But I was brave. I want to let the record show that I was literally brave as fuck. I didn't let the fear get to me. Fear is the mind killer. I didn't let my mind be killed by fear. Just saying. Just saying. Something to think about. Something to consider. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. As always, Mind Place. I'm going to my Mind Palace, aka my regular chateau, my regular palace. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace in the Middle East, all right?
California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.